So let's get into this Italian top 10 horror films. Italian top 10 horror films. Top 10 horror films. Top 10 horror films. Top 10 horror films. Italian top 10 horror films. Italian. Yeah. Italian. Yeah. Italian. Yeah. Italian. Top 10 horror films.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 274 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the Mexicant, also known as JP. And of course, we got Mr. Saucedo, also known as Tyler, and I'll be your host, the toxic offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my dudes?
You know something? I was listening to the show the other day.
Really? You listen to the show? I've never listened to the show before.
I don't listen to the show. No, I don't listen to the whole show. The only shows I've ever listened to of ours, I listened to the one that Tom was on because I wasn't there.
Right. That makes sense.
And I listened to
Bava? Was it Bava?
Yes,
it was a Bava one.
Bava 2. And I listened to one other one that I was not on. Those are the only two shows I've ever listened to, like the whole thing of. Right. But I was just listening to the intro you made and stuff, and then I was just listening. Just went into the show, and it was the one where you were like, where we were quiet, and then I said that I was lagging or whatever. But I noticed that, like, I don't know why it took me listening to the show to notice, but have you completely started only saying triple shots of Moodz and Horror?
Yeah. I've been doing triple shots for, man, it's been lots of episodes, man.
Are we supposed to change the name?
I don't know. It's just because there's three of us that we're the triple shots.
I know, but it's.
I never noticed, honestly.
I didn't either, really. I know we've said that before. Because
I used to say the 22 shots of Moodz and Horror. Now I say triple shot. Yeah, I actually like the way it flows better when I say
is that us whitewashing Jeremy off of the show?
Yeah.
Getting rid of his one contribution. The
20. Okay. So you caught me. It is kind of a sneak this a little bit to get rid of the 22. And I was like triple shots, but I actually like saying triple shots though. I like that. It just flowed so much. I said it one day and I was like, oh, I actually like that. So. Yeah. But anyways, no, I'm not sneak dissing. It was literally just me kind of changing up the. But it's funny that you're just bringing that up because like if you go back, like this is episode 274. I've probably been doing it for the last 74 episodes.
I know. I know that you were like doing it a lot. Yeah. I just never I never really thought about it that like, oh, we don't say 22 shots anymore.
Yeah, I don't do my long extended intros with like new nickname, all that type of stuff anymore because that got ruined back in I got so tired of doing it and being interrupted. I was like, I'm not fucking doing this anymore, man. So I just kind of stick to the basis of what we are. The Mexicant, the Saucedo, and the Toxic Offender. So
I'll listen back to I like to hear the intro. I like to hear whatever you cut together. Like for the
you
intro.
Got a way cooler nickname than me.
I'm sorry.
Who, Saucedo or the Mexicant?
Both of you. Mexicant? Oh. That's not a good one. You get to be the Toxic Offender. That sounds badass.
That does sound badass. That sounds like a superhero.
The toxic. Well, it kind of. I never thought of it as a superhero, but I did. Yeah, it sounds funny. It's funny because I say the toxic offender so often. When I actually try to say the toxic avenger, I say offender all the fucking time. It's crazy to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so episode 274, week 4 of the 10th anniversary of Italian Horror Month, started by the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror.
Yeah.
This has been a really, really fun month, man. So if you guys didn't check out week 1,
I actually went through the whole history here. I have it all like listed out because I do want to talk about some stuff later.
Nice.
But, it's funny because like when I think back to like when we started it, this might be like the funnest one we've done in terms of like the month.
Well, we always had a system. It was always director spotlights. Yes. For basically, we didn't do anything different for 9 years. And then this year came up and it was like, you know, we started the zoology series, which played in perfectly into week 1. That was fucking
cool.
Beautiful.
That was my idea. I'll take credit for that.
But then, you know, all the years of, you know, the hard work in Italian Month paid off doing the Argento ranking, which people really seem to enjoy. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, dude. I honestly, that, like I said last week, that was one of the funnest times I ever had until it wasn't. Like until it started.
Until you like almost died mentally.
I keep telling Carly about it. I was like, yeah, I almost died. And she's like, shut the fuck up. You didn't almost die. I'm like, dude, I felt like I was dying. Like I literally felt like I was having a stroke or something. It was like,
I must have been in my own world because it's funny because
you guys were, because I started trying to be like a little faster. And then like, I felt like nobody was listening to me at all.
I don't have to go say what I had to say, but like I was definitely towards the end really trying to go faster because I could definitely see you were like, oh, JP's waiting.
It's because those two fuckers will talk 15 minutes each about a movie.
I feel like I need to go back and watch this because for what a lot of people don't know, we actually we recorded the whole video.
Oh yeah, you'll see me
podcast.
The whole time like this.
Like there's literally a podcast.
So like, uncomfortable.
It's
like
almost
dying.
8 hours of us on video, which I never put out. We never put out, but
we could realistically do like video for Patreon. Like,
I was actually even gonna like ask today, like, do you want to do a video one? Because I own all 10 of my movies, but I could have been like, hey, I got this.
Well, I think the plan was to, we'll do the video thing, and then like, you know, as the movies are, because I actually had all the Argento movies sitting next to me. Like I was going to show them,
never did it,
and then I fucking forgot to grab them.
I mentioned that drunk. Too. Yeah, I mentioned doing that too, and then I just never made my stack.
So stupid.
But whatever. Yeah, I owned all 10 of mine this time, so that was cool.
Like, because basically our recordings are all like available to be video now. I mean, with the Zoom, since we moved to Zoom from Skype, the video recording is included with the audio. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. I look really fucking white. Why do I look so white right now? Because like I'm generally a white.
You have a light. Do you have a desk lamp shining in your face?
No,
that's what it is. You can see the reflection on your posters going up in your face.
I actually don't have my regular light on me right now.
Are you on a laptop?
I am on a laptop.
It's your laptop screen light, like reflecting in your face. That's why you look white.
But I'm always on a laptop.
Yeah, I usually have my big.
Just because you got the lights on.
Salon light on me, which really kind of makes my whole room white. I actually don't have it on right now, so
you know what it probably is. I usually have it a little dimmer. Because I have one of those lights you can like control the color.
This room's weird. We have like one pole lamp like right in the middle of the room because my desk is right here, and then like to the left of me off screen, like my girlfriend's like work desk for school is.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah. So episode 274. This is actually a pretty interesting episode because how this is going to work. Obviously, you guys have read the header on this, what the episode's called. It's going to be our top 10 Italian horror films. But the catch is from what we reviewed through the first, 10 years of Italian Horror Month. So if we didn't review it, it's not eligible for anyone's list.
Luckily, we've pretty much reviewed like most of the best stuff.
Honestly, that messed me up. Actually, I had 3 because I knew Salo wasn't on. So just to throw that, I knew Salo.
We couldn't do a director spotlight on that director.
Yeah. There was 3 other ones that like I didn't even think about the director spotlight movie, but there was 3 others that would have at least been contenders that I was like, wow, they never did this movie.
I actually don't think that I would have any movies that we haven't reviewed on my
I'm
top
not
10.
saying they would have made my list indefinitely, but I would have definitely considered The Red Queen Kills 7 times. I would have definitely considered Mario Bava's Black Sabbath, and I
Mm.
would have definitely considered The Laughing Woman.
It's funny that we did two
Yeah.
volumes of Bava. We never did Black Sabbath.
That's why I was
It's
surprised. It's
interesting.
like, oh, they definitely did Black Sabbath. And I
Yeah.
was like, whoa, they didn't do Black Sabbath.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I would actually be curious to see what we're gonna do next year. We haven't really discussed it yet. But
If we end up doing
do we
another
go
Bob
back
episode-
to do we go back to director spotlights next year?
You know what? I mean, maybe that's something the listeners could hash out too. Like, just give us your opinions on. We could do a little bit of both, I guess.
Yeah.
Mixed in different type
Yeah,
of shows.
some variation. Like, just
I don't
like,
think-
again, just for example, like, I would love to do, like, The Laughing Woman or Red Queen Kills 7 times, but you couldn't do a director spotlight with either of those.
Right. And that's a good point, actually, because there's a lot of directors that we figured out that there's like two movies
or one movie.
like the guy that directed Zombie Holocaust only has like 2 horror films maybe or something like that, and it's like that we never did Zombie Holocaust. Not like it would probably make anyone's top 10 list, but I personally think that movie's fun as hell. But it's just one we never reviewed during Italian Horror Month because of that reason. So we could change up the format instead of doing 3 film director spotlights to getting some of these directors incorporated into Italian Horror Month that only have 2 exploitation / horror films, you know?
Yeah,
I think that's actually a good idea.
We could maybe do like one director spotlight and then like 3 other type of shows or something like that. But
Like Giallo Madness or
yeah,
I mean, there's even like we could do a zoology show of like Jaws ripoffs. Like
Yeah.
Italian Jaws ripoffs.
I actually don't mind that idea.
Yeah.
Because when you think of like the Italian horror lexicon,
Which would technically
like
be part 2 because we
rip-off
kind of did one.
movies, rip-off movies are part of Italian cinema. You know what I mean? The history.
As
of
weird
it.
as that sounds, like
Yeah.
So the other variable within this top 10 list is, since we just did the entire Dario Argento ranking, we didn't want to get redundant with that because let's face it,
See,
that was
it makes
8 hours.
sense. It makes more sense now after we recorded that show. Like, even if you didn't fully grasp the reason why me and Tyler didn't want to do it at first, after that show, it made me even want to do it less because I'm like, we just talked about all these.
No, I understood. I couldn't get the words out to express the fact that I couldn't believe that if
I
you
got
were
what
to
you were
incorporate
saying,
Argento in there, that they were all going to be on that list also.
Dude,
That's
it
what I
almost
couldn't
feels
wrap my head around.
It almost feels like
I wasn't
you would
even-
have 4 or 5 on your
Yeah,
list.
I
based
wasn't
on
even sorry.
how
yeah,
much you blew the last couple movies of.
I had
I wasn't even
6
sorry.
top,
Like
6 10 out of 10 Argento films.
Yeah.
I wasn't even suggesting that like everyone should do that. I was just thinking like, listen, I'm gonna have literally 5 Argento movies on this list, so I don't want everyone to know mine. So for myself, I'm not gonna.
See, I just didn't realize that you guys had Argento within the whole Italian realm that high. Like, if you were to compile
this is the
everything,
thing for me.
Argento would be taking over the top 10 also. I was like, holy shit. Like, it does make sense. But to me, you guys being the Argento guys makes a lot more sense to you, where I'm the Fulci guy. So then I was having a hard time wrapping my head around that. I'm like, I know for a fact if we incorporated Argento, I would have 2 in this list, 100%.
Yeah.
I would not be able to not incorporate 2 of them. So
I think the thing for me, and this is just like, when I like first like got into horror, like, and then when I mean got into horror, I mean like I stopped, like I wanted to be more than like the person that just like, you know, liked horror movies and watched what they could find. Like when I like delved into the internet and said like, okay, what are the good horror movies I don't know about? Argento was kind of like that first like level, like one iceberg person I saw. So like really early in my horror exploitation, I came across like all the Argento movies, and because of that, like I've watched those so many times, and they were such big gateway movies for me personally that they end up being some of my favorite movies. Period.
Yeah,
And
I
like
mean
when
that's kind of how it is for me. And to be honest, like the Argento ones, I've watched the most out of most Italian.
Yeah,
movies.
my top 5 Argento movies I've all watched like 7, like 8 times in the past like 10 years, at least.
Like there's a movie on there's a movie that isn't on my list for this top 10 list that in terms of rating should have made my list, but I didn't feel as strongly about that movie as I did the 9 other films on my list. So I actually removed that movie and put something else there that I am just more like into. And that's where the favorite aspect comes through, right? Because I may have rated that other movie a higher rating and think it might be a better movie than some of the movies on the list. But at the end of the day, I didn't feel strongly about it being a favorite of mine. So
exactly.
that's why it's not included. And I did do the due diligence and watch it just to see if I watch it again to see if like, okay, it's been a while. Maybe I should watch it and see if like it could be on my list since it has such a high rating. And ultimately, I do still think the movie's really good and really strong, and I like it a lot. But I just like these other movies more, so I skip it off.
Yeah, that's where the whole best versus favorite thing is so much easier for myself. It doesn't matter how often I explain this. Like you got to put a disclaimer before everything. But you always get the comments where there was a comment actually on the Argento show about, oh, you had Stendhal syndrome too low. And I'm like,
oh, really? Who said that?
I'm like, here we go.
That guy's a smart dude.
I'm like, here we go again. I'm like, this isn't a best of list. I think the Stendhal syndrome is, where it is on my list would be lower. If I was compiling a best of list, it would be better. It'd be higher. You know what I mean?
I just look at it this way because like, even if I'm making a list what I think are the best movies, it's best in my subjective opinion.
Right. I know. Well, at the end of the day,
that's where Dave Z is saying that they're the same thing.
They kind of are, I guess. Like
because the way I explain it in a nutshell is like there's no rules set in stone to what is the best. No matter how you talk about anything, art,
and
it's all subjective conversation. So it's all subjective conversation when it comes to anything art. That's why when you use the term best, it's kind of ludicrous because there really isn't nothing that is the best.
Is that there's nothing can be the best because it's just what you like. So it's like,
like I said, if we lived in a world that actually had concrete rules to what is the best, because I mean, it's ludicrous in thought, right?
Yeah,
but say there actually is.
I mean, we do. It's the Suspiria.
Okay, whatever. But again, coming full circle on the conversation, no matter how you talk about anything art, no matter what you're saying, is still a subjective opinion.
I would look at this as a question.
It's coming from your opinion, right? So it's subjective.
The whole point, for me, the whole point of like best versus favorite is best is when I take my personal likes and dislikes completely out of it and just look at it from the point of view of me trying to be like everyone else and just trying to take it in and see what is there. Whereas favorite is like me being completely biased and only caring about what I like.
Right. And that's the way I approach things. And I'll be the first to admit it. Like, see, for me, art to me is fun, right? It's supposed to be fun. So that's where my whole favorites come in. I don't really care what is like, I've never even thought about, the aspect of what is the best. Do I really care what is? I don't care what could potentially be the best horror film of all time. I don't care.
See, but when you boil that down, you could say that about like anything. Like, I really don't care what my favorite is either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't care what your favorite is.
Down to this.
No. I do. Like when it comes down to my favorites, like I tell people, with a smile on my face, open, like I'm like people, like I got asked a couple days ago on the picket line, like, what's your favorite horror film of all time? I said Dawn of the Dead. And like, I'm proud to say, and I always have to say 78 now, which bugs the fucking shit out of me. I always have to say 78. It drives me nuts. It's depending on who you're talking to.
I didn't know until that movie came out that it was a remake.
That's what I'm saying.
The average person doesn't know that at all. Especially he's like, imagine like, I mean, it's 2024. Like you could have been born in 2002. You would have no shit.
And that's what I'm saying. Like there is people out there that legitimately don't know that there was original film. Like they know Dawn of the Dead is 2004. And it's fine. I'm not disrespecting these people. It's everybody doesn't know everything about everything. It is what it is. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I know people who don't even know that like literally like dude, I've literally had people who like never even heard of Dawn, Day, Night of the Living Dead. Like there was this girl who was a big fan of The Walking Dead that I worked with.
Yeah, you told the story
She
before.
was like a big
Yeah.
zombie buff,
Yeah.
and I was like, "Oh, have you ever seen this? She literally, she made it seem like she was obsessed with zombies, you know. So I'm
Yeah.
like, "Have you ever seen any of these?" And I'm like, "Well, these are like the foundation of that shit you like."
Something
I mean, like literally though, like literally.
Yeah.
I kind of like to pose as a question to people, like as kind of like an exercise, is like, for example, let's take like 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's, I think, a lot of people that
Pick
are
a
really
different
into
movie.
film.
I've never.
I'm
even
just
seen
gonna. This is a good example. I think
it.
a
I
lot
haven't
of
seen
people.
it.
The
first like
it doesn't even matter. But
It doesn't
like,
matter? Okay.
yeah. So the example I'd say about that is like I think many film people would consider that amongst like the best movies ever made. Like I think that's a pretty popular opinion.
it is a popular opinion, to be honest.
That's all I'm. That's what I'm saying.
It's because it's so fucking. It's Kubrick being
But-
super artsy. Where the first 25 minutes, 30 minutes, there's no fucking dialogue.
Yeah, exactly. My point about that though is like but let's take Billy Madison for example, which is not as good as a made movie, but I love fucking Billy Madison. If you showed 100 random people 2001 and Billy Madison, I bet you like 75% of them like Billy Madison more.
I think you're probably right about that because
It's a good example.
and
again, going
listen,
best versus favorites because
but
honestly,
it's
Odyssey's
also
Like if
about-
that, like I think Odyssey is a better movie, but I've also Billy Madison's also one of my.
So are you taking?
It's apples and oranges, though. Really,
taking 100 random people,
100 random people, because like if we're applying it just to cinephiles, like we're talking about like such a small percentage of people. Like movies,
and you're totally right about that because literally
you can never control the experiment, though.
We're in a fucking bubble, right? Of cinema fans. If you really go outside of that bubble, dude, like most humans don't see movies as like art and like this beautiful
it's entertainment, and that's
thing.
it. And
it's
that's
like
perfectly
purely
fine,
entertainment, and like that's why you show. If
Which
you try
I'm
to
fine
show
with them
someone,
thinking like that, though.
Yeah, like it's perfectly
no.
fine. I'm not faulting anyone for not liking movies as much as I do.
Yeah,
98% of the world thinks like 98% of the world we're just weird. They think we're fucking weird.
Exactly.
Well,
So like that's kind of like my
definitely
philosophical question. Like it's ignorant of me to like think like I have like this like supreme arbiter opinion because I might be knowledgeable about film when like if you show these two movies to the average person, like the average person will like this one much more. Does that mean it's better? Maybe. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you're finally seeing it my way.
That's why
I love showing people shit outside the box.
Yeah, you're finally like seeing that like your opinion isn't that important and mine is like the most important. I get it.
Shut the fuk up. I love showing people.
I think the difference between me and a lot of people that are younger though is they start like jumping into like these art films and like thinking like they're more important because they've seen.
Well, that's the quintessential pitfall of all new cinema fans. When they start getting into it, except for me,
that's the product of having these Facebook groups and shit where they all have the same idea.
Yeah. I'm a unique example where I came up through horror. I watched nothing but horror for 8 years straight, and then I kind of gatewayed into other things. So like I came up like appreciating like things like that aren't just this like one specific thing and viewing that as art and seeing the merit in things like that.
I think if you're an Italian film fan, it's all gateways, right? Like because if you go back through the history of Italian directors, a lot of them were journeymen where they would direct police films. They would direct, spaghetti westerns, horror films, giallos and shit. So you were gatewaying all over the place. And a lot of people ask me like, holy shit, dude, like you have a lot of like other type of genre shit. I'm like, yeah, because these are the same directors. Like Martino dipped into everything. Fulci
and like
dipped into everything. And I'm like, this is all gateway. And this is how I became such a massive fan of crime Italian films and spaghetti. I always loved spaghetti westerns, but I didn't realize how broad it really was.
Right. Until about 4 years ago, I really got into spaghetti westerns and I realized like watching these, like this is like the same thing for me, like watching a giallo. It's like, these are great companion pieces. They're good for the same reasons. They have like these exaggerated violent spots. Like they have these morally ambiguous characters and they have fucking banging scores. It's the same movie. So, it doesn't matter that one's horror and one's not.
Right. Right.
Like for me, and obviously we are a horror podcast and we primarily focus on like 90% horror, 95 probably.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty known that Tyler's a big cinema fan, like all cinema. Moodz is as well, but I am as well. Like I love cinema in general. I just happen to focus on horror because it was my first love. But
sure.
I mean, before the show, we were talking about fucking Forrest Gump and Green Mile and shit like that. I love like all branches of cinema. Like I love war movies. I love westerns.
Yeah.
I love fucking action films of not modern ones, but I love action films from the dude. Modern action films are it's as dead as fucking teen sex comedies.
I think
Like,
90s were the peak of.
I'm actually glad that they don't make. Well, they don't make teen sex comedies anymore because the millennials have said they're not allowed to do that anymore. They're too.
offensive.
You guys
I'm not even joking. Like they literally
you
don't.
guys seen that movie Bottoms, or seen that movie like Booksmart?
No.
They are the most piss poor, like castrated versions of like what teen sex comedies were. Like Booksmart
That's a shame,
is like,
dude.
yeah,
It's a
like,
shame
like,
though, man, because sex
Dude, I
comedies.
grew up with the renaissance of the teen sex comedy,
yeah,
right?
like
you had
is,
the
like, literally,
80s
like,
teen sex
Booksmart
comedies,
is literally
and then
super bad if you cut its nuts off.
and then post American Pie, right? You started getting fucking Euro Trip and
Yeah, those were
fucking,
great. I think
just-
like The Hangover was the last.
The
one.
Hangover,
Like,
super bad. Like me and Tyler had the second great wave of teen sex comedies.
even like
The 80s was so good though, man. Like that shit, they were the most exploitive,
great in the
insane
80s.
narratives too. Like it's so fucking crazy. Like when you think about how ridiculous like sex comedies were, like everyone praises dude, this is such a fucked up thing, man. Everyone praises like Revenge of the Nerds. But dude, that movie's super rapey, man.
Dude, I was just talking.
It's so bad.
I think
Like,
I was
it's super-
talking to Dave Z about that at
That's how
Wasteland.
I felt
really?
about 16
'Cause,
Candles,
man,
too. Like I
yeah.
didn't see 16 Candles until I was like in my like maybe like
You know
late
what, man?
20s, early 30s. I was like, wow, this movie's fucked up.
A lot of comedies and sex film and like teen films from those days are like, honestly, you look at the narratives and you go, holy fuck, man. Like they wouldn't even have made that shit later in the 90s. Like it's like, it's like that. But like, I'm a massive John Hughes fan and I always will be. I think that guy, for an introverted personality that he was, to write the type of characters that will live on forever, and everybody can relate to these characters to the point where it's some of the best written films of all time. Say what you will about the actual movies, but like his writings and what he did for cinema, he's like an underappreciated hero. Like his name gets brought up and shit, but he really did some of the best work that just can go on forever.
He just has a way with making nostalgic films. I mean,
action movies really are. Like,
I mean, Home Alone. I mean, for fuck's sakes, man. Like, dude,
I love Home Alone. That was like the 90s movie you grew up with.
Dude, Home Alone is literally
Weird Science to me is like one of the funnest movies for me, because I remember watching that around the time it came out and being like, is that the dude from The Hills Have Eyes? I was watching movies that I shouldn't have been watching, right? Michael Berryman has appearance in that film, and I'd already seen The Hills Have Eyes. Like, that's fucked up, right? I'm like, is that the guy from The Hills Have Eyes?
I probably saw that the last time I saw Weird Science. I probably hadn't seen The Hills Have Eyes yet. My mom recommended me Weird Science at Blockbuster. She's like, you'll like this movie, and recommended me Weird Science.
Yeah, Weird Science came out in...
Like, most people probably say, like, oh, my dad, like, showed me, like, this crazy... My mom, like, when I was 5 years old, made me watch Nightmare on Elm Street. And, like, I went to school, like, the next day and told all my teachers, and they were like, wow!
Dude, I was actually having this conversation the other day with a couple guys and about watching movies way too young. Like, now when I think back on it, the shit that I was watching in the later 80s, and I was still really young, but I was so infatuated with cinema that I just couldn't get enough. So I was just like watching everything, because I was lucky enough to have a friend that they had a satellite dish and they used to record all their movies off the movie channels. So it was just everything that was coming out. They would record fucking literally everything. So I remember watching like, Showaguchi films, and like, we got obsessed with like ninja films, like Revenge of the Ninja and like fucking, Pray to Death and like all these films and like, and Enter the Ninja and shit. Like I was like obsessed with this shit. And I'm like thinking back on it, I'm like, I was pretty fucking young to be watching that shit.
I was definitely like able to rent like stuff at Blockbuster when I was way too young.
Yeah. Well, I had a mom and pop store that was very close to my place that they were really cool, man, because they generally wouldn't rent out, the exploitive horror films or whatever it was to like really young kids, but they liked me. And I've told the story on here before that I would go there and rent everything. And the last fucking movie I ever rented because this cover scared the shit out of me happens to be Demons, the shirt that I'm rocking right now. I never rented it because the cover scared the shit out of me. I'm like, I'm not, it was so gooey and gross. I'm like, I'm not, it was that, that old cover, right? And
I would find covers like that and my mom would have goaded me into it. Dude, it's funny to like think back on that. It's like, it's not like I was ever like sneaking it by anyone either. Like I would be with her every time and she would just like be like, yeah, my kid can rent this movie.
Right.
That's fine. But I remember like the first pair of tits I ever saw in a movie was in Titanic and like her freaking out like when that
Really?
Titanic, man. I remember seeing it in the theater with my girlfriend at the time, Tessa.
My mom never really gave a fuck about nudity.
I was surprisingly on the end of that also growing up.
She didn't give the fuck about anything else, but apparently she cared about a pair of tits.
No,
I don't know. That's an I don't understand America's obsession with like kids like seeing a tits. Like what the fuck is it? You think it's gonna like melt their brain?
Well, that's the hyperbole. That's
like literally the thesis of funny games. They're like making fun of movies that they're making fun of that's why like it's actually genius that he remade that movie in English because he was making fun of like violent American movies that just like show like violence by just not showing any on-screen violence and like not letting like the stupid things that happen in movies happen.
I think a lot of it has to do with the old school mentality though too, because like violence was always so much more accepted.
Yeah,
sex.
That's
so
like if you look at the European theory, like they let they're way more lenient with like the human body. So like it's kind of like the thesis. Like, why are you guys okay with like watching like this happen? This guy gets his head blown off.
Very
like,
opposite.
Yeah. Like God forbid they see a nipple.
But that was always the thing. Like I remember parents even saying shit like, "Hey, you'd be talking to somebody else and like, oh, is that movie okay for my kid to watch? Does it have sex and nudity?" And that was the only question. They didn't care that someone was decapitated or blown up
or violence, right?
What's it?
Probably.
Don't they make that joke in video violence? I just watched it for the first time in October. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah, they do actually.
It's also,
it's such a like.
It also like musicians
oddball.
have dealt with that too, where they're like, you're okay with watching Arnold Schwarzenegger kill 100 people with an Uzi, but like my lyrics about the hood are too bad.
Well, it honestly, man, like one thing that's always kind of drove me nuts about when we're watching movies and stuff, like this is all fiction, no matter what you're watching, for the most part, it's all fiction. You know what isn't fiction? Is the fucking news. Is the most depressing thing in the world. It's all doom and gloom. It's all doom and gloom. It's all real life shit. But like no one ever says anything like, "Hey, let's ban the news." It's so depressing.
They need to ban the news.
It's bad. But it's just like what they report on. It's like because nobody wants to know who won the dog show. They want to know who killed the dog, right? And that's how the world mentality works. Like nobody wants good news. They want the bad news. So the news reports all the bad shit, but it's real life shit. And you got these people that are complaining about Schwarzenegger, killing 400 people in Total Recall. But then you'll sit down and
careful with that N bomb.
With the N-bomb. And like, it's just, it's so baffling to me where people are so acceptive of that verse, like the other side of the coin. It's so bizarre to me, man. Like the fucking news is so depressing and it's real. Like who's gonna sit down with their parents? Like people are willing to like sit down, eat their Domino's pizza, their Papa John's, family occasion, watch the fucking news, but they're never gonna throw on that Schwarzenegger movie. Makes no sense to me. Makes no sense to me.
Well, the news is just opinion pieces and that now. Like,
well, back in our day,
it's fucking rough, bro.
Like, back in our day, though, like it was
is scary.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, a lot of it's biasm and a lot. Like,
in America, at least, like mainstream media is just like pick your bias.
Right.
Yeah.
But like back in the day, like even if you're watching local news, like, you know, news that was happening in my city and shit, it's like, it's all depressing, dude. It's like, dude, there's so much violence out there and shit. You're like, damn. But, you know, most people can separate, you know, the fiction from the nonfiction. But again, going back to the argument of people just, it's the hypocrisy in it, man. It's a total hypocrisy. It's just, I'm not going to get into it, but it's just like my views on religion. But it's a hypocrisy because, you know, you can fucking, you know, go one way, but then denounce another way. And it's such bullshit. So, you know.
Yeah, I agree. So to move on to something else, any news happen? I feel like we don't talk about news that often anymore, but
we're trying to get a little bit more modern, aren't we? Like we've come to the conclusion that our show is not modern.
You brought up news, right? And so I'm like, it reminded me of the news, but I don't really ever want to go back to having a news like full blown like segment with like every article that came out, mainly because I don't feel like doing the work.
Dude, you know what's really funny you bring this up? So I was editing the last show and I still have all the intros from all the other segments that we used to do, like the news when I had the intro for the news and the outro. We had the dub intro that I'd made with all the clips and shit.
Which you never want to do another dub again.
Maybe one day if I get the hank and I'll be like, maybe I just want to throw this intro in there. We'll do that. But it had like all these intros.
The Italian Stallion one that I made back in the day?
Yeah.
With the Cannibal Holocaust music over it. That shit was pretty cool. And the one news one I made was pretty cool too. Mm-hmm. It was just clips of like news anchors in fucking see the big difference with me and you when it comes to like the like sampling shit and stuff. You're way better at it than me, so it's good that I just stopped doing it and you started doing it. But also, I can make half decent stuff, but it's probably going to take me like 3 times the amount of time that it takes you.
Yeah, that was always my problem when like I tried to like start a podcast like years ago. Is I was had to be producer and I was like,
you do like such good work producing. Like we have the best producer.
So honestly, sometimes Italian month is always the hardest to produce because
it's in Italian a lot
of times I don't want to. I have done it before, but when we did the Coffin Joe show, I put the stuff in Spanish or whatever.
Yeah, well, that or
in Portuguese, they speak Portuguese in Brazil. Sorry. So I put that in there, but it was kind of funny because remember we had that listener. He's from Brazil and he's like he translated everything and left comments. He's like, "That's really cool that you left that in there." And I was like, "That's fucking cool." But yeah, like Italian month can be tough because a lot of the trailers you can't find English dub ones, and so I don't really want to use those samples. Even when I did the zombie for Zombie 3, 4, and 5, they're all music trailers. There's no fucking sample. I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't find anything. I'm like, this is crazy. So I just used basically Dawn of the Dead, aka Zombie and Zombie 2.
Yeah, but the Argento one was great. Like where it just starts off with like now sitting down with this filmmaker Dario Argento. You know, it's just like
I wanted to keep it simple.
Very like important. It made him feel very important. You know,
it was a clip I found actually a couple years back and I remembered about it where he did an interview on an American talk show and he obviously the guy was speaking English, but Argento was out there speaking English and stuff and it was pretty cool. And I was like, I need to use this sometime. And then when the ranking came out, I was like, oh fuck, it got me thinking. I'm like, that's the perfect clip for it because it introduces him and it talks about, and I thought it was so perfect because you hadn't heard the intro before you did the thumbnail. And I used the clip of where he says, you know, Argento can out psycho, and your thumbnail literally had Argento with the knife, which is like doing the whole psycho thing. And I'm like, that's so fucking weird that was not planned.
I had a fucking tough time with that thumbnail. Oh man, because I cut Argento out of a picture, and then I made the background transparent so that I could fit the posters on there. And originally what I was going to do was just like a collage, like how I do with the regular posters where I put them all like tilted different ways. Like it looks like they were just thrown on the table. But because of like the outline, it was really hard to like fit them in there. So I just kind of put them more like standing straight up and stuff. But it was I don't know, it was a pain in the ass. I couldn't get them because I was trying to get them all on screen but all the same size because I didn't want ones bigger than others.
Right.
So it was like I had to like keep resizing them to basically get like no empty space and have them all on there. It was tough.
Is there a way to like put everything onto the background and then just resize everything at one time, or do you have to do it individually?
No, individual.
Yeah.
Well,
see, that
there may
sucks.
be a way.
You have to do it in layers, right?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I'm all self-taught. Like I did
Right.
not learn Photoshop or anything. This is all just shit that I got better at. And you could see it in my thumbnails. Like they progressively get better over the years, you know?
Right.
Yeah, like
Right.
yeah. I mean, you do anything over time, like you're gonna get better
Yeah.
at it.
Like I mean, there's some ones that I'm like genuinely impressed by sometimes where
Mhm.
I'm like, dude, this is like some shit that I would pay someone to do sometimes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, some of those
Some of my
thumbnails are
favorite
really
ones,
good.
some of my
Really good.
favorite ones, at least since I've been on that you did that I've noticed, they're the cat and dog ones. I remember like thinking like, wow, these are really fucking cool. I remember
Yeah.
like my mom's a real cat person, and I sent
Yeah.
like that show to her. And I was like, oh yeah, I just joined this podcast. It's already been around for 11 years. And she was like, this is like really good. Like she was like impressed by like the production value.
I like all the zoology ones. They always turn out really good. I like the designs. I'm like, actually, this Italian one, it looked really good. It's kind of
yeah,
cool.
I
to
went
see
a
in
little
the show.
overboard with the crocodiles a little bit.
I like that.
There's a lot of them, and there's
I
even
feel like you
more.
put your passion in the zoology ones because that's like your baby.
Well, it's also just resources, right? Like there's a lot of pictures of crocodiles out there.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
So
There's only
those
so
are
many
easier
pictures
to do.
of,
That's the
like-
same thing with sampling for the
Yeah.
intro too. Like, I mean, if I don't have the resources, it won't turn out whatever.
right.
But with the Argento one, I didn't want to sample every movie. I wanted to keep it. The point of that was to keep it simple.
Yeah.
And like, it was kind of cool that somebody did mention that they really liked the one for the zombie franchise because they use that like hard industrial stuff on that one, and it was kind of cool.
So another thing on the thumbnail, and I had this problem with the zombie films. So sometimes it's just hard to find good quality images of scenes from the movie
Right.
that are
sure.
actually fit somewhere on the thumbnail, because a lot of times you have the three posters, so the space that you're working with is tough, right? Because some things just don't fit right. So there's been pretty much every thumbnail. I should record myself making one time. Just
That'd be cool.
Explain
A
my thought
tutorial?
process.
Tutorial. Yeah.
No, just like kind of explain what I'm doing, because there's a lot of just me putting stuff somewhere, not liking it, deleting it, and just I download like 3 times the amount of images that actually make it onto the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Like sometimes there's been images that I want on the thumbnail really bad sometimes, like an iconic thing from the movie that I found like a good quality of, but it just doesn't fit anywhere. So I have to,
it's
like, scrap
heartbreaking,
it.
and like you have to be like mature enough to like be able to tell yourself like this is not going to work no matter how much I want it
Yeah.
to.
Well, sometimes I know I could do bit more with it or make it better, but after like a couple hours, sometimes I just have to call it and just go with what because it's not working.
a concession.
But that's what a cool thing about the show too is, like, it's not just one person doing everything. You know what I mean?
It really is a collab. Well, actually, it makes me having this conversation about what we're doing on the show. Tyler, what do you do on the show?
I show up.
That's because I haven't gave him any responsibilities yet. Once I get him to start uploading the show.
So maybe if we ever bring out merch again or something,
Put me
If we
in
bring
charge
out
of
merch.
marketing. Put me in charge of marketing because that's
I want to bring
Dude,
out patches.
fucking market us, bro.
I want to
I
bring
need the
out.
resources. Give me some.
I want to
business
bring out
cards.
patches. I want to get patches made up. I actually want to get like Dickies button-up shirts that have 22 shots and all of our nicknames right there. Like you've
Dude,
seen my
sick.
or hoodie,
I
right?
actually-
Where I have
yeah,
Moodz
that's
written on
pretty
it.
cool.
You
I
see the
have
Moodz is written on
marketed
there, but do those in a like a Dickie style with the 22 shots logo. Just keep it really simple. Black, our nicknames, 22 shots. And that would be fucking awesome. I would
And
wear
with
that
an
every day.
Italian horror month patch.
Yeah, I actually like
Right
have
on the fucking shoulder.
I have
Only are.
marketed us in certain places though, but it's like unfortunately, I feel like it's kind of in places where like people think I'm an idiot for having the audacity to not like for like having the audacity to like some of the movies that I like.
Yeah.
Like where they're just not going to take it serious. Like, oh yeah, that's fine. You guys have fun with that.
I just never feel like really getting out there and promoting anymore. Like that's kind of why our listeners haven't really gained a lot over the past couple years. I mean, but it is fascinating. It's like we gain and lose listeners all the time. Like longtime people, like people that listen for like 6 years will just like you guys were talking about Zaza the other day or earlier today.
Earlier today. Yeah, I was like,
I haven't seen her
someone
in
mentioned
years.
that.
I know.
I was like, yeah, like someone. I remember, like, I actually like had interactions with her, like on Facebook. Like,
She commented on
awesome,
every
dude.
show, and we knew
her.
that she listened because she would comment about shit in the beginning and to the end of the show. And I'm like, man, she's literally listening to the
She
entire.
was cool.
I will say, like, when I woke up and saw like someone had mentioned her, I was like, oh yeah, I do remember her. And I actually went to the Facebook page and searched her name to see like when the last time she interacted was. And it looks like whatever Facebook she was using is deactivated now.
Maybe she just got off Facebook.
I mean, I think a lot of people that are a little bit older, like, I mean, I don't use my other Facebook account. I just have my newer one just because I have the podcast groups. Right?
I think
so
a lot of people
interact
too
on Facebook
that are like maybe like now in their 30s that got on Facebook when they were like 20, like have kind of like, okay, like maybe like this isn't really me anymore.
Yeah.
Like I love those like posts are like 11 years ago you said this. It's like a free chance for me to like scrub the Facebook of stupid shit.
It does suck though.
Like 21 now.
It does suck. I mean, yeah, you can get rid of your Facebooks and stuff, but it would be nice to still. Some of these people might still be listening, but the comments is where it's really at.
Yeah.
To let us know that you're still alive, like just
Yeah, dude. If you've been a long time listener and you haven't interacted in a long time, drop a comment on the YouTube video and let us know you're still out there listening because
we had a comment.
So many of these people like have supported us for so long they watched me grow up kind of, you know what I mean? I was just like 22 when I started this thing. And
JP was an itty bitty JP and now he's a bigger JP.
Like I am not even I'm not even bullshitting. I literally remember like driving to go like random DVD picking, like listening to episode 1 on the way there with like my brother in the car.
I can't even imagine what those episodes sounded like.
I think I found the podcast at like episode like 2 or 3, maybe 4.
Wow, that was super early.
It was very early. Very early, like I think it was honestly 2, but I remember, like driving, like I used to go to this little town and I used to like there was a little store. This is when I only had DVDs. I wasn't even Blu-ray yet, so this would have been like really early. It would have been like the first like calendar year of the podcast. Crazy. And it was like a year previously before that I was like, I'm only gonna collect DVDs, and that was when it was still fun when I owned nothing, so I could go to like FYE at the mall and buy random DVDs for $5 and didn't own shit. But then like I like really like picked out what Screen Factory was, and that's what shifted me. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna buy DVDs anymore. I'm just gonna buy Blu-rays. But I remember, driving to this little city, to this little store I usually would go DVD picking, like listening to episode 1.
That's sweet.
Wow.
But yeah, definitely if you're still out there, drop us a line.
We had a comment on a video. I think it was, I'm not sure. It was one recently, and someone said that they've been listening to the show for like 10 years. So I was like, maybe I recognize the name, but I was like,
I saw that. I saw that. It was like, oh shit. I checked for the comments to see if anybody says anything I should interact with. But
don't be offended. Or something. Yeah, don't be offended because I forget shit. Like I forget names so easily, and a lot of times when I respond to comments, which I try to respond to everything, I don't actually look at the name. Sometimes I just respond to the comment. I've been doing that, so like I'm not even absorbing it. So
like the time you responded to me.
There you go. That's a great example of me not looking at the name. I'm just responding to the comment because that's what's important to me. I don't really care about the name, but like, so whatever. Yeah, great example.
I go back and listen to the comments. So if you want me to answer something or like respond to my nonsense, I will do it. Someone on a SYN Bin show, if you also listen to that, recommended I watch like the original of a movie that I said I was going to review, and I actually went and did it.
Yeah, you did. Oh,
So
one
I
thing that
do-
I will say to the listeners out there, if you haven't checked out the SYN Bin podcast, definitely do so. I think it's a really cool show. And also, I am doing a giveaway on there that is an Italian horror film, probably at the end of the year. Basically, it is Delirium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good release. Good release.
So, giving that away because I accidentally ordered 2 copies. But you should check out this month's episode, which will probably be out in like a week's time or so, right? Because we record on Wednesday.
We'll try to get it out before the month turns over.
Yes. We're doing the Italian horror month special over there with the Forgotten Giallo Volume 7 box set, the whole thing. So it's a good episode to check out if you're enjoying these Italian horror month shows.
It's been like a tough transition, I think, for some fans of this show or listeners from this show going over to SYN Bin, because there's a wider range of genres being talked about on there, and I understand
we're
why
talking
people
about everything from westerns to fucking everything.
well, basically everything
high
that
concept art films.
Vinegar Syndrome, what they offer. I mean, Vinegar Syndrome does a lot of horror and exploited films, but they do other things too. But like it's also incorporating the sister labels, which is a variety of type of shit. Like Tyler always picks like the art house geek films.
Yeah, I was
like
gonna
when we
say,
do-
like, I know I'm probably a smaller slice of the audience, like for sure, but like I love film movement. Film movement is Criterion Junior for me, or Vincent does film movement, or Vincent does Criterion, which is great for me. Like, and I like all these movies, so yeah, I'm usually picking something in that realm. So if you like me like spouting off about my like art house movies,
I still think like the one comment that we had where somebody commented like, yeah, I don't understand this show. I think it's a terrible idea because it's not sustainable. And I'm like, how is a show based off a label not sustainable not gonna work? It totally does. It's totally sustainable because there's so much product.
Like I trust Vincent living out a lot of these other labels.
I think it might be coming from a little bit of naivenism in a sense, because I don't think this person realizes how long Vinegar Syndrome's actually been around for.
Yeah, and physical media in terms of like the collector aspect is at an all-time high.
Yeah,
it's not even on a decline yet.
Well,
but I think it might be misconstrued though too, because like when we're talking about Vinegar Syndrome, maybe they weren't getting the point of the sister labels too, where that's always changing. We know that, but there's so many films that we could possibly be doing every month. We couldn't do everything.
Dude, Vinegar Syndrome could stop releasing shit right now, and we could still review Vinegar Syndrome films for the next like 10 years.
Absolutely, dude. Like absolutely.
Vinegar Syndrome ain't going anywhere. If you really think about what companies are releasing,
they do so well.
Who do you have more faith in being around in 5 years? Like Scream Factory or like Vinegar Syndrome?
Well, Scream Factory for me is fallen right off the face of the planet.
I think they're pretty much going to eventually like stop putting out
what's saving Scream Factory now is the Shout Factory releases, not the that's what's saving them. Yeah,
no,
Shout Factory has the better releases.
Them is the bundles, like with the posters and stuff, because they have these whales that will come in and keep them afloat just based on that shit.
Like,
the problem is with
they have a niche sandbox though. Like as much as I might not be a fan of like a lot of these films, like they're releasing like those like 2010s, like 2009 films that like I might already have on catalog Blu-ray or something like on 4K.
Right. My biggest concern with Scream Factory is the fact that like all they're doing right now for the most part is re-releasing films. They're not releasing anything unique, and that's because they're burnt out on their catalogs
too, like stuff that just came out. You know what I mean?
I'm not a big like. I'm only gonna buy something like that if I really love the film. So the market has really changed for me. I'm not upgrading all my older Scream Factory to 4K because I'm just not doing it. I'm just not doing it.
Yeah, I do them by occasion.
I think they have the odd cool release like the J horror box set that they put out recently, but I think that like in general, like they have been I'm just so uninterested in them now, like in terms of like what I actually pick up. Like I don't pick up barely anything from them.
I pick up more from Shout.
What did they release for J-Horror? What did they release?
Yeah, like I was
J-Horror Rising.
That was Arrow.
Was that an Arrow? No. What it is that erotic ghost movie.
Oh, that box
coming
set.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
I
that's-
keep
that's
the Cat 3 box set.
That's
The Cat 3 box set.
I didn't know that. That's actually a good release.
Yeah,
I actually have the Cat 3 box set that they just released. It's actually really cool because it's got the erotic ghost story 1, 2, and 3 in it, which is cool because I think part 3 is actually from 92, which is
not counting.
Those are fun movies.
upgrades. And like this is from someone who literally got into collecting because of Scream Factory. Not counting upgrades, the last release I bought from Scream Factory was Private Parts.
Yeah.
That's
It's
you know
like,
what, man?
It's pretty crazy when I can have an update with over 100 fucking boutique labels and have more Shout Factory releases than Scream Factory releases.
Shout Factory's
it's pretty
been
good.
Up. Shout Factory's been solid. Shout Factory put out a Deer Hunter 4K. They put out what's that? The movie with Jack, like the Sailor Jack Nicholson movie on 4K. Like they're not bad. I bought a lot of Shout Factory.
I just think that like Severin and Arrow.
Well, actually,
not even Arrow. Arrow has been on a downcline for me for years, though, too. Like they put out releases that I like,
right?
But they don't put out an abundance that I'm going out of my way to buy all the time. Like I'm really not.
I think they're moving into like that late 2000s, early 2010s. It looks like that's kind of like.
I feel like they're moving into just like a popular movie phase. Yeah, where they're just releasing a lot of like popular stuff.
They sold the company, right? It's new owners.
Really? You know what I gotta say, JP?
I think so. Well, Criterion's had new owners for like 3 months, and like in the couple months that like we've had new owners at Criterion, we've gotten Happiness, we've gotten Gummo, we've gotten the Gregoraki set. Like they're I think they're on the pulse.
So that video that I sent you from CHH, the YouTuber Christian Hannah Horror.
Yep,
where he was interviewing the dude from TerraVision, like the guy. So it's a really you would love this interview, man, because I learned actually a fuck ton in this interview because I didn't realize that he was the guy that used to work for Vinegar Syndrome and brought in a ton of their titles. But then he's also the guy who's responsible for bringing in a tons of the Visual Vengeance titles, the offshoot of Wild Eye. So he did all those titles, and like this guy his methods and how he brings in films, I was like just blown away, man. But he is fucking cool.
He's a hound.
We should interview him.
The consensus.
He was happy to talk about it. He was a hound. Like he seemed like really happy with how he got the spookies.
He didn't leave Vinegar Syndrome on bad terms. He left because he felt like, he definitely pointed in the direction of they're releasing some studio films that I don't really 100% agree with. Because remember when there was a couple releases that came out and were like, okay, so that's very odd for
Showgirls, fucking
Roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
I think Roadhouse was the title that actually got the ball moving on him to do the TerraVision thing. And he's like, this isn't what I want to do anymore and I get why Vinegar Syndrome's doing it because those are big titles that are going to sell and you can start releasing more, but he just wasn't into it, but want to do the TerraVision thing too. Man, really good interview actually. Like,
I think
the content within it was really good.
It's
TerraVision's one of my favorite current.
One thing that like I found really authentic about that interview too is like he really doesn't like slipcovers like at all. He like thinks that whole like
he's like actually against slipcover. He doesn't understand the whole slipcover culture of people like
he's like
they do slipcovers because he knows they sell, but he's like at the same time he's like I wouldn't fucking do slipcovers if it didn't even like matter to other people. He's like I don't give a fuck, and I'm the same way, dude. Like because I actually
have like ruined the fucking.
They kind of have, and like I'm not even gonna lie, like I'm guilty. I can't even really criticize people because I will watch like the slipcover count on like certain like releases at Vinegar Syndrome. I will like if at all possible, I will wait till I can buy.
I'm glad that you brought this up. I'm glad that you brought this up, dude. For the longest time, for somebody that owns a shitload of Vinegar Syndrome, I didn't realize that there was actually a point when you click on a film to buy, you can click the standard or because it automatically goes to the slipcover version. So I just bought it. I always thought that once the slipcovers ran out, then it was just standard. That's what you bought. But you can actually pick. I didn't even realize that you could actually pick a difference.
Like,
what the fuck?
I won't not buy a movie because it doesn't have a slipcover. Like I'm not psychotic like that. But there's like certain movies like, man, I would like
I like
to
that
own
adjective.
This. Yeah, like I would like, but there's certain movies where it's like, I'd like to own this movie. I definitely want to own this movie.
I
Do I
think that
necessarily
it was-
want to pay full price? No. So I'm going to wait it out. But if I have to buy it full price.
Well, okay, so this is my thing with the slipcovers is that I've learned from watching a lot of these newer YouTubers, and I bounce around because I feel like it gives us content for the show though too. So I'm watching a bunch of these guys who have started collecting more or less in the 4K region. So like they're buying everything on 4K. They never bought the original Screen Factory releases, but they're buying everything on 4K and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but what I've become to learn, that's fine. You're just younger. But what I've learned from a lot of these guys, that they're passing on films because the slipcover sold out.
Well, that's stupid. That's
it's not even about the movie. It's not about the movie anymore. It's not about the movie. It's about the media.
That was Brad's point on that interview.
Why?
Which I definitely agree with. I would never not buy a movie.
Absolutely. I would never pass on a movie. So I'm going to tell this. So I passed purposely because I actually got asked this a couple days ago. They're like, did you pick up the new Trick or Treat Synapse, whatever sub-label release? And I said, absolutely not. I didn't. And they're like, why? And I'm like, well, first of all, it was already like 70 plus shipping. It was going to cost me $110 for that release. And I'm like, you know what? And I know Synapse and their bullocks. What they do is they always say they're not going to put out a standard, and they always fucking do. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to get the standard for $35 when it comes out.
It's not Synapse this time, though.
It's through Synapse. It's their sub label.
I don't even think it's a sub label. I think they're just distributing it, just based on like talking to Felsher. But
either way, like the same.
But the cool thing about this,
it doesn't matter.
Thing about this one is they announced the standard edition.
I know.
Yeah,
and
like the same.
Of course they were going to, because they sold out. They sold out of all three variants of the cover and the nice deluxe edition in no time. Why would you not drop a standard? Because this is obviously a big seller for them. And a lot of people have the same mentality as me. They're like, especially if you live in Canada, where it's already going to cost you $40 more. Wait for the standard. I'm fine with the standard for that because Trick or Treat is not an all-time favorite. I think that I do respect people wanting these big deluxe editions and stuff. I like the movie, but it's not $110 worth of a movie for me. And I'm fine with that, dude. I'm completely fine. And if I don't even get a slipcover, I'm even more happy with it. I don't give a fuck. I just want the movie on Blu-ray.
I care a little bit, but I wish I didn't. And if I didn't care, I would literally just buy every standard edition instead, because it's like $4 cheaper on Vinegar Syndrome's website. You know what I mean? So I'm aware. I care a little bit to where I will spend the extra and get that slipcover.
I sometimes will look at things where I'm not going to pass on a movie if it doesn't. I'm never going to do that. But like,
I'll never do that. But I care enough to like pay a little extra for a slipcover
if it's different than the artwork underneath.
Oh,
if you're getting more for it, these companies that release slipcovers that are identical to their art underneath without reversible,
the only company
fucking pointless.
That's mainly like catalog titles.
It's almost
Kino too.
Kino does it sometimes. Kino is hit miss with the reverse.
The thing about Kino though, I'm never complaining about Kino because like as someone who collects,
they're one of the best.
Yeah, like as someone who collects, like I realistically, other than like stuff for the Vincent show, like I literally only buy movies that are on sale. So like I'll buy Kino like 4 times
and they have the best sales.
Yeah, like I'm not complaining about buying this 4K for $17.99 or less.
Well, it's even better with their standard DVDs.
Yeah,
like, dude, Kino is the only label in the game that actually legitimately has real fucking sales.
Well, and that's the thing I love about Kino too, is because like Kino sales,
Scream Factory sales have been better lately.
They have been better, but the thing is, like,
I never order from Scream Factory because their shipping sucks.
I own a lot of the things that Scream Factory.
Yeah, that same with me too. But speaking of which, I did want to bring this up. So I did order from Scream Factory last week, actually, really? And just 2 things. The Universal Horror Volume 4 and 5, which I didn't own, and I was so bummed because they were on sale for like $34 or something. And so I picked up the 2 that I didn't own, but the 6th volume is out of print, and those ones are going out of print too. But I can't find the fucking 6th volume for a cheap price now. It just pisses me off.
I know that's why I didn't want to buy that like Forgotten Giallo 6. Like I don't own any other ones. I don't want just like volume 6. You know what I mean?
This is why I'm a box set
horror. Like, you can borrow mine.
This is why I'm a box set horror, because if I want a box set, because all box sets go out of print relatively quicker than standard releases,
because
whatever,
like
right?
one movie has to go out of print, and they have to like put the whole thing out of print.
This is why I buy box sets, because I'm like, I'm not sitting on that. I'm not fucking like. I remember when they announced the Nashi Volume 1, I was like, I was pre-ordering that thing before it was even up for pre-order. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm grabbing this thing like a motherfucker.
I did that with like the Halloween and Friday the 13th box sets.
Yeah, I smashed pre-ordered those.
Which is funny, the Friday series, you can still get that box set for a pretty decent price.
Can you? I don't even know.
I actually saw it the other day on Amazon, the same set for really cheap.
L on that set though, because like when that set came out, I already owned that like Best Buy like Steelbook thing, and I was like, no, I want the Screen Factory one.
Yeah, well, I bought like 9 different box sets of Friday.
It's definitely better. Like it's 100%
individual cases. It's a nice set. It honestly is a nice set. They did a good job with the Friday the 13th and the Halloween series. If you're a big fan of Halloween,
cases. I'm not. That's like right behind me. I will criticize these people like often. They do.
But my Halloween 4 disc is still fucked up.
Yeah,
they never sent me the replacement for it in the set. It's still fucking. It still does what it does, and I'm like, oh my god. But
I'll criticize
because it sucks anyways.
Me just to prove I'm not a fucking mark.
Yeah.
Like these people sometimes make the dumbest shaped box sets, and they don't put them in
Godzilla
cases. I don't even own that one. But I
still don't own the Godzilla because it's such a gaudy box set. I'm like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up either because it doesn't have the English cuts.
I know
that's horrible.
Can't see.
Yeah, well, that's the fun of the Godzilla films.
I know.
Look at this piece of shit. Like it's like a fucking board game, and then you got to take it out like it's a with this fucking.
It looks like a vinyl.
Yeah, exactly. Then you got to take it out with the fucking ribbon, and then like there's some special features in here, but then you got to like open it like this, and it's not good. Like I'm sorry, like I have this to put it here, but I don't think a lot of people have a collection where they can just put this like thing like this. Mm-hmm. The Bergman set over here has 38 movies, so I understand like more of a format like this, but like you did not need to make this look so stupid and awkward like for fun.
Yeah, dude, that's a pretty shitty box set.
This does have 15 movies though. I'll give them that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that like the whole slipcover thing, I just miss when it just nobody thought about it and it wasn't a thing, and if you got one it was like cool, this is cool, but like when it became a thing, it's just like I feel like our priorities are in a stupid place.
Yep, I definitely agree with that, and that's why I love Slipcover Steve, because he completely just satirizes the whole thing. And I love like every time he posts a video in that Vincent group, a bunch of people just like expose that they just like don't know what sarcasm is.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people also just read the title and don't click on the video.
This is so funny, dude. Like the last one I watched you saying stuff was like, yeah, Vincent should not sell these at conventions. They should burn all other copies. No one's eyes besides mine deserve to be on there.
So another thing that I wanted to talk about, since we were talking about like companies and stuff, is Severin announced 10 of their Black Friday titles. Yeah. And it seems to be most people are pretty lukewarm on the Severin titles.
It's not even that the titles themselves are bad. It's just all 4K upgrades for everybody.
Yeah, it's like that. It's I think there's a couple non-re-releases, but it's mainly re-releases.
Well,
right?
This Satan's Mask, the Bava film, is a first time release, which is the only one I'm going to pick up, because as much as I love Rats, do I really need to see Rats and Fork? No, not for
the price that they have.
It's stupid. So I'm not.
You can wait a year and get it half off. That's the thing about these. Like the last 2 years, they got me. Last year, I bought Cemetery Man. Like I felt like I didn't care. I'm gonna buy the Cemetery Man. And the year before that, they got me with Four Flies and Grey Velvet. Like, I don't care. I'm going to buy their Gen 1 4K, even if you trick me into FOMOing, which I'm actually impressed that they really haven't been able to buy that movie outside of like sales like this, like since then. Yeah. So they really did kind of make good on their word about it.
So yeah, the titles are Mask of Satan, which is Lamberto Bava.
Yeah. It's actually a remake. It's a remake of his dad's film. It's a remake of his dad's film. So
I thought this was a pretty cool title, Antiviral. Of course the Brandon Cronenberg's directorial debut. on 4K. I probably won't upgrade because I own it on Blu-ray.
Yeah,
but if it's at a sale or something for like $15, I might do that.
right.
And then Night Train Murders, which I do love, but I'm fine with the Blu-ray for now. Again, that's like another one. If it was like on sale, I might get it. Thong Girls, is that a brand new title? I don't remember anybody releasing that before.
I think that's is that a Franco film? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a first time release too.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a first time one. Last Cannibal World, which is what's the other title of that film?
Jungle Holocaust.
Jungle Holocaust, yeah. That is the Diodato film. Now the thing is, like, they did like perfectly lean heavy into Italian films for Italian horror month, it seems.
Dude, I thought the same thing. I was like, how fucking weird is that?
Yeah. Hell of the Living Dead on 4K.
Which I actually have the 88 edition from the Italian collection from 88 films, and it looks phenomenal. I actually didn't rewatch it, but I watched it about a week ago or whatever during Italian Horror Month, checking out. Fuck, dude, it looks so good. It's like ridiculously good.
Slave of the Cannibal God.
Yeah.
Rats, Nights of Terror. Eaten Alive. Not the Hooper one. And Delicatessen, which is different.
Yeah, I've got like a UK Blu-ray Delicatessen. It's definitely an acquired taste film. It's definitely not for everybody.
It's decent.
I saw it once and I thought it was like decent. Yeah, and like I'm not interested in paying that price for it.
I think the problem is with Delicatessen for us Westerners is it's just the disconnect with some of the comedy. I think that was my problem with
that
it.
That filmmaker in general to me has always kind of felt like Diet GDT.
Yeah.
Who?
Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah. You think so?
Like HT. What did you say? Diet GDT.
I was pretty sure he had a stroke there.
Oh, Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah. I thought he was having a stroke, but then I realized what he was saying. I was like, yeah, del Toro.
Yeah. I
prefer Del Toro.
I love how much Del Toro loves movies.
Yeah.
Speaking of the zombie film we did last week, he had an intro on.
Yeah, I skipped it, but yeah, he did.
I've seen it before. He talks about how he living in Mexico. He rode his bike or something to some cinema all far away and saw Zombie.
Which which film does it do the intro for again? I can't remember.
Zombie.
Is it Zombie? Oh yeah, I didn't rewatch it, but
Underground release.
I'd seen it before. Yeah.
You know who's like the goat of intros before movies is Gasper Noe.
He's good.
Yeah,
he did Angst.
He did the one before Angst, and I felt like I got a full scale college course on the history of the roots of French extremism.
Dude, we should totally do a Gasper Noe director spotlight.
Yeah, we're not. There's definitely one movie we're not doing.
What
movie?
But Climax.
Why?
What do you say about that? What do you fucking say about that movie?
I love that movie.
I'm not saying I actually don't mind it, but it's by far even. I like most of his films.
I can talk about that.
I think it's his second best movie.
Really?
Maybe third.
Okay, well that would be a fun conversation. That would be a fun conversation because I can definitely find things to talk about, but it's one of those films.
We should. We do just go in order. So we do. What's his first one?
Is it Gasper Noe? Is it
I Stand Alone, Irreversible, and what's the next one?
The next one would be.
I'm in the minority. I like I Stand Alone.
Everyone likes I Stand Alone. People don't like
that. I know Jeremy.
Me and Duncan praised it on Summer Series.
So yeah, he went I Stand Alone. He went
and it just recently got a nice release too. Got a nice actually all the movies have nice releases.
Yeah, because he's great. Irreversible release is great. I have that.
So what else did he direct? I can't remember. So those
Vortex, Love.
Love is his only movie that's not good.
I've never seen that one.
What's his newest one with Argento?
Vortex.
Oh, dumbass. Enter the Void. Did he do that?
Yeah, he's Enter the Void, but I think there's a movie between Enter the Void and a movie between
Enter the Void is a trip and a half, man.
Enter the Void's really good.
Yeah, there's definitely one after Irreversible.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Letterboxd is working again. Irreversible, his next full, and wow, was Into the Void. That was his last full. That was his next full length after Irreversible.
Right.
Then it was Climax. Then it was Noxaturn, and then it was Vortex. He's made. Oh no, it was Love It after Into the Void.
How many is there total?
There's only 6 total feature or 7 total feature films.
So what was Vortex? Why can't I remember?
We have 2.
Vortex is the one about Dario Argento dying with his wife.
Okay, so I haven't seen it then.
That's his newest one, right?
Yeah, so I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's his newest one. I remember watching that. I was like,
it literally stars Dario Argento.
Man.
Okay, so I definitely have not seen this.
Dude.
Is it Argento speaking Italian?
Yeah, right?
I don't remember, honestly. I've only watched it once.
I'm pretty sure.
Because Gasper knows what he's a French director, right? Yeah, he's
French. Yes, that's why. That movie. Whatchamacallit, that movie. Angst was a big idea. It was a big deal because they had a random French dub of that movie in the video market, and that's like so.
Yeah, it highly influenced Gasper.
Yeah, so like it got circulated around this whole French community. It highly influenced him, and like if you really look at like Angst and compare it to a movie like High Tension, for example, there's a lot of similarities where like you can see. I think it really influenced that like French New Wave movement.
Oh yeah, I think so too. If you've seen it, yeah, for sure. But yeah, the Severin titles, although I think all those movies kick ass, like not all of them, but like the Italian stuff is great. I'm not like, it's just too many upgrades.
Yeah, and it's the problem is the fucking prices. Like if you were to buy the whole pack, what the fuck is that going to cost you? 500, 600?
Who the hell? I'm curious actually, because they do bundles with just the discs and shit.
Because those 4K upgrades are going for like $65 a piece. Like, I mean, you got they did 10 announcements this one. 10.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
Yeah. That's pretty.
I mean, if there were $60, well, there won't be $60 a piece because there's definitely a couple standard editions in there. But you're probably looking at $500 for the package.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to see what it is. But they are having a box set sale the last week of the month as well. Unfortunately, All the Haunts 2 is not included in there for the people.
That's the only box set that I do not own from Severin is the Haunts 2.
I've only watched one movie in it. I plan on watching at least like 10 in the next month.
Well, dude, we totally could do
I asked for it for Christmas, so the wife might have bought it for me.
We could do a bunch of volumes of folklore movies.
Fuck, dude. Those
I'm really curious to see what Nazareno Cruising the Wolf looks like on this like new restoration.
That would be a fun show to do, man. A top 10 folk horror show. Jeez. Because our list would be so different, man. Like because there's so fucking many, dude.
Well, this is like a problem with me in that too. It's like it's so anticlimactic for me because everyone just heard me pick me at Hanging Rock a 10, and I'm like I'm so scarce on my 10s.
Yeah. But dude, there's a lot of folk horror. Like, what do you give the Wicker Man?
Folk horror is tough because it's
the Wicker Man. I give like an 8.
Really? Okay,
8. Wait, I think I give it like an 8.5. So,
but I give like.
I honestly
like clear cut for me is like a fucking 9.5.
Clear cut for me, it's like a 7.5, 8 for me. I think clear cut's great.
I think it's better than a lot of people give it
the
credit
best,
for.
Like
it's
the best
really
like
good.
way to like the best way to like I've noticed to like if you're confused about my rating scale, watch Dave Portnoy rate pizza, and that's like pretty similar to my rating.
Yeah,
scale.
but I hate his scale.
Yeah, he's kind of a jerk too.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just like his whole ice skating mentality, because like my point is like, so you're basically saying there's no such thing as a 10 then, really. You know what I mean? Because
this is why I say ratings are for dummies. This is why I say ratings are for dummies, because my 10 might be a 6 to you. Like it doesn't matter.
I also agree with that. Like ratings are so subjective and
subjective.
People have such different scales, and like nobody.
I don't know. I think mine are really like.
You are the most narcissistic rater and fucking reviewer I've ever met in my life, dude. It's like everything is about JP and his fucking scale. He's got the most masterful scale ever. It's like, dude.
Dude, it's not my fault. I'm the best.
For me, my 10s are just movies that are completely transcendent, where I'm in a different dimension of like good, but like I don't fault anyone for like just like I love this movie. It's a 10. Like it's
I mean, I
actually, this is a good segue into like doing our top 10, because like I have ratings in here. You guys are going to be like, I know JP's probably going to start, belly laughing at, and you're going to be like, what the fuck? Like, but dude, this is just what I like, man. That's what it comes down to, right? It's like when we were talking about having Parker on the show, Mr. Parker, Dave, who passed on it, but he was looking at the list of films that we had covered, and he's like, dude, I'm cutting out like 5 to 7 10s. So like that puts it in perspective. Even like he could have had 17 10 out of 10s out of the films we've done. Like, that's crazy.
I will say though, this is going to be the highest I've ever started on a list.
100%.
It actually is not for me.
This is the highest I've ever started to. 100% it is.
Yeah,
100%.
I think it's not the highest for me. But
I've only done like 5 of those though, so I have a smaller sample size.
Yeah.
So I have a history of Italian horror. I don't know if you guys still want to continue with intro or what you guys want to do.
Should we just move into the top? Is this a good start for the top 10?
Before, just so real quick, did anybody watch any 2024 movies this week that we want to talk about?
I watched.
Yeah, we can do that.
Watchers sucked.
I actually enjoyed it. I'm not gonna lie.
Humane was decent. I thought it was like a.
I really liked Humane. Actually, I thought it was better than I thought it was going to be. Just put it that way.
I saw Heretic this week, and like the first half of the movie, I adored. I loved
Heretic.
It so. Yeah, Heretic. I loved it. I was like, I loved the first half of the movie. My sides hurt so bad because I was laughing harder than I ever have like in a long time at a movie. Like I just loved like how much fun Hugh Laurie was having and how he's basically just trolling these two girls and just like talking circles around them and having all these goofy aneurysms. I thought it was so fucking funny, and I was eating every second of it up, and I just didn't like where the second half went.
You know what, man? You know what I loved about Heretic, man, was the fact that like the metaphor that they used to explain away religion with the Monopoly.
I thought it
was actually it's funny because it's funny, but it's so easy to understand.
Yeah.
But the way Hugh Grant explains, the history of beliefs in religion and stuff, and then incorporates it into like how people that are bred into the idea of what they believe, and then they never get. We actually talked about this earlier in the show, even with like Facebook groups and stuff. People that are fed the same information never get out of it. That's what they believe. That's what they're going to believe. But like the way it executes itself is so brilliant. The only thing in the film I didn't like was a certain character that comes back at the end and like I thought that was actually really silly because let's face it, in reality it's fucking stupid. It would never happen.
I thought like a lot of like the second half was silly, but I love the first half of like this like whole cat. And I just wish like the movie was like a half hour shorter, and or like 20 minutes shorter even. He just like interrogated these girls and made a mockery of everything they believe in, and it just ended like way super darker. But I really love the first half. I thought Hugh Laurie even like has like literally like the best. Or Hugh Grant. I keep getting this wrong. Hugh Laurie is House. I know that. I grew up with House. That's why. But Hugh Grant like literally like I think he's my favorite male performance of the year for sure. Like
I thought it was really good. I had one. Where it goes, I thought was a little bit goofy, but at the same time, I still understood the progress of the narrative with what we were seeing and how it was being executed. I was like, I get that. It's probably not what everyone wants, but I was fine with it, to be honest.
It was a little disappointing for me, but I really enjoyed the first half. And one thing I thought was really funny is like there's basically a part in the middle where he drops like a giant diss track on religion, and some like middle-aged moviegoer in my theater got up and walked out.
But I really like the aesthetic. I really like the aesthetic of the film, and like, the visuals that you saw around all played a part in the narrative. It was really well done. It was really well done.
Movie, for sure.
Yeah, really, really fucking well done. And again, going back to what I've said over and over again throughout the whole year, what have I said about these A-list and, these big time actors that are going full circle and going back to their horror roots and doing these films? Like, how many people this year have we seen in horror films that probably you would not expect to see in a horror film in 2024? Tons. It's a big fucking note for this year, and I respect it, man. I'm really respecting what Hugh Grant and Demi Moore is doing, and well, I mean, Nick Cage has been in horror films for years. He's really kind of caught a niche in that, but like, there's other.
He went through his phase where he'd do anything for a dollar,
but he's kind of caught an edge in this, and like, I think he's enjoying it, man. He's done like 7 or 8, I swear, in the last like 5 years.
About Nick Cage is like Nick Cage is a made man, and he just does shit for the love of it.
Nick Cage is just fun. He's just a fun actor, and like I said, if I ever did a movie, I'd try to get Nick Cage in a part because he's just fucking fun. But
like you can laugh at like Nick Cage freak out movies all you want, but Nick Cage also like won an Oscar 30 years ago. Nick Cage has nothing to fucking prove.
Leaving Las Vegas,
Nick Cage like is having fun and he's making money. Like,
you know what a crazy double feature would be? You watch Vampires Kiss and then you watch Leaving Las Vegas right after it. You're like, holy fuck, dude! That's talk about like polar, ends of the spectrum in performances.
Even if you go further back, you can watch movies like Rumblefish, where he had like a really small part, like maybe because of nepotism, but like he does a good job in like those small parts, and he built off from there. Then you watch like movies like Wild at Heart, where he does this really great like kind of like sarcastic comedy shit that that's not easy to do. Like, there might be goofy movies, but it's not easy to like pull off a part like that. And it just shows he's got range. And then like he can go play something super dramatic, like fucking like you said, Leaving Las Vegas, and pull that off. Like, Nick Cage is a fucking man. Like, I got nothing but respect for Nick Cage.
Like The Rock and like Con Air at that time when he was doing that shit.
I love movies like fucking Face Off that like he just like gets to like be his like goofy self.
Yeah, Face Off was actually legitimately fun.
Face Off is awesome. Face Off is like John Woo tricked like Hollywood into like letting him make a Hong Kong movie with A-list actors.
At the time, because because John Travolta had made this huge comeback and was massive after Tarantino blew him back up. So
I just remember like watching like the final sequence of that movie and like shitting my pants. Like, I have never seen something as wild as the last 25 minutes of this movie in an American film.
Yeah. Man, we could talk Nick Cage all fucking night because the guy's got like 4,000 films. But I do want to bring up Street Trash. Who watched it?
I did not. It's on my list.
I did not.
Oh, I'm the only one. Well, that sucks, man, because I wish I had Parker on the show right now because he absolutely fucking hated it to the point he said he got mad.
Wow.
And like, when I can see, I know Parker very well, and I can picture him watching it on his TV, throwing his fucking diet cans of Coke around and being like, fuck this movie. Like, I personally thought it was really fucking fun. And it was kind of ironic, actually, because Dave Z had brought up the fact that like, because I mentioned like I do like some modern remakes, and then I couldn't really name a whole lot. And like it was kind of, I guess it was kind of fucking fudging it.
I don't like a lot of modern remakes, but I don't dislike them strictly because they're modern.
No, I have nothing to do with that. It's just the fact that like, there's some that I do. I like the TCM one. Like there's some that I do like, but like, so this came on, I watched it and I said, well, there you go, Dave Z. I like Street Trash. I'm watching the film laughing to myself, and I said out loud, I even messaged Dave and even said this too after he said he didn't really like the third act when it got a little bit actiony and stuff. And I'm like watching this movie going, there's no fucking way that Dave Z is enjoying this third act right now. It got way too gunny for him and shit. But I thought it was really fun, man. Honestly, the effects are they're very ambitious. It's very gooey. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It incorporates Viper and stuff. So it was fun. I thought it was really fun. Of course, I did that as a double feature with Frankie Frico. I had to.
I tried to convince my girlfriend to watch it last night, and she was like,
honestly,
that movie was getting good reviews during the festival at Fantasia and stuff.
People, if you're a fan of Astron 6, I say watch it for sure. If you're just whatever about Astron 6, I
like Astron 6.
Yeah, so. I thought it was fucking fun as hell.
Honorable mention.
I'm kind of whatever on Astron 6. Like, I like some of their stuff. I think some of their stuff isn't as good.
There isn't anything Astron 6 I haven't highly enjoyed. Yeah. In fact, I've had Astron 6. Every time they put out a film, it always seems to make my top 10, if not my number one film. I have 2 Astronaut 6 films that have made my top film of that year.
They're my type of humor. I like that deadpan, like mean-spirited, like retarded humor.
I just like the fact that Connor Sweeney plays himself in the film. His name is literally Connor Sweeney. It's so fucking funny. It's like, what the fuck? And Brooks is funny as like the fucking diabolical boss.
I love that. Like, he's just let his friends like be in all these movies for all these years. Like,
well, these guys are all part of Astronaut 6. Like, the only guy that doesn't really do anything is Jeremy Gillespie. Like, he's the guy that kind of, I don't know really what happened with him.
He probably, like,
everyone else is always involved with the films.
Like, if you've watched like the documentary on what's the movie called, The Editor, like, like they do not have fun making that movie.
Well, I think that was one of the last ones that Gillespie actually worked on. I think something went sour with his production on that.
Yeah, they did not have fun making that movie, and they were not really making money off of this sort of thing at this point or ever. So I think Jeremy probably, like, I'm just going to speculate and say that he said, man, maybe it's better if I get like a real job and like start my family.
He does work on a lot of other films. He produces, he works in a whole pile of aspects of film, but he just doesn't work with Astronaut 6 anymore.
And like, I'm never gonna fault someone for like trying to like make a living.
No, but I think Astronaut 6, even after The Editor, is done really fucking well. Like the amount of films, like they've done their serious films. I mean, they did.
Yeah, well, they did Divorce Dad and Chow Boys, right?
Divorce Dad was fucking hilarious. He was so stupid. But like, The Void was their attempt at making something a little bit more serious, in the vein of The Thing and stuff like that. And like, doing
Psycho Gorman.
Psycho, I mean, it's just, that's typical Astronaut 6.
Great.
It's typical Astronaut 6.
I know people, I feel like
this is in the vein of Psycho Gorman for sure. Doing an 80s kind of small creature feature type thing. It feels like you're watching like the Gremlins meets like Garbage Pail Kids kind of thing. It's fun.
That's what it looked like.
The effects are really good. It's fun. The voices are
instantly reminded me of Munchie, like not Munchies, the like other Munchie movie.
It's kind of what it is. Movie.
Immediately reminded me of Garbage Pail Kids, and I think that movie's way overhated.
I think the Garbage Pail Kids movie is so much fucking fun. I don't care. I watched it back in the day and loved it, so I've always had.
Like, I'm not gonna say it's like a great movie, but
no, it's not.
Like, I don't think it's one of the worst fucking movies ever made. Like, it's kind of like labeled out to be.
But I mean, at the end of the day, Frankie Frico, man, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was fun as hell. It's typical Astronaut 6 stuff with their comedy, and I think it's it's overall what you expect from Astronaut 6. It's not gonna let you down if you're a fan. So
yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one. I'll definitely watch it this week.
I did watch Mads, the French film that's on Shudder.
How was it?
I fucking hated it. I'm definitely in the minority on this.
I'm really curious on this one though, because like it's not like Moodz is an outlier and where he's the only one I hated, at least among the people I follow on Letterboxd. And I only follow people on Letterboxd that I personally know, or they seem to like really be into like a big sphere of cinema, or like they interact with me a lot. So like I do have it is like maybe like a smaller sample size, but like there's a healthy representation everywhere from like 2 stars all the way up to 4.5 stars. It's not just like you're the one random person who hates it. Like there's like multiple people like this movie's fucking trash, and then there's multiple people like this movie's fucking incredible, and then there's multiple people in the middle that are like this is good, this is sort of good, this is really good. You know what I mean? Like it was the same thing with Heretic too, where like there was a healthy representation of people that said this movie's god awful, and a healthy representation of people all the way up to like it's good, very good, or great.
I can see that with Heretic for sure. With Mads, for myself, I realize that I am really not a big fan of the gimmick of shooting your film in one take. For any of us that understand filmmaking, I actually just reviewed Slashers and talked about where it was pretty obvious where all the edits are, because Slashers is done as a one-take film too. And I'm not a big fan of Slashers. I'm honestly not a big fan of that film. But
I don't like the idea of a one-take movie either, because I feel like you're limiting yourself so much.
Well, my problem with the one-take film is, I call them track and field films, where all you do is pass the baton off to the next character, and then you follow that character. So something happens, you pass the baton, it keeps going on and on. It doesn't have like, I like structured films where you follow these characters and you follow these characters on the linear path line or whatever. Like, it's got these storylines. I like a structured film. I get the appeal in this, and the idea is actually pretty cool. it's just so frantic and unhinged that it's just enjoyable for me. I'm not a big fan of the style of filmmaking. It feels like it's found footage, but it's not found footage. It's just one take on, the narrative, right? And I don't have a problem with found footage at all. I mean, I don't know why I always have to defend myself every time I say that, but in fact, I really love found footage. But this particular style of filmmaking, I feel, is just not for me. And I'm not going to say it's a bad film. I'm not going to say don't go out and watch it. It's just not for me at all.
Yeah. I will say about like what you're saying about one take films, it does feel gimmicky. I truly believe I feel like truly the height of one take films is Hitchcock's Rope, which is a film I'd only give like an 8.5 out of 10, if I'm being completely honest. I do like movies though that have several like takes that are like 15, 20 minutes long, because then it feels like it's a very naturalistic movie often. But you also have to have the right type of movie for that. You can't just like shoehorn that.
A great example is something recently with a really, really long take in a film is, a very kind of subtle film. But remember the table scene in Pearl, where it goes on for like 10, 15 minutes, where this huge monologue and it's just like one cut, or it's just one take. I love shit like that too. I think it really showcases, the ability of the actor to really, it shows the range. It shows the real emotion. Like if you don't, it's one problem I've always had with like watching YouTube videos too, where people edit their videos where they're like talking and they just start throwing in edits. I'm like, why the fuck stop? It's why I don't do that in my videos, because I don't like to watch that.
Yeah, well, people
actually
like edit out.
Why I don't do that.
People edit out like a stutter or them not speaking or something.
Exactly, it drives me nuts. I like the realism of just watching a video for like 7 straight minutes and just like whatever goes. I like that. Like that's what I like to see. That's why I do my videos like that.
It feels more humane, and like there's a lot of movies I like that have lots of long takes like that, but they're also like usually like long dramas. And
people are so concerned about having mistakes in their videos and shit like that, and I've never been concerned with that. Like if I fuck up and I don't realize whatever, like people let me know.
Like the new generation where it's like everybody like feels like there's more eyeballs on them, and like people are like more forgiving than they are. I don't know. It's just like I feel like when you like grow up like having like this like almost like internet bubble like we were talking about, and like reflection of like not necessarily real life on social media, people get like really insecure, and that's why you see like things like that like leak into like a YouTube video, which is really kind of it's really a little sad.
It's almost like it's like different generations of YouTubers too, right? Like we've been doing it for so long that it's actually changed in that time period. It's crazy. It actually really is wild. It's really wild.
Like for example, like someone I'll evoke who we clown on a little bit sometimes. Like Cool Duder is I don't think like his long form videos where he just talks about random movies he likes in his basement like 15, 16, 17 years ago would really fly today. I think people would be so fucking bored by him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, like all that guy ever did was hit record on the camera and talk for 20 minutes.
Yeah, those videos when I do my updates, like if you watch an hour to an hour and a half long video, like there's no edits in that.
Yeah.
And I do that purposely because I actually personally like that. Like it's just kind of rapid fire, like talking. Like I mean, there's never any downtime in my videos. Like it's like this, but like showing media, it's fine. But I get it. If it's not like I'm not offended if you don't want to watch it. It doesn't bother me. That's what I like to do. So it's just what it is, man. It's crazy how shit has changed so much, though. But yeah, it is what it is. But
also another Christmas movie that's released. I just saw online called The Naughty List of Mr. Scrooge.
That sounds goofy.
Dude, it sounds like a porno.
Which is supposed to be a slasher with a killer that is dressed as Ebenezer Scrooge.
That's fucking gold.
So is that going to be the third film that we're doing?
Maybe. We'll have to see if we can get access to it before the show. But yeah, I'll keep an eye out for any other ones that are coming out. Because like I said, dude, like within the next week and like the first week of December, it's like every year that's when you start just shit comes out of nowhere.
Other than Nosferatu, is there any movies you guys are looking for that's supposed to drop by the end of the year?
Probably just that now, because I really don't know what else is coming out, if anything.
Have you guys heard about Night Bitch?
No.
Night Bitch is probably the only other one that I'm looking forward to by the end of the year. I guess it stars Amy Adams. I don't know a whole lot about it, but it got
Amy Adams.
But it got some good festival buzz. So like I'm kind of at least interested in it. I think it's at least maybe
Cool.
like a top 25, or we'll see.
That sounds interesting. Crazy.
Nice.
Yeah, and then first quarter next year we'll get a Soderbergh movie called Presence, which is I guess is like a POV movie from like the perspective of the ghost.
Interesting.
So the last film I watched was Grave Torture. I'm just going to say it's a good film. And there's definitely a very heavy theme to this year with religious-based films that's like
is that a
kind of going against the grain. Grave Torture, I watched. I didn't watch legally. I don't know where you can watch that.
Yeah,
It's on Netflix.
It is on.
It's a
So it's
Netflix
not
movie?
on my Netflix. So I had to watch it.
It's on US Netflix.
Yeah, it's not on Canada Netflix, which
It's
is
an
not surprising.
Indonesian film, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it takes their perspective of religion, and it's, the short and long is basically about this character that's trying to prove that this doesn't happen because there's no such thing as
What is the film called again?
grave torture.
All right, I'll have to check that.
It's pretty interesting. It's got a lot of interesting ideas.
This is why what we watched episode would have been good for me.
Well,
I feel like you can catch up. Honestly, dude, this year has a lot of decent films, and you probably watch the majority of what you need to. But
yeah,
I'm getting to the point, like I'm at 57 movies, and I'm like, okay, I'm not feel like I'm pressed for time right now to watch the rest. Like
you're not.
Yeah, no, I'm at 51. Like the only ones I haven't.
But this is why I make a point of this, JP. Watch movies from January to December.
Bro,
Try to do
I've
it.
been watching
lucky
so
this
much
year.
movies.
I went to the theater a lot this year, so I caught
That's where it fell
Yeah.
for me, is because I didn't go to the theater this year.
I saw
Right.
like all
Where I
those
saw
bad
everything in the
movies
theater.
at the beginning of the
Yeah.
year that people are skipping now.
Yeah, I only missed.
I had a rough
one or
start
two.
to the year, and even like just recently,
Yeah,
You know what's
I know.
a good- you
This
know
was
what?
like-
I mean, I get those things. I mean,
You know what I think is a really solid movie from the beginning of the year, though everyone should give a fair shot to? Lisa Frankenstein.
That's what I
dude,
hear.
you're about the third person this week I've heard say that.
Dude, Lisa
crazy.
Frankenstein, like
Dude, there's not a
it's
chance in
pretty
hell I'm not
good.
watching that
Diablo
movie.
Cody.
I fucking hate romance. Romance is
it's pretty-
stupid.
It's,
Who
Is
invented
that
romance?
Diablo Cody?
yeah, it's directed by Zelda Rubinstein or Zelda Williams, not Zelda.
You just said
Duh.
Zelda Rubinstein.
Yeah, I know. How many people are named Zelda? But yeah, Zelda.
And the
Williams,
fact that she
but-
passed away like a couple
yeah,
years ago.
I was like, hold on, there's no way that's right.
All right,
But
so
yeah.
is that it for 2024?
Did you guys watch anything, or was it just me
all I
talking
watched
about?
was Heretic.
Yeah,
This
I said
week.
mine too.
All right.
So I did go back and like catalog the history of Italian Horror Month. Just like it's kind of impressive, honestly.
Should we segue? Should we do this for the beginning of the top 10?
Sure.
Okay, so let's keep that on the level there, JP, and we'll be back here in a minute with top 10 and JP's breakdown of the history of Italian Horror Month.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Alrighty, so let's get into this Italian top 10 horror films that we reviewed during Italian Horror Month on the 22 shots of Moodz and Horror. And again, if you're skipping to this point in the show, this is not going to include anything Argento because, of course, we just did the ranking and we didn't want to be redundant. Short and long of this. So this is going to be our top 10 list of Italian Horror Month. JP, do you want to take this away?
Yes.
Start us out with some history.
Yeah, Italian Horror Month, founded in 2015 was when it was created. One of the things about Italian Horror Month that I wanted to talk about on the episode that you guys had Tom on, but I couldn't make it, was that Tom Horsball, back in the day, did a video series called Italian Horror Month. And it was in September, I think that he did it in. And I remember thinking that was cool, that there was that like he didn't, do it as like a new holiday. It was just a theme, you know what I mean? But I was like, that should be a holiday or something, you know what I mean? And so I actually got the idea from that. I was inspired by Tom Horsball back in the day.
I remember you telling me this and being like, "You motherfucker, man! Now we're just ripping off shit." I had no idea.
Yeah, dude, it was pretty crazy, man. It was just like one of those things where
I actually don't remember his September thing. Like I'm sure I watched videos. I just never took it into account or never even thought about it. But
yeah,
crazy.
no, he did. He literally did like a little couple videos during September 10 years ago, or 2014.
Crazy.
And so that in my head, I almost like thought that I'd seen that video way before then, but I guess it was around that time, like the September of 2014. So
Hence
1
the
year
influence.
later, and a lot of it, I mentioned this before, is like I just wasn't really into Italian horror, and Moodz always talked about it, so I felt like I needed to check more out. So I came to you and Jeremy, and I was like, dude, we should do an entire month of Italian horror, and we do it in November because October is already like that's October. You don't do it in October. December is Christmas, so you don't do it in there. And I think just the time of the year I had mentioned it was, that was like ideally where to put it. Because we don't always do shows all of September either. You know what I mean? Sometimes we come
if we continue along this road though, like October being 31 days and Halloween, you got Italian Horror Month, and then December we got some things planned, so it's very wintry, and Christmas. Like that is a lot of specialized shows for 3 months.
Oh, it is, and that's why I always say like this is like the peak of 22 shots when we return is October, November, December, beginning of January, because it's all planned shows basically, except for like a couple where you just have things that are themes and stuff like that. We don't have a lot of flexibility or wiggle room.
Yeah.
But that was basically the thing. And you were like, of course I want to do Italian Horror Month. I love Italian horror movies. And Jeremy was like kind of lukewarm on the idea, I think, at first. And then of course we started, and I think like the first year we really tried to just hit like big stuff, so the first year, episode number 61 was posted November 9th, 2015. And that was, of course, the Dario Argento trilogy with the animal trilogy. You had Bird with the Crystal Plumage, Cat O' Nine Tails, and Four Flies on Gray Velvet. And we did a Fulci show that year as well for year one, which was City of Living Dead, The Beyond, and House by the Cemetery. And then we did a Sauvé show, which was Stage Fright, The Church, and Cemetery Man. And then we ended with Mario Bava, Black Sunday, Blood and Black Lace, and A Bay of Blood. Which
man, that first year had some fucking bangers in there.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that was just like, it was just the fucking creme de la creme.
Yeah.
We didn't do, yeah, I mean, dude, like Fulci, Argento, Bava, like,
yeah,
and Sauvé. Then for year two, we came back with Argento Volume 2, Suspiria, Inferno, and The Mother of Tears, which was the animal trilogy. That was November 10th, 2016. And then we did a Lamberto Bava show with Macabre, Demons 2. Then we did Fulci Volume 2, which was Zombie, The New York Ripper, and Cat in the Brain. And then we did Sergio Martino, Your Vice is a Locked Room, Torso, and Slave of the Cannibal God. So that was year two. Still a pretty damn good year.
Really good year. Yeah.
Yeah. Year three, we started doing a little bit of other stuff. But we started with the same stuff, which was Dario Argento 3, which was Deep Red, Tenebrae, and Phenomena. Great trilogy there. We had Strip Nude, For Your Killer, Burial Ground, and Massacre from Andre Bianchi. which was a little bit different of one. And then
so in which we actually probably should have been doing what the peeper saw. I did a little bit more research on this. I was actually looking into this week, and there's a lot of misinformation there, man. Fucking Andre Bianchi actually is credited with doing the Italian version of the film. He doesn't have the credit on the English version, but that's just because of the dub. But he is involved in directing that film, so we actually could have done that. But maybe someday we'll just do a Bianchi incest show, because all of his movies have insane amounts of incest in them.
My kind of director.
Yeah.
Oh, and I did forget to mention there that the first Italian Horror Month guest we had was Dave Z in the second year for Argento 2, I believe.
I remember that was so wild because at that point in my life, like the only podcast I'd ever really listened to were like you guys and Skeleton Crew and Banana Laser, and then you just somehow both became friends.
Yeah, it was kind of wild that happened.
I feel like Dave might have appeared on a few Argento shows.
He did. But there's actually like a deeper history to all that, Tyler, like behind the scenes stuff with the Skeleton Crew and myself, and like how all that came to be. I'll tell you about it one day. Probably said some of it on the
It has nothing to do with me, by the way.
Yeah. Nothing
I didn't even know.
It was just like wild that it was like you were the first people I found, like I was talking earlier in the show. But then like I was like, okay, I need more things to listen to, and I found Skeleton Crew and Banana Laser and like ran through that. And then like when I finished that, like you started doing shows together, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, when did Exploding Heads come out?
2015.
Was it 2015? Okay.
So the same year that we did the Argento show with Dave was the year they came out.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense because it probably would have been like 2013 where I really would have like found them.
Yeah.
2013 maybe.
Right.
So after that, episode 121 or 22, we had Massimo Dallamano, which was a kind of interesting one. That was it. See, we started going into like the more unknown territory by year 3. So that was A Black Vial for Lisa, What Have You Done to Solange, and What Have You Done to Your Daughters?
What have you done to Solange?
I mean, like, two of those 3 films are so good. They're so good.
I think Solange is like one of the most like underrated giallo.
Yeah, Veal it's a little bit disappointing, but
that's a very early one, 1968.
Yeah,
it's kind of
and then we went into the last one of that year, 2017, was Umberto Lenzi with Spasmo, Nightmare City, and Cannibal Ferox.
What a fucking awesome show that is.
And then we're into Argento Volume 4 in 2018, November 9th, 2018. We had Opera, Trauma, and the Stendhal Syndrome.
Wow.
On that show. That's a weird one.
Banger, and then 2 air furs.
And then we finally did Rogerio Deodato, and it was funny because we picked like one of his best films, and then like one of his like nobody's seen films, and then one of his like decent movies, and that is Cannibal Holocaust, Cut and Run, and The Washing Machine.
See, I like all 3 of those movies, so that's just me. But
I mean, I like all 3 too, but I you got to admit, The Washing Machine is highly underseen. Like most people probably have not seen that movie.
You know what's kind of crazy, man? Actually, The Washing Machine has one of the coolest releases. Remember, Shameless was around?
Shameless, yeah.
Yeah, and it
is a cool cover.
If you were talking Washing Machine, I would only think you were talking about Toby Hooper.
I'm confused.
Why?
Doesn't he have a movie, The Washing Machine?
No, you're thinking of
King adaptation.
You're thinking of fucking it starts with an M. Mangler.
Oh, The Mangler, and it's okay.
It is a Washington,
which is actually a Stephen King story.
Yeah, I've never seen the movie, but I've read the short story.
I've read the short story too.
Yeah, I've heard the movie. It's like a
yeah. You read the short story and you're like, how the fuck would they ever make a movie out of this?
Is the Mangler?
That's what I'm saying.
Is it in Night Shift? Is it one of the short stories in Night Shift?
I think it's in Night Shift. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I read. It's been long enough where I don't remember what's in what movie, what's in what book, other than 4
Me
seasons.
too, man. I've gotten to that point too.
The more fucking even crazy thing about the Mangler is there's 3 of them.
Why?
Yeah. I rewatched The Mangler, I think this past summer. Because I'd finally I'd picked
It's
up
a Screen
I think a few months.
Factory, right?
Yeah. Well, the weird thing about The Mangler was it was a region, not a region, but it was an American release only. So they couldn't sell it in Canada kind of thing. So I had to like import it. Go fucking figure, right? Because our border's so crazy. And yeah, so I watched it again and really enjoyed it. It's fun.
I don't mind it, but
I'm
it's just wild
susceptible
that it
to
exists.
eventually watching it because
I mean, honestly, Graveyard Shift is such a better movie because it kind of has a similar thing.
I'm not gonna pretend my bar for buying like Scream Factory movies for $8.99 is very high. Like I bought like the Psycho remake, like at a morbid.
Oh, I actually don't own that. I don't own that.
I bought that and like I was so impressed. I was so impressed that like you could make a movie that's like almost a shot for shot like movie of like one of the best horror movies ever made and be that bad.
It's true.
It is wild, huh?
Yeah.
It's incredible, honestly.
So next up for year number 4, we again did a little bit of a different guy, Fernando De Leo. Was Naked Violence, one, honestly. Slaughter Hotel, and Madness. Which Slaughter Hotel, I brought that one up to Dave Z a while back because it is like super slashery.
Yeah,
like not giallo-y. Like it's literally like a slasher, but it's super early, 1971.
Yeah, when I hear Fernando De Leo, my mind immediately goes to Polizio Teschi's.
Dude, like he's like the king of that shit though, man.
Yeah, like with the Howling Connection, like Caliber 9, like he was the man for that stuff. He's like Argento to Giallo.
That's what he's known for.
Yeah.
It sucks that Madness isn't better than it should be kind of thing, but I feel like sucks, but
I've seen a Howling Connection on a plane once, like that was a bad decision.
Right.
And then for the final episode of year 4, we had Joe D'Amato, Beyond the Darkness, 1979, Anthropophagus, 1980, and then Absurd, 1981. That was a fun show.
That's a good show. Yeah.
Yeah. And then year number 5, we come back with the second to last Dario Argento shows with Dario Argento 5, which we posted November 6, 2019, which had The Phantom of the Opera, Sleepless, and The Card Player. Fun fact about that show, episode number 166, debut of Dave Parker. So that was Dave Parker's first show, I believe.
Nice.
So yeah, that was Phantom of the Opera, Sleepless, and The Card Player. And then we had Ricardo Freda, which was the horrible Dr. Hitchcock, Tragic Ceremony, and Murder Obsession. I think all have been released by Vinegar Syndrome now. Has all those been released by Vinegar Syndrome?
Yeah.
Murder Obsession wasn't, I don't think.
No?
I know Hitchcock was.
Still a Raro one. I think Raro still owns rights to that, but
you might be right.
Yeah.
And then after that, the first of the Italian horror months that I missed, that featured Mike and Venom, I believe. And that was Aldo Lotto with Short Night of Glass Dolls, Who Saw Her Die, and Late Night Trains, which I did watch all the movies for that show. But I just couldn't make it on that one. I don't even remember
That's
why.
a good show, man. Glass Dolls, I love.
Lotto's a cool one to do.
Yeah, Glass Dolls is great, man.
So as you can see, we're hitting a lot of the different Italian filmmakers out there. After that, we did Renato Policelli with The Vampire and the Ballerina. That was a pretty interesting.
That's a good movie. Yeah.
Delirium and Black Magic Rights. Was Jerry Herring on this show?
I think so. I think
he was. Yeah. I think
Black Magic Rights is super sleazy too.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah.
And then we had after that we had Bruno Mattei, which was Night of the Zombies.
This is volume 1
of Bruno Mattei.
Yeah.
I think we've only done one volume.
Oh my god, dude, we're so doomed, Mattei. Like he's got like fucking like
Isn't he like the king of ripoffs?
Oh, big time, man.
Yeah.
Big fucking time.
Night of the Zombies. Is that Hell of the Living Dead?
I think so.
Yeah.
Rats, Night of Terror, and Shocking Dark. Fun thing about that one, we actually posted that show in December 4th of 2019.
Weird.
So we were a bit late on that one. And then I think we do the same thing the next year because we get to Dario Argento Volume 6 for the next year, which was posted November 13th, 2020. So that seems late for an Italian horror month start. So we had Do You Like Hitchcock, Giallo, and Dracula 3D.
Ugh, man.
Raw.
And then we went over to a understudy of Dario Argento with Luigi Cozzi, I believe so. And that is The Killer Must Kill Again, Contamination, and Paganini Horror. That was a fun one.
Every time I think of Contamination, I always think of Parker, man. He's like, fuck that movie. I love Contamination.
Way better than it should be.
I actually once bought the Homeboy Godzilla a Contamination shirt. I think it's fun.
I remember.
I like that movie.
That's
Me too,
that's a
man.
1980 movie, right?
It's a horror version of a James Bond movie. Is what it is.
Right one. I remember watching that
sprinkled
and
in
being,
with
like,
Alien.
so startled.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I don't think I've ever seen a movie that's so like bad, but also so like incredible at the same time. Like I didn't know what to think about it.
I think it's fun as hell.
I had a lot of fun with him. The music was awesome, and they were just like shooting people and shit. I was like, dude, like, what is going on in this movie?
Yeah.
It falls in this weird tier of movies where like I don't even like know like what opinion to have about. Like that, that's in there. Like the Green Slime by the guy that made Battle Royale's in there. There's like a small tier of movies where it's like I have no idea what to think about this movie.
It's got exploding eggs like all over the film. It's awesome.
It was so good. It's so wild. Like I don't even know what to say about it.
It's good shit.
And I think also, I forgot to mention, but in the 5th year there, we did do 5 shows instead of 4.
I noticed that when I was like compiling that list. That like one year you did like an extra year.
Yeah, extra week. Yeah,
It's just the way the weeks fall that we were able to do 5.
It worked out great because it was the 5th year special, which is probably why one ended up being posted on December 4th.
Right.
We probably recorded it at the end of the month.
Yeah.
So yeah, after that we have Luigi Cozzi, like I said. After that we have Alberto Di Martino, not the good Martino. The Killer Is on the Phone. I hated that one. I remember not liking that movie.
Yeah.
The Antichrist, which I liked, and Holocaust 2000, which I also liked.
Which I'm indifferent on that one. I think the idea is there. It's okay. Antichrist is just a fun Exorcist ripoff. It's plain and simple. So
yeah. And then we had also posted on December 4th. We have The Last Cannibal World, aka Jungle Holocaust. I think that one is.
Yeah.
Which is Rogerio Deodato 2. House on the Edge of the Park, which was long overdue. It took us 5 years to get to that.
Crazy.
Or 6 years. And Body Count, which was pretty fun. That was Calvin. Calvin was on that show.
Yeah, Body Count needs its due. It's been stuck in VHS obscurity, and it has bootleg DVDs, but the majority of those DVDs are slightly cut.
Is that the same Calvin we were supposed to do a director spotlight with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually even got David Hess in it too. It's crazy. So,
and then we had the Antonio Margaretti with Long Hair of Death, Killer Fish, and Cannibal Apocalypse.
we could easily do 2 or 3 more volumes of Margaretti.
Yeah. One guy that we're not doing more volumes of is Sergio Garoni with the Django the Bastard, which is pretty good.
It's fun.
The Hand That Feeds the Dead, which was pretty bad.
Yeah.
And SX Experiment Love Camp, which was okay.
It's pretty bad too.
Django,
JP's biggest thing was like, where the fuck is the horror in Django? I'm like, dude, it's got this total supernatural thing to it. It does have the supernatural.
I gave it a 7, dude.
It's a spaghetti western with a supernatural angle. It's actually pretty cool.
That sounds cool. Yeah.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah. And then we had Mario Bava Volume 2, which I missed that episode, but I did watch the movies. So that is The Whip in the Body, which is episode 216, November 19th. Bear in Blood, and then which I like the best out of the three, and then Lisa and the Devil, 1973.
That's funny because I've watched the other two, but I've had Bear and Blood sitting on my shelf for years.
Bear in Blood's cool. And
like
then
all
we
three.
did this. This is a fun one. Claudio Fragasso with Monster Dog, 1984. Beyond Darkness, not Beyond the Darkness. That would be not the same director. 1990 on that one, and then Night Killer, 1990 as well.
That's a super fun show. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the following year, so that was the first year without Argento. That was year 7. Year 8, we returned with another Fulci, the only director besides Argento to get a third volume, and that is A Lizard in a Woman's Skin, Don't Torture a Duckling, and The Psychic.
Like, that's a really banger show.
That's it's a insane.
Like, that is some of the best work that Fulci, like, legit, if you want to talk about best work, like, that's some of his. It's crazy to think that all those movies came out before he did Zombie and his, like, Gates of Hell trilogy. It's crazy.
The best lineup I've heard so far.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we were all pretty high on those.
Yeah.
And then after that, we did Umberto Lenzi Volume 2 with 7 Bloodstained. I think this was a year where we did all sequels. Yeah. 7 Bloodstained Orchids, Pretty Fun Giallo, Eyeball, and Ghost House.
Yeah,
and
well,
then,
I made my 72 list. I actually did that along with you guys, like, personally. But
I love Ghost House, man. The fucking music in that movie is great, man. It's awesome.
I only watched like 35 movies, though.
Yeah.
And then this was a really late. Actually, we didn't do all volume 2s, but this was a really late, or all sequels. This was a really late Italian horror month. December 2nd, we posted the 3rd episode, The Strange Vice of Miss Worth for Sergio Martino Volume 2. The Case of the Scorpion's Tail, 1971 on that as well. And then All the Colors of the Dark, 1972. Yeah.
That's a really good show, too.
So that was the 3rd one that we posted on the fucking December 2nd. So we still have one more. We posted December 16th.
Crazy. Something must have happened there. Like,
yeah, something.
Do you know what else was significant about that episode?
What?
Wow, you really don't know?
Was that your debut?
That was my debut.
All the way back in 2022?
Yeah, I suggested this show, and then I kind of wheedled my way, and I was like, "Hey, this would be a great show for you guys to do. And if you need a guess, I love these movies. I'm totally game."
I'm surprised.
And that's why I weaseled my way in.
I always forget about guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how I weaseled my way in.
And then the next year, or the next volume, or fucking Jesus Christ, the next week, which was December 16th, week 4, was Luciano Anetti. So that was not the follow up. That he was. That's the first time for him. With Deep Sleep, Francesca. Yeah, I don't think it's Cheska. I think Francesca.
Yeah.
Yeah. Close enough.
And then Abracadabra. So,
yeah, which was ultimately the first modern Italian influence. I mean, that was kind of the thing, but like he's always been considered to be like, Italian director kind of thing. But
and then the next year was actually the 100th movie with Luigi Bazzoni with The Possessed.
Great fucking movie.
The Fifth Chord, which we talked about earlier, and Footprints on the Moon.
That's a banger show.
That's a good show too, man. All 3 of those movies. JP would disagree with Footprints, but like honestly, those 3 movies are really good.
Yeah, that's a top contender.
That's actually one of the best.
It's not as good as that Fulci show, but that's a
yeah,
good
that's
show.
definitely up there for one of like the best, probably highly rated shows.
Yeah,
that we could have.
And this was the year that we did all first timers.
Yep.
And then the next one was Luciano Ercoli, which is Death Walks on High Hills, Death Walks at Midnight, and The Forbidden Photos of a Lady Above Suspicion. All those are good.
That's a good show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's low-key a director too that like did a lot of Polizio Tesci before he did like Giallos or other horror films.
And then we did Pupi Avati, which is one of the funnest ones for me.
Yeah, Greg was on that show, right?
Yeah, Greg Morgan was on that show. We did Zetter. It has another title that I forget. The House with the Laughing Windows, which was probably his best.
That was a
movie.
really
It's Revenge of Living Dead, I think. Revenge of Living Dead is the...
That was one of the ones I was really hoping Severin was going to pull out this year as like one of their final releases. I would
almost expect Vinegar Syndrome now because I don't know.
I was just hoping them because like they worked apparently with Shameless last year with Cemetery Man, so I was hoping maybe like that was the same thing with House of Laughing Windows, but I don't really know.
And then Arcane Sorcerer, aka I think that it was called something else too. I can't remember. From '96.
Fucking hard to find. Fucking hard. Yeah, so hard to find.
That needs release too.
Yeah.
And then we had Massimio Papillo. That is Terror, Creatures from the Grave, Bloody Pit of Horror, and Lady Morgan's Vengeance, which was Venom was on that show.
I know Venom was on because he's a big fan of Bloody Pit of Horror, and it's like, dude, it's definitely one of those acquired taste films. It's like,
yeah, I give that like a 2 out of 10, right?
I could see it. Like, I get the appeal.
That was the movie with like the 5-minute scene with like the guy in a spider costume, right?
Yeah.
Like the spider puppet.
Yeah, it is.
Why am I even watching?
It's fucking sleazy though for like the time period. Like it's kind of sleazy too. It's like it's interesting.
Yeah, and then of course we kicked off this year with the Zoology, The Great Alligator, volume or Zoology Volume 5, Killer Crocodile 2, and then we did the Argento show, which I didn't count any of those films as reviews. And then, of course, the zombie franchise. So in total, we have reviewed 117 movies for Italian Horror Month.
Ooh, Tyler's list was 114. So what was the other 3? Shit.
I was missing the zombie sequels because I didn't know what they were.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're not on there? Okay.
Or I didn't know what the alligator movies were. It was one of the 2. Yeah. I didn't know exactly what it was one of those 2.
I think the zombie ones were in there.
Then it was the alligator ones where I didn't exactly know what the alligator movies were, so I didn't.
117 films, crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so also I have a little bit of statistics as well, thanks to Letterboxd. So the earliest film we did was 1960 with 2 films, and that being Black Sunday and Vampire and the Ballerina. And the latest film we did was, of course, the 2018. Which was the Nudity film, Abracadabra. So we also, out of all the years that have hit, the most films are from 2 years, with 11 films represented. 1972 with 11 films, and 1980 with 11 films. So those were the most represented.
2 years I like.
We had a film from 1968 all the way to 1990 without missing a year.
Wow.
And then we have a bunch of random ones, one or two films in the 90s. We had 2, 3, 4, 5 films in the 90s, mostly Argento stuff. 1 film, 2 film, 3 film, 4 film, 5 film in the 2000s, and then 4 films in the 2010s. We also had 4 films from 1965, which is an early year outlier. The second most films was 10 in 1971. There are 11 films in 1980, which is kind of crazy, but cool. And then obviously the most of the 113 of them are officially listed as made in Italy production. So there's a couple in there that weren't considered Italian productions. Then we have a personal statistic. 34 films I've reviewed, 4 out of 5 or higher. 9 films was 9 or higher. And 2 films have gotten 10s from me. My worst rating in Italian Horror Month is a 1 star with 2 films.
Really, two of them.
The stars of Italian Horror Month. By far, the biggest star is Fulvio Mingozzi in 12 films.
What a champ.
Wow.
The second most is Asia Argento, which is in all of Dario Argento's shit, obviously. Daria Nicolodi, Carla Mancini with 7 films. All Asia, Daria, and Carla all have 7. Tom Fellini, 6 films. Ivan Rasimov, 6 films.
Ivan,
I can't believe Fennec isn't in more, man. It's crazy.
Luigi
probably like 4 with her. Honestly.
Guerrera with 6. Luciano Pigozzi with 6.
Yeah.
Giovanni Lombardo Radici with 6. And Anita Steinberg with 5.
Wow.
So Edwidge only had 4. Yeah.
Yeah, because we only specific ones. Yeah.
Your Killer, Strain's Vice, your Vice, and what was the last
Interesting.
one?
So as for directors,
Bloody Iris? Did you do Bloody Iris?
No. Did we do that film? No.
I don't know what the last one is.
All
the Colors of the Dark. 4.
Yes. So directors, obviously the most is Dario Argento with 18 films represented.
Yeah,
Second
Dario.
is Lucio Fulci with 10 films represented. Like I said, only director to receive 3 spotlights plus an additional zombie film. And then Sergio Martino with 7 films represented because of The Great Alligator.
All right, Sergio.
Yep. And then Diodato with 6, Umberto Lenzi with 6, Mario Bava with 6. Actually, funny, we've only done 1 spotlight on this guy, but he has 5 films represented, and that's Claudio Fragazzo. So there's an extra 2 in there. Bruno Mattei with 5, and we've only done 1 spotlight on him, so there's an extra 2 in there. Joe D'Amato with 4, again, 1 spotlight. Pupi Avati, Luigi Cozzi, Luigi Bizzoni, Fernando De Leo, Massimo Dallamano, Luciano Netti, Massimio Papalo, Alberto Di Martino, Renato Palazzi, Sergio Garoni, Antonio Margaretti, Lamberto Bava, Andre Bianchi, Michele Suave, Ricardo Freda, Luciano Eroli, and Aldo Lotto with all 3 films. So, yeah.
Man, I don't know about you guys.
26 directors, 26 different directors covered.
I want pasta right now.
Pasta?
Pasta.
Yeah.
We were just talking about this the other day.
And then the final statistics that I have here from Letterboxd is the highest average of Letterboxd ratings is Suspiria with a 3.9. The lowest average is Argento's Dracula.
Wow.
So literally Argento
same director.
Duality of man.
Yeah. The most popular of the films we've reviewed is Suspiria.
Yeah.
And the most obscure is Deep Sleep. The newest is Abracadabra. The oldest is Vampire and the Ballerina. No. The longest is Deep Red, and the shortest is Deep Sleep.
Oh. That is a lot of stats.
I'm like shocked Suspiria is only a 3.9, to be honest.
And that's out of 5 too, right?
Yeah, that's out of 5. That's still a good score.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's interesting to look back on those stats and stuff, and then it kind of makes you realize what you've done, obviously, but then it also it puts perspective on what you haven't done.
Yeah.
And I can think of we could probably do multiple more Bruno Mattei shows. Obviously, Bava, Fulci. There's tons of directors out there that we could just keep doing. Lenzi, another one. I think even on my Letterboxd, I've watched 20-something Lenzi films. Not all those would, factor into horror films, but
right.
But
well, now because of our a couple weeks ago, Dario Argento is now my most watched director. He overtook Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
And I do want to stress, when I talk about my Letterboxd, is everything that I've logged since 2018. So I've seen other films that just haven't watched in that time period because I don't log my shit.
when I got on Letterboxd, I tried to go back as far as possible and like just like log every movie I can like feasibly remember seeing. But I thought that's what everyone did. But
no, I even said like when I started up in 18, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to keep track of what I've watched from this point
I think
on.
like there's a part of like a curiosity in me though that like I wanted to like
just see how many movies you've seen.
Yeah, to actually
I couldn't break it down properly. I couldn't just go through the vaults and be like, you know, I watched this because I watched so many movies growing up. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm.
Yeah, like I didn't rate everything though. Like there's if I know I've seen it, but I couldn't not tell you like a single thing about it. Like I didn't rate it. Like, but I was curious to like see like how many movies I'd actually seen in my life.
So like I started keeping track of what I've watched in 2012. Yeah. But I wasn't as religious with it, so I missed a lot of logs from 2012 on.
Yeah, I remember keeping like a list on my phone, and I would eventually every single year get bored and stop doing it at some point.
Dude, I used to have a Word document where I would download the poster and I would put the picture on there and I would type a rating below it. It was literally Letterboxd like at home. That before Letterboxd existed. I was doing Letterboxd already. With the date of when I watched it and stuff. And I whenever I got a Letterboxd, I went back and put in all my 2012, 13, 14 stuff in there. Because I've kept track for so long. So it is cool that I have like such a lengthy Letterboxd at this point.
Yeah.
Like 2012 is pretty early to know what you were.
I will say though, like since I started letterboxing in 2021, maybe this means I'm weak-minded, but I have watched more movies in 2021 than I have watched in my entire life before that.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah, there was one year. I mean, my record is like a little over 500, like 5 something.
This is my MVP season this year. I'm currently hovering. I'm around 810.
Yeah, that's insane.
I will probably finish like somewhere shy of 900, and this is the best like movie.
Literally, what you did was
never have this year
continued
again.
To watch everything you normally watch, but also started doing the show.
That's what I've done the last 2 years, and this is something I realized this year. Is I used to do like a lot of Letterboxd challenge. A lot of Letterboxd shows, and I kind of lost my mind in October. It was like I'm so sick of like trying to like dictate what I'm gonna watch, and I'm not doing this anymore. That like I decided like for next year I'm gonna do the Criterion challenge. I'm gonna do my 100 years, 100 films, and that's it.
And 22 shots.
Well, yeah, obviously I'm watching that. Like that's like circled in. But it's one
thing that I love about you, dude, is you like, you know, to throw a sneak diss at Jeremy again, is you actually watch what we're doing. You watch the stuff we're supposed to watch, which is you would think would be a common sense thing.
Yeah. I just like I never
you put in the work.
There's people I've seen that are like so like far gone and up their own ass about the movies they watch that they have such like a false sense of unimportance. And I never want to be that person, and I never want to forget where I came from, and I never want to get to a point where I'm like where I like think down of like on movies just because I'm watching movies that people might consider like more quote unquote important, which I think is a bullshit like thing to think anyway. You know what I mean? Like I look at it I look at it this way, like for example, like what's a movie that came out this year? Let's say like The Substance, and like what's like an art movie that came out this year that people.
Oh, you mean the New Year's film? Substance?
Anyway,
the listeners don't understand that inside joke because
let's just say that for example, and then what's an art house film this year that people really like? Let's say DD. Like in 25 years, what movie do you think is going to have more fans, The Substance or DD? Like probably the fucking Substance.
Yeah,
and like it's man. I don't know. Like I just don't want to become that person that like has like this inflated sense of self-importance, or like where they think like they're like. They disrespect like a whole sphere of cinema that like reflects more of like society's real perspective and like genre fan passion of people's real perspective than like some like inflated like collegiate like educated like point of view. You know what I mean? I never want to be that person. Like I want to be the person that like puts on a couple of beers and watches fucking Sleepaway Camp 3 and laughs their ass off.
You want to become that person that just gives us false facts all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
that's cool too.
That's just me being stupid. Like,
No, dude, I fucking love that shit, man. It's fucking fun as hell. It makes good conversation.
yeah, like I just like
It's
even though
fucking
I have a
hilarious.
wall of Criterion behind me, I legitimately like love the movies behind me, and I don't think I fucking have a smarter opinion than people because I like the movies
I've
behind
had a
me.
resurgence this year though too, because last year was an all-time low. Like I started Letterboxd on 18, and pretty much every year was between 6 and 750 films. Like I was always going bad shit with
I
my
had
watches.
the last couple years I've had a lower amount. This is the best year I've had in like 5 years probably.
Last
And
year
I'm not
was
even that high.
the all-time low. Like I only did 300 films last year. Like I'm at 520 something right now. Right. So like I've like done way better. It's fucking weird. But I've been having a lot of fucking fun this year, man. Like, I mean, the year's been good. 2022 was pretty, or 2023 was pretty shitty for, modern films. But this year's been a resurgence in that. But like, it's just, I don't know what
I
it
think
is.
I should hit around 500 this year, which is really high for me in the last couple years. I'm at like 382 now.
It's good. It's good. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I did pass 3,000 films this year. 3,000 different films logged on my letterbox, which was pretty cool.
Right.
And then I think what my total like logs is around is 4,300.
Mine just says 3938, and that's from 18. Because, like I said, I've only logged from what I've watched in 18, right? So,
yeah, because there's your one total that is just individual films. That's like the main total you see. But if you go into your diary and hover over diary, it'll tell you your total logs, and that means like stuff that I watched that I'd seen before or logged before.
oh yeah, if you go on to stats and stuff, like I have films that I've watched 7 times in the last 6 years, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's funny when you look at it when you look at your like Letterboxd stats. I love that stuff. Like for me, my two most watched movies are Jaws and Sleepaway Camp at 9 watches each. But
Dude,
Zombie just jumped up because it's my number 2 with 8 times.
my shit is so funny, dude. You can totally tell where my heart lies. My number one film watched in the last 6 years is Christmas Vacation. It's with 8 times.
Yeah.
My number 2.
I have 8 times for Leprechaun 1 and 2.
Wow. So I got Demons, which we're both wearing demon shirt right now, 6 times, and then Halloween 3, Home Alone 2 6 times, Night Before 6 times. You Better Watch Out with 5 times. Bad Santa, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Christmas Evil, Black Christmas, 2 All Good
Better
Night.
Watch Out. Which one's that?
The one with Olivia Jones or something.
The modern Christmas horror film.
The
That
one
one's not bad.
like Home Alone one?
Yeah.
Yeah, where like he's like,
Dude, you've watched that many times?
I rewatched it last night again.
Dude, I
So-
love that movie.
I know.
I've
Like,
only-
I love it.
you know what? You know what? I even said to the wife last night, I said, we watched it together before, and I said, you know what? You're going to hear JP talking about this one on the top 10 Christmas horror films.
So
And it's going to be very high on his list too. Like you can mark my words on that. I literally said that last night.
Letterboxd since 2021, but there's actually several films that I'm going to talk about tonight that are some of my most watched films.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
on Letterboxd.
and then I got Bad Santa,
But-
Silent Night, Deadly Night, Christmas Evil, Black Christmas, Cannibal
have 2
Holocaust,
movies.
City Living Dead, House by the Edge of the
I
Park,
have
Zombie,
2
Dawn of the
movies
Dead.
at 5 watches. Can you guess what they are?
Yeah, it's probably come up. So yeah, but it's just funny because it's like holiday.
Well, you
movies.
ready to actually start?
If you had
And-
to guess, if you
and
had to
Italian
guess,
films.
I have 2 movies at 5 watches as my top 2 watches ever on Letterboxd. Can you guess what they are?
I think what I'm going to do
wait,
here, I'm going to make
not
this a
Italian.
segment.
They're not Italian. I'll even give you a clue. One is Japanese and one is Czech.
So what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to make this actually, because most of our shows are just intro reviews, top whatever it is. This is going to be a whole nother part of the show.
This is gonna be intro
Yeah,
part 2.
that's what I. That's
Yeah,
what I
so because I thought this was going to be 5 minutes,
Italian horror month.
and he went
This
through
is like
the
50
entire
minutes.
history of Italian horror month. So this went
Yeah.
on for like an hour. So
There was more that I had, but I was just like, I don't want to list off every single. It's just too much work. But I started doing some other
all
stuff.
right. So I think what we'll do, we'll wrap up this segment and then we'll get into the top 10 here in just momentarily.
Fucking thing sucks!
22 shots.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moodz, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. Now tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so we're officially getting into the top 10 Italian horror films. We didn't really... I didn't really do a randomizer to do the order, but who wants to go first? Anybody want to volunteer for that?
I'll volunteer.
Let's just go.
for that.
Yeah, let's do Tyler, me, you, like our normal.
Sure. Let's do that. We already explained what we're doing. These are the films that are eligible that we reviewed, no Argento. So if you skip to this point in the show, that's what it is.
One other thing as well. We will not be giving out honorable mentions in case we ever do a part 2 or an extended list or something like that, because we could easily do another 2 volumes of top 10s for.
Yeah, that's a good thing to note for sure. Yeah. Okay, Tyler.
All right. Before we start, I also have let's have a little question. What is the over under that Moodz has the most Fulci films?
I'm gonna say under. I think Moodz does not have the most Fulci films. I'm
Okay.
gonna say that.
What do you think, Moodz?
I can't say either way, right? I can't see either way. So
I have hidden information, so it's not fair for me to
or
answer.
Tyler have more Fulci films than you.
Yeah.
I don't even have any in my list.
Yeah, right. Shut up.
Right.
Between you two, I would say JP would have more Fulci films.
Really?
If I actually thought about it.
All right. So let's see how this turns out. All right. Starting at number 10, we have a film from 1981. And it is Lucio Fulci's The Beyond.
Coming in at number 10.
Wow. 10. This movie, I will not lie, actually slipped a little bit for me. I almost thought this movie was going to fall off my list. I obviously still think it's great because it's on my list, and top 10 Italian horror movies is a pretty fucking competitive list. But yeah, I thought this movie would indefinitely make my list with Argento movies included. This was a movie I really did like a lot when I first got into horror, and I still do like it. I'm not shitting on The Beyond. The Beyond is what I like about The Beyond is what I think what Fulci was best with his horror, at least fantastically. He got into this vibe with his End of the World trilogy or Three Gates trilogy, or Gates of Hell trilogy. I'm acting stupid. But he got into this vibe where he made these movies where it was just completely horror vibing, disjointed nightmare films. And I think that was just a really confident artistic statement to really put your full force in. And this movie to me feels like the culmination of all of that. This movie, it's very disjointed. It's a little bit sloppy, you could argue, but at the same time, Fulci's so confident in his filmmaking at this point that he's not overly concerned about any sort of narrative, and that doesn't matter. I'd even argue the worst film in this trilogy is House by the Cemetery, because he seems more concerned about his narrative in that film than the other two. But in this one, he feels the loosest on, and he's just literally letting his imagination flow and creating all these disjointed, just terribly vicious, nightmarish scenes. This film is really gory. It's got this kind of like folkish, like connecting the present with this past, and there's like mystical, like what is really happening vibe to it, and I love it. I love like the imagery in this movie. Like the blind woman with the dog. There's so many iconic scenes. You have like these paintings and like there's artists like hung up on the fucking wall, and it's just like it's all so like majestic, and the way like this movie just like kind of like finally all just comes together at the end, despite like anything that you could like knock on it in like the first like 75 minutes. It just comes together to this just like such like satisfying, like majestic, like hell is taking over Earth, like the world is ending, like culmination, and it's just like it's so majestic and special and beautiful, and I love it for that. This movie was such a gateway movie for me into Italian movies, where at some point in my life I probably would have called this a perfect movie, but this movie is great for me. It's really something that like was eye opening to me, like in my like cinematic journey, where movies could be more than just like a story or like whatever it was. This movie like really is like exploratory, and this movie is very was sort of like metaphorical and just like majestic and very like ambiguous to like everything that's happening, and it's just more of like this cyclone of nightmares and horrific scenes that just come together to become this like one like hell rising onto earth like film, and it's just like really great. It's a complete feather in his cap. It's one of his best movies. I love this movie. This movie's great. I've probably seen this movie 10 times. Even though I'm a little bit lower than that now than I am, I've been historically. I think that just has more to say with the movies before it. And this is still a movie like I'll watch at least every couple of years. A movie I definitely enjoy. This is a great film. Absolutely fantastic soundtrack too. That's really what like brings this movie together. Like the ending with the soundtrack of this movie is like almost unrivaled by almost any other movie on my list. So like it's not even like a dumpster. Like this movie's great. I've never started with the list this high, but I'm gonna go 8 out of 10 on Lucio Fulci's The Beyond.
Very nice, very nice.
Look at that.
The Beyond.
Wicked.
Isn't that
Cracking
beautiful?
number 10. Well, this is a bit anticlimactic, but my number 10 is also The Beyond.
What the fuck, dude? It's so okay.
Dude, I don't know, man. So The Beyond was a movie that I liked pretty good when I first seen it, but as I've watched it more, which is the case with a lot of Italian horror films for myself, I fell in love with it more and more. And it was actually this year watching it at the drive-in that fucking made it go like way up the list for me, because it was so atmospheric. Like even the opening with like the like, I don't know, it's like a weird like filter. It's not like black and white. It's like,
that's kind of what I mean by like the folk horse elements, where it has this cool like connection with like the past and the present. It's like almost like a grayish or like tannish filter.
yeah, it's like gold almost. But yeah, that opening, and then like I just love the setting, the like Louisiana setting, and then like the under the house, just it's so gross and scary down there. I love that stuff, and then it just gets totally bonkers with like the tarantulas and just like the eye stuff. It just gets so out there, and just it feels like hell is taking over. You know what I mean? It's just anything can happen type movie, nightmare logic. And I love that about it. And also like the ending is just so iconic and like chilling. Like I was just sitting outside at the drive-in and like just felt my like hair rise on my arms. It was just nice and chilly and just creepy as hell. But yeah, so The Beyond, love that shit. Lucio Fulci, I give it an 8.5 out of 10.
Fucking 8.5, man. Okay. So I do not have The Beyond at number 10.
That'd be so funny.
Just to, spoil shit right now. It's like shit. But we're going to go to a film that I absolutely fucking have always adored for it's one of those films that like, I think a lot of people watch this film and be like, I think people just roll their eyes half the time, which is everything I love about the movie. And that is Andre Bianchi's Burial Ground, The Knights of Terror.
I love that movie too.
This movie is basically the product, the little baby of Fulci's Zombie. So Bianchi wasn't really trying to do a lot of original things here.
With some incest.
Yeah, with some incest. So Bianchi was taking the idea of Fulci's success and just kind of making his own zombie film, really. I mean, the setup is different. This is kind of like your old dark house kind of setup, your old,
It's like Tombs of the Blind Dead meet zombie.
It's one of those things where you got an archaeologist that has a discovery and shit, and he wants people to like come to his place and stuff like that. So you got a bunch of fucking characters that come to this place, and they get dead, zombie style. It's House on a Haunted Hill, a bunch of people. But what I love about this movie, though, man, is it is literally one of those films that has no fucking downtime. It starts out in the movie with this archaeologist unmasking these zombies that are in this tomb. And of course he gets dead and his guests show up at his house and it gets into the zombie attacks right away. This movie is like 90 minutes long with nothing but zombie attacks. What I love about this film though is the zombies look so fucking awesome. They look exactly like, they're like a product of what Fulci's zombies look like in the film. He even tries to duplicate scenes like that where the zombies are rising from the graves and doing all type of shit. But the effects are great in this. I think this is some of the best looking zombies of all time. Yeah, it's a bold statement, but I think this movie actually has some of the best looking zombies that ever graced the fucking screen. I read a really funny review one time and someone said, there's a point in the film where there's one of the zombies that looks like it's wearing like a Boris Karloff like monster mask. And I found it in the movie. I fucking literally found it watching this film. There is a zombie that's wearing a Boris Karloff mask that's masked to look like a zombie, but you can still see the chin and the nose and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, that's fucking amazing. That's so amazing that someone actually caught that. Because I've watched this movie hundreds of times, I swear to God. And I've never noticed that before. So pretty cool. Yeah, Burial Ground's one of those films that it just dwells on so much bizarreness. Like, it's directed by Andre Bianchi, who is known for putting a lot of incest into his films. Like, what people saw, this movie has an excessive amounts of like bizarre incest. Like, don't know why it was incorporated into the movie, but
because it's fucking awesome.
So basically the son that's in this movie is he's like a man-child. He's supposed to be a younger kid, but he's actually
he's supposed to be in the movie like an actual kid, but the actor is a fucking grown man.
Yeah, he suffers from I think it's like a kidney disease or something like that, so he doesn't really grow, but he's obviously older. And actually his mom in the film is Andre Bianchi's wife at the time, and she's fucking so hot. But like, this movie is so fucking sleazy in the terms of like, there's a scene where she's having sex with some dude, and the child walks in, and he's like, "Mommy, mommy, mommy," and she gets up all slow and all buck naked, full frontal nudity, and stuff, puts her thing on there. It's like, it's so fucking sleazy.
One thing about the Italians is they put a lot of beautiful women in their movies.
Dude, every woman in this movie, every movie in this film, or every female in this film is so beautiful. It's insane. It really is. But
they do it in spaghetti westerns too. It's just like such an Italian thing. I love it.
Absolutely. But honestly, man, effects in this film are actually quite good for a low budget film that's really just working off.
I love the zombies in this movie. I love that look. It's slow. It's brooding. I watched this one at the drive-in too.
I love this scene.
I'm just so
you must
lucky
have a nice drive-in.
I'm so lucky, dude.
I love the scene where
I'm not gonna lie though, like I have an indie theater that Friday night at 9:45 they play a lot of like cult movies, like kind of in this, not maybe this deep, but like a lot of movies in that like kind of like cult realm that you shit if you could see in a theater. And I could just never go because it's like 9:45 on a Friday night.
right. I love the scene where the I think it's one of the housemaids or whatever, she gets captured by the zombies and stuff. And like the zombies in this film have like almost like a personality where they can like use weapons and stuff. But they like scythe off this head and like decapitates her. Like it's fucking awesome, man. It's so awesome. There's shit like that that's going on. It's pretty awesome. The music's great. I mean, overall, it's one of those films I feel like people would watch me like, oh, goddamn fucking throwaway zombie film. But you're just not seeing the bigger picture. This is fun. This is a fucking fun ass movie that I've always loved. Every time I watch this movie, I swear it gets better for me. You know, I watch the zombies and I go, damn, dude, like this was meant to be just kind of like a, you know, whatever film for Bianchi to do. Living in the realm of zombie. Let's do something in that realm. But it still creates its own thing and it's awesome. It's fucking great. There's a fuck up in the film that I think is so funny. It's so funny. There's a scene where this girl is running from obviously the zombies and she steps into like a bear trap and it cuts to the guy that's with her and he's like trying to open up the bear trap and it's got this big voiceover and then it edits out and then he runs over and then now he's opening up the trap. So I'm literally watching this I'd never watched the Severin Blu-ray before. So I'm watching the Severin Blu-ray and I'm like, oh my God. Like, I wonder if that's the same cut that's on the 88 film. It is. I actually popped in the 88 film's release and it's a fuck up in the movie. So I only mention that because, like I said, ratings are for dummies. And I personally love this movie. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It doesn't matter that you give it probably a 4 out of 10. It's a 10 out of 10 for me because it's the most entertaining piece of like 85 minutes that you can ever watch. It has everything. It's got great effects, great looking zombies. It's got a great setting. The music's awesome. It's got great kills. It's actually got a lot of kills in it. And it's got, you know, beautiful women mixed with incest, bizarre characters. The cinematography is so bizarre. Like the character of Peter is second to none. The way they focus, there's this great scene where he's in his bed and the camera just does that 70s thing where it zooms in on his eyes and he opens them up and it's all creepy and shit. You're like, oh my God, it's the best fucking thing ever. It's fucking awesome. Entertainment at its all-time highest. And this movie's at number 10. I could watch this shit every day and never get bored. It's so fun.
It's actually funny because it is a one that I can watch over and over again too. Like it's so atmospheric. It's one that I've grown to love.
It's just amazing to me that Bianchi would throw in this random incest, but like he obviously had an obsession with it with, you know, the 3 films that he threw this in. But it doesn't even like, why would it be in this movie? It makes no sense. Like
it's creepy and weird because you get a scene where kid turns into a zombie and bites off his mom's nip.
Yeah. Because the mom can't accept that the child is turned and she's like, oh my God, son, Peter, what are you doing? And then he goes over and bites her tit off. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's something that you have to see to believe if you've never seen it before. I highly recommend this. It's like the epitome of trash Italian zombie cinema. They just don't make them like this anymore. I hate the phrase, but they truly don't. You don't see movies like this anymore. You really fucking don't. And I will say, the Severin Blu-ray to the 88, I swear it's the same. It's the same transfer. It's the exact same movie. So,
I have it on. Yeah, I do have it. The Severin. Yeah.
Yeah. So I picked up the Severin randomly because I actually found the Blu-ray with a slip because I care about.
You know what?
For $14.
I actually was gifted it with the slip from Austin Schroyer because he hated
nice.
it.
So the only reason why I even have the Severin is because the 88 films release came out way before, and I collect the Italian collection line. And like I said, I found that one for $14, and I think it was like a price, whatever. And I was like, oh, I'm just going to grab it because it's burial ground, whatever.
It's a pretty old release at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. It's probably coming out 4K from them now.
I'm actually shocked that they didn't announce fucking Zombie and Zombie 3 and 4. I swore they were gonna do it.
Because Zombie 3, I think, is actually out of print though from Severin, isn't it?
Oh, maybe that's why then. Maybe
I think they lost the rights to it actually. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you rate that bitch?
10. It's a 10. Yeah.
So we're really having 10 10s here. That's crazy.
So I cut 7. Awesome. I was just like Parker. I think I cut 6 or 7 10s.
Wow.
Because these are the movies that I love so much. And like everyone that follows our podcast and has followed me personally, whatever, knows how much I love. Like my list shouldn't be that surprising. Maybe that one was at number 10 because I rewatched a bunch of films, but I made my list based on my rewatchability and how much I really enjoy films.
Yeah, there was really only one open spot on my list. Like the Beyond was like, even though it came in my 10th, like I thought it was on my list. But yeah, there was really only one open spot, and I actually had a fair amount of shifting from like
I literally had like another 5-6 films that were like all competing.
I have 3 more. Yeah, I have 3 more. I was prepared for honorable mentions, but I have 3 that like fell on the outside of the top.
That was the only one in my top 10 list that was out of it at first and then was in. So
I'm actually out of like all 3 of us, I'm most curious about what your list ends up looking like, because I know you love so many of them that I literally don't know which ones are going to be on your list. Like I probably wouldn't have guessed that would have been on your list.
Right.
Like, even though I know you love it.
Yeah. I honestly have no idea what's going to be on either of your lists. And I feel like I'm kind of a one-trick pony where you can probably predict a lot of the films.
I feel like most people, I bet if I gave Moodz like 20 minutes, he could probably get 7 out of my 10.
Yeah, I feel like you guys would do pretty
I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting the Beyond to be number 10 on both your lists. I would have never guessed that.
Did you expect it to be on my list?
Yeah.
I did expect it to be. I wasn't sure about Tyler, like how he felt about it, but like I wasn't thinking that it was going to be that like high on your list or low, I guess, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, but that's just me. So,
all right, back to you, Tyler. Number 9.
All right. My number 9 comes from a film from the year 1971, and it's Sergio Martino's The Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward.
I fucking knew it, man. I knew that you would probably have some Martino giallos from this era. So,
yeah, like anyone who's really into Italian films, I'm sure that most people are a fan of Edwige Fenech, if not like overwhelmingly every person. To me, she's like the most beautiful of the Italian women that was really featured in this era of movies.
She is probably my favorite as well, dude.
Yeah, and I think this is her movie. Like, this is like
she's even gorgeous in Hostel too.
Yeah, like she aged like fucking wine. Like that woman is a goddess. But this film I feel like is her big like quintessential role where she really is like. She puts in her best performance, and she's like the main focal point of this film. I think what I really love about this film is I'm a fan in general of Sergio Martino's editing specifically, and Martino also has a very good ear for deploying like the right music in the right spot. And I think this is one of his films where he exemplifies that best. The score in this movie is so good that Quentin Tarantino thought it was a great idea to rip it off and use it in Kill Bill. So that the first time I realized that, I marked out about that. But this movie is like kind of this like almost like incoherent like psychosexual nightmare, and it just wraps itself really cool into this like really like awesome like horror crime story with all these murders. And it's a lot of it. I love it so much. I love that like Edgewood like just becomes like this almost like ethereal like dream girl, and like just pulls this movie all together around her. There's a lot of really good just like cinematography in using composition with the music in this film that I really like. I remember the first time I saw this, like I had seen the editor much before this, and I never realized where like that rain in the mud scene came from. So there's always like I've always had this like weird connection with that like that was actually in a movie. And yeah, I'm just a big fan of like everyone in this movie too. I think the ending of this movie is also like majestic. The way they like pick up the tempo of the score, and then like you have the scene at the end where like the bad guys like are getting away, and then like they drive like past her, and then you have this like army of like people marching forward to come bust him. It's like fucking pure cinema, and like the way it ends, it's so much fucking fun for me, and it's so Italian, and it just like exemplifies like everything like I really love about these movies. And it doesn't matter that like maybe there's like kind of some sloppy elements, but it all just like finds a way to like stack on together and become this really cool like surrealist like crime movie that like you really could only catch those effects with Italian movies from this era. And I think that's always something like I've gravitated to. So I think you'll hear me say the same thing a lot tonight. But yeah, I really like this movie. Martino is definitely like, for me, he's like at least like the number 3 or 4 if we're talking about big Italian directors. Might be like, he's kind of like that first director you find after you get between get past Argento and Fulci, and I really like most of his films. This movie's great. Love Edgerton, love the story, love the people around it. 8 out of 10 on this one as well.
Nice. JP.
My number 9, not sure if this film will be on anybody else's list. It's just one that I love and tend to gravitate towards. It is Antonio Margheriti's Cannibal Apocalypse. We've reviewed this film, obviously.
It's one of those films that I have a 10 out of 10 on, but just didn't make. I think I don't have enough spots, right? So
yeah, but yeah, I love this movie so much. I think it's like, we spent a lot of time talking about like the PTSD and like the Vietnam aspect of the film, which is, you know, essentially like a small scene at the beginning of the movie, and then but it carries on throughout the themes of the whole movie. John Saxon's great in there. Is that who else is that Radici in there?
Yeah.
Yep. And then you have just like like I love the standoff scene in the mall, and it just, the way it's kind of like a different zombie movie, but it just works so good for me, and I love the themes in there. Just a real favorite of mine, man. I've watched this movie 4 times now, according to my Letterboxd. And I remember picking it up on Umbrella on DVD from Umbrella, and just watched it and was like, man, that is a cool movie that I never really heard about. And then now I've heard about it a lot more ever since it came out on Blu-ray from Kino, I believe. Was it Kino who put that out on Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Tyler, have you seen this movie?
They have a 4K now.
1980.
They just dropped a 4K for it.
They have a 4K now. I watched it for 1980. It made my top 25, but not my top 10. But I did like it, and I bought the Blu-ray like shortly after that, and then they announced the 4K like a month later. I was like, oh, fuck you guys.
Yeah. No, the Blu-ray is fine, man.
Not one that I'm going to run out and upgrade, but I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm not going to upgrade it, but yeah, I did like it enough to buy it after I watched it.
Yeah, it's a really good movie, and I think it's an underseen Italian flick.
Yeah, I think it's definitely underseen. I think it kind of has like a not a great title, and that maybe was what turned some people off.
Is true, and most of the titles are not good as well. There's what, like, fucking what, man? There's
dude, that movie has like 19 titles, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I like Cannibal Apocalypse though. Like, it kind of makes sense because you kind of get that in the film a little bit.
See, like, I'm kind of enticed by like the stupid titles that mean nothing, like your vice is a locked door and only I have the key, for example. Like, that means absolutely nothing, but it sounds cool as fuck. You know what I mean?
It's like, literally a Poe Black Cat story.
Yeah, like, it means nothing, but it's cool as fuck. But like, when I hear something like Cannibal Apocalypse, I'm like, okay, that sounds like really cheesy.
Yeah, it's also under Apocalypse Demoni, which is demons in Italian. Which is,
but it was called Cannibal Apocalypse. I mean, there was cannibalism, but like, I mean, it was capturing on the height and the fame of cannibal films at that time. I mean,
yeah, and what's the invasion of the like flesh hunters or something?
Flesh eaters
or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think this movie kicks major ass, dude. Love John Saxon in there. Yeah. The weird fucking neighbor teenage girl who's trying to seduce him is fucking really uncomfortable.
Dude, it's like super uncomfortable, man.
Yeah. But yeah, Pretty awesome movie. I give that one an 8.5 out of 10 as well. I had to get it on the list, man.
Damn, dude. I feel like, holy shit. I'm like cut 6, 7, 10s here. Like, holy fuck. But you guys know me with Italian cinema. All right, so taking it all the way back to the glorious year of 1964. I don't even know how the fuck we could ever get this year as a top 10. Is that part of like a retro year? Like, could we possibly get
the retro year? This is one of the more competitive retro years.
Okay. All right, so with the master himself, Mario Bava's Blood and Black Lace.
Mario, my brother.
I love this movie, man. You know, every time I watch Blood and Black Lace, man, it makes you think of Argento, because Argento's style came from this movie. I mean, we've talked about this many, many times, but this is the film that kind of was a predecessor for the lighting and, you know, the colors and just doing that type of cinematography. It's almost like a character in itself in the movie, you know, accompanied by beautiful fucking women. But this is a very, very unique giallo in the sense that, you know, I don't want to. This is one of those movies I would just love to just spoil the shit out of right now and just give everything away. But if you haven't seen it, I don't want to do that because it's kind of a fucking misstep on my part. But I think it's really unique because it has multiple twists in it. It has like 3 or 4 different twists. Mm-hmm. And it's pretty interesting.
I've seen this one at the drive-in too.
It's so far ahead of its time.
Fuck you.
Like I said, this is an early giallo, and it has a narrative where, you know, you think it's going to be one thing, but it turns out being another. You know, the motivations behind things are, you know, they are what they are. You know, we expect these kind of like whatever. Like sometimes you can have motivation in giallo. It turns out to be like, well, my sister fucking, you know, she, you know, it could be so minuscule. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. But I think the way this one progresses in the narrative with how the kills happen and why they're happening is actually really interesting. I think it's a really cool reveal. Beautiful film.
Yeah, I got to see this at part of Giallo Palooza at the Riverside Drive-In a couple years ago, where they did eight Giallos.
Wow.
Man.
How does it play out? Like, how does it do well? Like, how does it do within the you know, that type of atmosphere, like a drive-in when you're watching giallos?
Not as good as like the more like atmospheric movies.
Yeah.
But a couple of the Fulcis played really good. This one played okay. It was kind of late. It was the third movie. So that's where you start hitting that tired mark a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, cause you're not comfortable. That's the thing about drive-ins. You're in a fucking car or
it's only comfortable for so long.
Right.
Yeah. But it's fun. I mean, I love doing it. I go every September and April when they do their big horror shows.
Yeah, I have to drive like an hour and a half to a drive-in, and it's not.
Well, that one's about an hour away from me, but it's I only go when they do like the events.
Yeah, our drive-in never does shit like this. Not even remotely close.
I drive 5 hours for the one that I go to.
Yeah, you're nuts though, because like, I mean, yes, you're not nuts. It's
a fun weekend, dude. There's nothing but.
Oh, I would drive 5 hours. 5 hours for me is like that's a normal drive.
Yeah, like I don't even. You're like, also, I struggle with driving 40 minutes to the theater.
Yeah, that's a normal. Actually, my I have a drive-in in my city too, and it's about a half an hour away from me. But like, they only do mainstream stuff. Like, they don't do shit like this. So
yeah, like for the Camp Blood ones that we do that every August, and it's like a 5-hour drive, and we get a hotel. It's 3 nights. It's usually like 9 slasher films, and they usually have a couple people from the movies in there, and it's fun. Right. You drink or smoke a little bit, eat a bunch of bad food, a lot of it, and just enjoy fucking watching awesome slashers in 35 millimeter.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's worth the trip.
Yeah, like I couldn't even criticize that, because I would definitely do also things that like are of other interests.
It also helps that I have a companion that's also into the shit. You know what I mean?
I don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it would probably really go south if you guys drove 5 hours to the drive-in and they were doing a Hammer marathon.
Well, yeah,
I don't think she agreed to it in the first place.
we have seen some fucking Hammer movies at the drive-in, but not the 5-hour one, the hour one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, driving 5 hours for me is like, I mean, that's normal. That's fucking normal. I'd be down with that shit, man. But to see these on the big screen at a drive-in, fuck yeah, dude. My truck's comfortable as shit, dude. It'd be fucking comfortable. I just turn it around. I would just turn my shit around and sit on my box with chairs and have a cooler inside. I just do it.
You know what? A little quick side note. At Wasteland, I was talking to August Underground dude. Fuck's his name?
Fred Vogel.
Fred Vogel. I don't know why we forgot that. I know the dude. But I was talking to him for a bit, and I was like, yeah, I've seen you a couple times at the Riverside Drive-In for their like events. And he actually told me that they started those events because of him.
Really?
In a way. Yeah. He rented out that drive-in for Shelley rented it out for one of his birthdays, and they were going to show a bunch of movies. And I guess it did so like well with like just the idea and like stuff like that, just a bunch of old horror movies, that they started doing that like the next year. But
Jesus.
they made it like open to the public. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty cool story. I didn't know that.
That's fucking gnarly. That's super gnarly. But anyways, Blood and Black Lace, you know, what can I say? I mean,
yeah, we passed that, aren't we?
He didn't read it yet. Oh, but we know they're all 10s. It's like
I never finished talking about it. We're still on Blood and Black Lace.
I thought we moved on. I thought Tyler said one yet.
No, I didn't say anyone.
No, because I'm last and he's on. Yeah. So, anyways, Blood and Black Lace, man. I mean, the only thing that I don't really care for the most in this film is
the score. Dude, I knew it because I watched it today and I was like, you know, this score, it feels so 60s and like Hitchcocky and not like.
I feel like it doesn't fit properly.
When you're used to like the smooth, like more delicate.
Yeah, I can see why you can say that. Especially like it's the same day I watched this movie, I also watched a different movie that had a much like way more modern, like sleeker, like upbeat score. And I was like, wow, this is a fucking great score.
Yeah, it's just it just doesn't fit for me with like it feels like an older era, even though it is 64.
Yeah, I absolutely understand that.
But it's funny because when you watch this movie, it feels so ahead of its time, but then the score seems so
it's
like I have the same feeling.
Everything's ahead of its time, but the score is like holding it back.
Exactly.
Old territory.
Exactly. I think some people would definitely disagree with it, but like to me, every time I watch this movie, all I want to hear is like a fucking Goblin soundtrack. I swear to God.
It's funny because like I normally don't even know, like I'm probably the least musically inclined out of like all you guys, like even Dave Z, everybody that does the show. And like I was paying attention to that watching it today, and I was like, you know what? I was like, I don't think I like this score for this movie. Like it wasn't working for me, but
it doesn't
not bad or anything. It feels off.
It doesn't ruin the movie at all because I really like the characters. I think Cameron Mitchell does a great job as, you know,
a very beautiful movie.
Yeah, and it looks good. I mean, everything about this movie is a really cinematic, well told story. Like, you know, there's a lot of things that are happening in this movie that completely make sense. It doesn't have these weird MacGuffins that, you know, a lot of giallos do and shit like that. But I think, like, again, you know, the reveal, and then there's a reveal, and then there's like 4 twists in this. It's fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much happening. Plus, the main reveal is actually ahead of its time so fucking much. It's crazy. Like, I mean, this is 1964, and it wasn't really duplicated until later on. But pretty cool, man. I mean, Blood and Black Lace is a film that I could watch all the time. It's one of my favorite giallos of all time, if you know, I mean, but just that score, man, just that score. I think it's the one thing that impedes it a little bit for me, but still for me, 10 out of 10. So, I mean, we already know all my films 10, but Tyler.
All right. So we got number 8. So this film comes from the year 1972 and making his second appearance on my list. I have Sergio Martino's Your Vice is a Locked Door. You know, only I have the key. This was actually the film I was talking about when I said a moment ago that I watched the film the same day as Blood and Black Lace, and I thought like this score is way fucking better. And yeah, like the real like upbeat piano score. This movie is like almost surreal. It's like it's fucking incredible and just like carries the movie. And of any movie on this list, this is I think my favorite edited movie, if that makes any sense. But something I've definitely stated before on here. I think at least we've at least definitely talked about. So I'm a big fan of Black Cat stories, and to me, this is like the quintessential Black Cat story. I'm a really big fan of Luigi Pistilli, not just for his work in the horror genre, but he's also in like some of like literally like the goat spaghetti western movies that I'm such a big fan of him, and he brings like the same like angry intensity to this role that he does like in every movie, and I fucking like adore him for that. This guy is just like a giant ball of rage, and like you completely buy into it, and I fucking love it. I love like how disjointed and just like whimsical the story is, as which is also in this movie. Who I think I expressed my adoration for enough in the last film. She has more of like a supporting role in this movie, but it's still really memorable. She has the best line in this movie. There's like this part where this like milk delivery guy pulls up to like this house she's staying at, and she says like, "Hey, hot potato, you got any milk in that tricycle?" And there's never a time in my life I've heard that and haven't laughed my fucking ass off. But this movie's got a ton of like red herrings too, and it's like one of those movies that just like it's just like ends bad for everyone, like zero sum game. Everyone gets their like comeuppance, and it's so like poetic, and I have so much fun with it. This was really one of my like first loves of like the Italian horror genre. Once I got past like like the layer one of like Argento and like Fulci movies, like this is one of the earlier movies I saw like when I really first like kind of like got into that second tier of the iceberg, and it's something I've just found myself rewatching like almost annually over the last like 6 years. I've probably seen this movie around like 4 times, maybe 5, but this is a movie like I'm always like whenever I put this movie in, like I'm really looking forward to like the next 90 minutes of my life. I always have a great experience of this movie. I just love the way like this movie's edited. It's very intense. It's got a lot of great like facial cinematography, and it's got like I just like these disjointed stories too, where it's like you almost don't really understand like what's going on, or they have red herrings like left and right, and it's just such a ride, and like you're just on board for everything that happens. This really is like kind of required test with these Italian movies, but like if you're listening to the episode, you probably get what I'm saying in the first place. But the movie also has a great dummy death. That's always a bonus. Dummy deaths are a quick way to my heart. But yeah, this is a movie I really like. I watch this movie pretty consistently, like I was saying, and I will just happily watch this movie longer and longer. I'm gonna give this one also an 8 out of 10.
Nice. All right. For me, making his second appearance on my list is Lucio Fulci with City of the Living Dead. Yes. The first part. Is it the first part?
This is the first one in the trilogy, yeah.
Yeah. The first one in the trilogy there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this movie, I remember this was like one of the opposite effects for me of like Italian films, where normally like I watch them, I'm like, that was good, and then I like it more and more. This one I pretty much liked from the get-go when we covered it way back on Lucio Fulci Volume 1, I think. Or 2. Yeah.
Go back to the middle segment. Yeah, we have the days.
Yeah. But yeah, man, this one just is like the shit. The atmosphere. I watched it back in October, just this past year, because it's just one that I gravitate towards during the October month, because it has that thick ass atmosphere, and the gore is outstanding. Sure. I remember this actually, to be fair, now that I think about it, and I think I said this on the show, that one where we first covered City of the Living Dead, that actually wasn't the first time I seen it, because like a couple years before that, late one night on Netflix, I just clicked on it, and I was just like, dude, this movie's crazy. Cause like I remember vividly the scene of her vomiting up her intestines and the bloody eyes and shit, just fucking, that is still a hard scene for me to watch, dude. And I don't really get, like, stuff doesn't make me turn away very much in movies. Like, eye stuff doesn't bother me really. Like,
yeah.
but like something about like throwing up your intestines just like makes me queasy.
Yep.
That's definitely one of the highlight scenes for sure. Like, that's
dude, the
especially if
drill
you're not
kill.
so.
Yeah, dude, I was like, what the fuck is going on?
One interesting perspective I have with people seeing these movies for the first time is I feel like a lot of the time when you talk to horror fans, these are pretty common movies that people have seen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But these like the best like kind of like Fulci movies and Argento movies have actually like multiple times been spotlighted on the Criterion channel. So I know a lot of people that were like, "Oh, I'm gonna check these movies out," and like seeing their reaction to these movies the first time is like kind of cool. And that's like one of the things like a lot of people cited, like, dude, the fucking like intestines vomiting is one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, because you're just
really
watching
is,
it
though.
and you're like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, and like if you've never seen a
like
Fulci movie and
happen.
you're watching this movie that's like just like a nightmare in a blender of like of like just horrible scene after horrible scene, like it's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, and I love the idea of like the priest and the hanging and shit, and then there's a great drill kill, fucking phenomenal drill kill.
Radici.
Yeah, Radici again. Damn. Yeah, but man, I love this movie, dude. The score. The only thing bad about it is probably like the ending's a mess, kinda. I think, didn't you say that there was like they ran out of money or something weird happened with like the shooting?
No, what happened with the end of the film is like if Fulci did shoot a different ending to the film, but the elements got destroyed.
So they lost the footage.
So they lost the footage and they couldn't reshoot it. They were out of money. They couldn't reshoot it. So they just kind of clipped it together, which, you know, over time, I'm just like, whatever. It is what it is. I would have loved to have seen what he did.
It does feel like it just ends, but like at the same time, I've always felt like
the Beyond feels like it just ends
the thing is for me, like seeing John John run towards them and they know that he's still alive is still horrific in the sense because the way they pause it and end it, it's like, well, it's not over.
Yeah.
Right. I still like I've thought about it for years and I'm just like, you know what? I'm fine with it. I'm totally fucking fine.
It's the same.
I can't live in this what if world. I can't live in this what if world.
It's the same way I kind of
footage.
feel about the Beyond though, where it's almost just like this like ambiguous, just like majestic like ending. Or it just feels satisfying the way he uses the music. Like that's really the impressive part.
Yeah,
the Fritzy soundtrack to the Beyond. Yeah, that's great.
And I also have come way up on House by the Cemetery as well. Like I think it is just such a great trilogy. Whereas before I used to think that like the first two were great and then like the House by the Cemetery was like the weakest. And I still think it's the weakest, but I love it though. So yeah, that's another one that has come way up on my list. But yeah, City of Living Dead, 8.5 out of 10.
Fuck, crazy. All right. I just hear the ratings. I'm like, whatever. Like I can't get mad. It's like, you know, I always talk about ratings for dummies anyways.
Hey, these are high ratings, dude.
I've never started a list on an 8 ever.
I've never started a list with 10s.
I've started, dude. Yeah, that's a record for fucking sure that'll never be broken. But yeah, I started with 8.5s on a modern like top 10, like 2016 or something, I think. So
it's crazy when you think about it, though. If Parker was on the show right now, we would have 2 people starting with 10s.
Probably a bunch of Hall of Famers too. Yeah, most likely.
So I don't even know if anything is going to actually change.
Realistically, if I'm starting at 8s at the end, like it can't be too much longer before I'm like, you know, getting above that.
All right.
All right. So coming in at number, what am I on 7 here? Yes, I'm number 7. Number 8. Yeah. is going to be Ruggero Deodato's Cannibal Holocaust.
Wow. That actually is surprising to me.
Probably be higher, yeah.
I thought it would be like top 3. Wow.
Well, when you have nothing but 10s in your list, it's pretty fucking hard to like.
It's like dealer's choice.
Wow, that actually is really surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is how much I love all these movies. It's crazy because, like, Cannibal Holocaust is one of those movies where, every time I watch it, it's like, it's weird. It's like discouraging. It's exciting. It's exhilarating. It's offensive. It's everything that you want in a film. It gets all your emotions going. All your emotions are always running when you watch Cannibal Holocaust. I still think it has an amazing commentary on, simply what you see isn't necessarily what it really is, kind of thing, right? I think one thing that's missed in Cannibal Holocaust for a lot of people is that, like, they do tell you earlier in the film simply that these filmmakers they're filmmakers. They're willing to make films strictly for the portion of capitalism. Like, they want to make films that are going to sell to the public. So they fucking, they're hoaxes, right? I love the scene where they show the footage of, I think it's like a African tribe, whatever. They're getting all shot up by the army and stuff like that. And then they cut to it and they're like, oh no, that was all staged. That was all fucking staged. And that shit never even happened and stuff like that. I'm like, oh my God, it's so powerful. It's so powerful. It's a great commentary on, just a lot of things, just media, capitalism, everything. But like, it's a great, the idea of Cannibal Holocaust is so fucking good in terms of filmmaking because it's so ahead of its time with the obvious, kind of found footage element to it and stuff like that. I mean, realistically, this is so far ahead of its time. It's really, really well done. But the storytelling is great. I mean, a lot of people, when they think of Cannibal Holocaust, they think about the real animal killings and how brutal it is. And you know what? I'm not going to dispute. Some
people that can't get past that.
I'm not going to dispute the fact that it is hard to watch, even to this day. I've seen Cannibal Holocaust so many fucking times. It's still hard for me to watch those scenes because they are real. But it doesn't negate the fact that this movie, from a fiction, like from a nonfiction standpoint, is really, really good. And the commentary is really good. I love the fact that, like, you can do a film like this and have people thinking the only thing they take away from is, oh, these animal killing and stuff like that. They don't realize.
I've definitely experienced some people like that.
They don't realize what they're really watching, and they're watching the fact that, like, these filmmakers are actually the evils of the movie, and they don't realize that the cannibals, quote unquote, are just reacting to situations, right? So if you want to be, if you want to be capitalistic, well, we'll say capitalistic here. What you got to do is you got to force feed shit. You got to change the narrative. So when they go into the jungle and the shit's not what they're, anticipating it to be, you're going to change the narrative a little bit, spruce it up a little bit, make the story a little bit fucking better. I love that. That's where the horror lies in this film for me, is that these guys are willing to change the narrative and go out of their way to be so exploitive, so nasty, and just burn down shit, rape and pillage and do all this shit and then, film it. But, at the end of the day, for me, it's like, dude, you still have this on film. Like, people are going to find this shit. I mean, I guess they weren't planning on dying, which they probably could have covered the shit up anyways. But Cannibal Holocaust is a very, very powerful film, and, political ends, commentary, just in how people perceive things and what we see on, in media general, like even on the news, like you see the footage of what's happening in Cannibal Holocaust. You're like, holy fuck, that's nasty. That's brutal and shit like that. But it's so ahead of its time because this is what we're still dealing with today. A lot of the shit that we see on TV, man, is it real? A lot of it's doctored, man. Right? Spruce up the fucking stories, man. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I feel like the only shit that sells, and it's only ever sold, is the negativity of the world, the dark side of the world, the nasty shit of the world. And Cannibal Holocaust really negates and shows that so well, to the point where it's horrifying. It's fucking horrifying so much. Dude, when the anthropologist is like, dude, you guys haven't seen what I've seen. Like, you guys can't put the shit out, man. Like, they changed the narrative here. They fucked this thing up big time. Like, these guys were the actual evils of the story. You know, these so-called cannibals, which are just, you know, these innocent tribes that are reacting to situations, is like, but it's so relevant to today that it's just like, it's satisfying every time I watch this film. So when I watch the film, you know what? Animal killings, they're definitely not necessary. They're 100% not necessary. I watched the 88 film 4K. They do cut out the scene where the muskrat gets gutted, which I'm fine with, because I don't need to see that. I have
why do they choose that?
It's just,
I can actually tell you why. That's actually the only scene that goes against the UK standards of the time. The standards for killing an animal were a quick, clean-cut kill. So the turtle actually is not violating everything. This film was just a scapegoat. But because you watch like the muskrats suffer, and it's a prolonged kill, that's why that is not okay.
Yeah, so if you watch the American release, like the Grindhouse release, it shows the knife going in, and it shows it's pretty brutal. And I'm fine with not watching that. People are like, oh, you got the cut first? I'm like, I don't have a cut first. I'm fine with that shit, man. I'm like, I don't need to see that shit.
Dude, I'm down with watching the animal cruelty-free version.
Yeah, like I think it's like a really
I never do.
Fine thing. I think it's I never do, but I think it's a very reasonable thing that they offer an edition of the movie where you can watch it without having to see that. I think that's completely reasonable. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. They're not censoring anything. They're saying if you don't want to watch that, we don't understand. Like, we'll take care of it for you.
I love the construction of this movie too. Like the first half of the film, it's kind of funny when you really think about it, because we don't actually get introduced to our main filmmakers until like 45 minutes into the film. So the first half of the film is pretty cool. We got this anthropologist who's going into the jungle to, kind of figure out what's going on and shit. And it's cool because like on his journey, they find the turtle shell. Like they find the turtle shell and that body and stuff like that. So it's all kind of a prequel to what we're going to see later on in the film. Right. I think those elements are super fucking well done by Deodato. Super awesome. It's honestly one of the most effective films of all time. You want to talk about scores that really work? Like this is one of the most beautiful scores that you could ever hear by Ennio Morricone. And it's in probably one of the most horrific movies you could probably watch based on, commentary alone. It just works so fucking well. It really does, man. It really does. I don't know where Morricone came up with this idea for that type of score.
It's great.
It really does add to it. Like it feels so good, but it's not. It's like the perfect contrast within the film for the visuals to the, the soundtrack and everything. Honestly, this movie is brutal. The effects are obviously awesome. We know the history. I don't have to go into everything about Cannibal Holocaust, but I was telling the wife, even last night, she came down and she was talking to me, and I was watching Cannibal Holocaust, and it happened to be on the scene where they show the female that's on the post, that the iconic scene. I told her, hey, that this is actually one of the scenes that kind of ruined Deodato's life for a little bit because he actually went to jail. They had to prove blah, blah, blah. She's like, holy fuck. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's a crazy story within Cannibal Holocaust with that narrative too. And, it just, besides all that bullshit, man, this movie has just got pure punch. It's pure punch for what it is. I expect probably to see this higher on your guys' list. But again, for me, it's a 10 out of 10. I think the storytelling's magnificent. I love the construction of the film. I love how we get, the before, the after. I love every time I watch it, I pick out something else and it just really, really over villainizes these people. And I'm just like, dude, it's a great commentary on, capitalism. It really is, because the story sometimes is never that good. You got to spruce it up. You got to make it better. You got to make something that people actually want to watch. Nobody wants to watch, like I said before, nobody wants to watch the cannibalistic tribe not doing cannibal things. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to see the dog winner. They want to see who killed the dog, right? And Cannibal Holocaust exists in that world and accentuates that narrative so well that it's beautiful. It's repugnant. It's just nasty. It's brutal. And beautiful all at the same time. I don't think there's another movie where you could have so many different types of adjectives that would probably condescend themselves besides Cannibal Holocaust. It's one of the only movies that does that. It's not for everybody, but if it's not for you, you're a fucking pussy. No, I'm just joking.
That's the dead meat guy, right? The dead meat guy can't watch Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah, I think it's just
the guy that made the In Search of Darkness movies. Or
is that the dude?
He's involved in. He's like in them a lot.
So there's a fourth one coming out from that, right? I saw there's a fourth one.
Yeah, 90s.
Right. Anyways, Cannibal Holocaust. We could go on we've talked endless hours about this movie. I've repeated a lot of the stuff we said, but it's stuff I like about it, man. I just think it's so effective, and that's what really works for me. If you can get past the nasty visuals, man, and understand what you're watching, it's an amazing film. It's actually probably one of the best movies ever made, in my opinion. 10 out of 10.
Sweet.
All right. Number 7. All right. Number 7, we're going to go to the year 1977. Making his second appearance on the list, I have Lucio Fulci's The Psychic.
Yeah, I figured so. I actually would have called this was on your list. Yeah.
The Psychic is a fucking bop. I like The Psychic quite a bit. One really cool thing about rewatching this movie is this movie also counted as a Noir-vember watch. So that was fucking awesome. But yeah, like I'm just so like fascinated with the idea of like this psychic like seeing their death, and I think the biggest like thing about this movie that like you could really bang on is like you can easily solve what's going on in this movie much before the movie actually reveals itself. But it's just like such a sick journey, and I like again this is a movie that the score just like carries so much. This is another film that Quentin Tarantino must have loved the score in this movie so much that he decided that he was gonna use the score in Kill Bill also, along with the score of The Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward. So that's kind of wild. That's a weird statistic for my list. But yeah, this movie's great. This movie stars Jennifer O'Neill. So if you remember my absolute glazing, the reincarnation of Peter Proud, I have some sort of lifelong crush on Jennifer O'Neill, and I love every movie she's in. So I don't know why this would be any different. I think she's great in this. I think she really embodies this almost like mousy, like naive, like vulnerable character, but like also like catches like that curiosity like so well. I just love the way this movie unfurls. I love like the score is just so good in this film. It's like it elevates it so much. But this movie is also shot really well. This might be actually the movie I argue is like Lucio Fulci's best shot movie. It's definitely his top 2. But this movie it just kind of like. This is also a good movie. This is a good movie to really introduce someone into Italian cinema, because it really almost like feels more like almost like a dark.
Cannibal Holocaust #1. You should show him Cannibal Holocaust first.
I did. I will say I showed my girlfriend that movie and she liked it, so I was very proud of her for that moment.
Really,
but I think this is a good movie to ease someone into, because it's not like so like over the top Italian tropey, but it's a good way to like dip your toes into it, and it's also like just like a good like dark thriller. But the idea of just like where this movie, really the narrative of this movie of a psychic like having visions of like a death that previously happened in this house, and the way the story rolls, it's just great. I love it. It's a movie I've watched over and over. I've just always I've liked this movie a little bit more every time I watch this. I think it's got like a really great like ambiguous ending that like I'm glad they like stop exactly where they do in the movie, because I think that makes it better than giving us any sort of like definitive answer. And yeah, it's a super rewatchable, just like great like horror thriller, like just falling in line with those giallo movies I like the last like 2 of them. It's great. Lucio Fulci is the man. I think like this film maybe gets a little overlooked because people are big fans of the Gates of Hell trilogy, but I really like this movie quite a bit. I'm gonna stick with my 8 out of 10s here.
JP.
Sweet. Okay, my number 7 is a movie that when you talk about movies that you can just watch over and over again anytime, this is one for me. I've watched this movie so many times and like not even intentionally, just for like the show. It was on Joe Bob once, like it's just always around. But that film is Demons, Lamberto Bava's Demons. Yeah, this movie is awesome front to back. Like it's just so fast paced. It just gets crazier and crazier. By the time we get helicopters crashing through the roof, you're like, what the fuck? But yeah, it's set in a movie theater, which is really cool. You get a cameo by Sylvain in the metal mask, which is just a neat visual and cool idea. You get this crazy like demon action with just tons of gore and just wild. It's just fast paced and demons are running around. It's like it feels like 28 Days Later or something, but you're stuck in a damn movie theater. And then you got such actually you got such an interesting soundtrack on this one, because you got like Motley Crue and Billy Idol.
Stepped.
Yeah.
Well,
And you got Simonetti doing the score and stuff. What's the pimp's name?
Tony.
Tony. The guy's awesome.
Tony
I love how he shows up in part 2 as a totally different character.
He's in part 2. He's awesome in that one too.
He's got my favorite line of the movie where he's like, shit, another door.
Yeah, they're like doing cocaine in the whip and shit. It's just a fun movie, man. And it like I said, it gets crazy too. But
I love when they're sniffing coke off the coke can. I love that shit, man. It's fucking awesome.
It's just, man, dude, it is so, both of them, both Demons movies are fucking phenomenally fun. And the movie within the movie is even awesome. Like, I'm like, shit, I would like to see that whole movie.
Fuck yeah, dude. That whole Nostradamus shit, man, is fucking amazing.
Yeah. So, Demons, 8.5 out of 10 for me on Demons.
Good Lord. I can't. Okay. All right. So
this motherfucker's at 8 still. Why you yell at him?
It's fucking crazy to me, man. All right, number 7, and I know this is probably going to hurt Parker. Actually, the last 2 are going to hurt Parker's feelings, really. Me having Cannibal Holocaust so technically low. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so number 7 for myself, we're going to stay in the Deodato realm. And
we're going to smack the shit out of if you were going to say stay in Italy.
So we're going to do a little bit of House on the Edge of the Park.
Yeah.
And I got to show this off, man. Look at this artwork on the 4K from the Italian collection. Isn't that beautiful? Like, so
it's nice. It's not better than the original though.
I love this artwork. It's awesome. I mean, I think the original artwork's on the back. No, it actually isn't. That shit.
Dude, the original artwork is literally like amongst my favorite posters of all time.
But I do have a Blu-ray with the original artwork though too. So, but yeah, and honestly, the transfer on this is really good. So The House on the Edge of the Park, man, of course, starring David Hess, who plays a very similar character that he does in Last House on the Left. He plays a fucking dirtbag. We've talked many times about the twist in this movie, and like I don't know, JP, if you were on board with the fact that like it was believable the way they set it up and like the way they do it and stuff. I can't remember our conversations.
I don't know if I say that it's believable, but I like it.
Yeah, I think it's actually really cool. I think it's actually a really unique type of twist because you don't really see it coming. Like you don't, honestly, because they give you a start and a finish to it, which is kind of cool. It's not just like a MacGuffin. It's like they kind of throw it in there. It's a nasty fucking vile film. I think what really sells this movie though is David Hess. Like, David Hess is the obvious culprit in this movie. He carries the shit. So he's one of those type of characters that you fucking love and you fucking hate at the same time. How many times?
Well, it's kind of weird because you start the movie out hating
I know exactly
people
what you mean.
because they're like these posh, uppity, fucking rich kids, and you kind of root for David Hess, and then like he becomes such a monster that you're like, fuck.
But he's a monster though, because in the beginning of the film, you get the rape.
Dude, I have this weird thing with it though, where like I think like that scene where he's like, "They don't know nothing about friendship. They'll turn you to shit." Like it's like touching to me.
I think that David Hess's character arc in the film is so unique though, because like he is such a vile piece of shit. Like, we don't actually 100% know. I think we don't know if he actually just raped the girl in the beginning or if he actually killed her. I'm not 100%. I think he killed her. He kills her, but they don't actually say that though. Like, it's weird. And they're like, because when they reveal the fact, they're like, "Oh, well, you raped my sister." Like, they don't actually say death, but she was obviously dead.
I don't know then.
It's funny because they don't actually say death, but she clearly was kind of dead. I don't know. But his character arc is so bizarre in this film. And like the way he is because he's obviously got a soft spot for Radici in the film. And all he wants to do, because he knows he's a little bit slow and he wants to stick up for him big time. Right. Mm-hmm. But where it goes with that character is so fucking brutal. And it's so effective too. Like, I don't want to give if you haven't seen it, but you guys know what I'm talking about, like what happens with him and Radici and stuff. And it's like, dude, it's so effective, man, because he showcases throughout the film that all he wants to do is protect him. But then where it goes, it's like, it's so just sad. It's fucking sad. It hits home so well. But I mean, this is one of those films. It's like, it can come off as being insanely sleazy and nasty and vile. But there's a lot of motivations in this movie, which is I really like. It's crazy. I think the nastiest shit though is the girl that shows up at the house and what happens to her. I think that's the most insane thing in the film. Like, it's just crazy. I think that's just so heartbreaking. It's so brutal and shit like that. The ending to me isn't overly satisfying because at the same time, like I'm like one of those people like that wants the rich assholes to fucking not succeed. You know what I mean? Because they're pieces of shit too. They're vile pieces of shit themselves. I don't know, man. It's one of those movies that fucks with your emotions so bad throughout the 95-minute running time or whatever it is that I find so effective. Every time I watch it, I'm just like, I have different emotions every time I watch this shit, man. The score, the music, the soundtrack is so fucking good in this, man. It's so good. It's so good. This is one of those films where, like, dude, you cannot not remember the soundtrack. And of course the score is great too, but the soundtrack, man, the songs are so fucking good, man. It's so good. Oh man. It is like 90 minutes of pure just vilism. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's fantastic, dude. It's fantastic. Like, I love this scene. Like, there's these moments where they humanize David Hess's character so much in the movie, and then they villainize him so fucking much on the flip side. And I love that shit, man. I love how it just flips so much. It's such a roller coaster of emotions, and I think that's what makes this movie work so well. Brutal. It's an absolutely fucking brutal watch. I think it works so well, but the dark side of me, every time I watch this movie, I'm like, I just wanted David Hess to walk out of there.
Dude, it's fucked up.
I know it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. Just because I feel like Deodato, like, he villainizes the rich assholes so too, because they don't give a fuck too, right? Like, they're willing to play these games and stuff. But when you look at it from the end point though, there was an agenda from the start. So what they were doing could be justified because they were fucking with these people that they were already going to fuck with. But at the end of the day, they're rich assholes and people don't respect rich assholes anyways. But so it's like this whole bizarre mixed emotions while you watch this movie, and I think it's captured so goddamn well. Like, I mean, doing Cannibal Holocaust and House on the Edge of the Park back to back is like one of the most emotional roller coasters you could probably ever roll yourself through. Deodato, you know, I mean, he's a household name to us, but to the average person, not so much. But he has done two of the best Italian films, most effective films in the genre, and it's crazy. Absolutely fucking mind blowing to me. It's another 10 out of 10 for me. We could talk all day about House on the Edge of the Park, but dude, when he gets shot in the balls, man, I'm just like, oh, dude, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's just watching this movie, I'm just like, the soundtrack is such an effective this is like what I talk about with music, man, like Cannibal Holocaust and, you know, this movie right here, how soundtracks are so, it's like a character in themselves. You know, it's like an alternate character in the film, and it plays such a big part. It's so effective. The cues in the film, it's all about cueing too. And fuck me, man, if this shit doesn't work, like, just over and over again. Beautiful films. Deodato knocked out the fucking park with both these. Crazy year. Crazy fucking year for him. Really. 1980. Wow. Yeah. The year I was born. I was born into Cannibal Holocaust and House on the Edge of the Park. Tens.
If I'm
Tyler.
not mistaken, wasn't Cannibal Holocaust ahead on your 1980 list
I don't
of
remember.
House on the Edge of the Park?
Well, it doesn't matter because this is how I rank them now. So
No, I know that. I'm just saying, I was pointing out that it changed.
Yeah, and it probably did actually, because rewatching, you know, again, and that's what I love about lists is that you can watch things and you can think where they're going to place, you know, and then they
My
don't.
1980 list would definitely be different.
I change so often, dude. Like, I'm crazy with changing. But okay, Tyler.
All right, number 6. We're gonna roll back to 1971, making their third appearance on this list.
Martina again.
I have Lucille Fulci's A Lizard in a Woman's Skin.
Wait, third?
Yeah, Beyond in the Sun.
Yeah, that's his third Fulci film.
Oh, wow. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of A Lizard in a Woman's Skin. This is probably the one movie that I might say like outshoots The Psychic. Some of the dream-like horror sequences in this film are like absolutely fucking majestic. They're so dreamlike and ethereal and like terrifying. It's also edited extremely well. It's just, this movie is just put together so effectively. And to me, this was like kind of like Fulci like starting to like explore like the world of like almost outside of like reality and like kind of like fascinating himself with these like almost like nightmarish dream sequences. This to me feels like the earliest part of this movie. I've always felt like this movie is like basically unsolvable, but I'm completely cool with like all the logic that like flies in this movie. I think maybe some people wouldn't be, but I think it's completely fine. And that's something I always liked about this movie. There's like a ton of like red herrings. You have these like mean spirited like characters that you come across. It stars the women in this movie are like absolutely majestically beautiful. Like,
majestic is the word of the episode. You've said it.
I've said it like 18
times. Just
learned
learned that this week or something.
Apparently,
I've never heard you say that word before.
I don't know why.
I've never actually seen that movie before, The Majestic, either.
I know. I said it like 18 times.
I guess it's better than like.
Yeah.
I'm about to do myself a fucking diligence here and actually look at what majestic actually means. No, I'm just fucking.
It's like a butterfly's majestic.
Yeah, no, I know what it means. I know what it means. I'm just fucking
majestic.
I'm just fucking there.
Yeah, like Lorinda, like I talked about Edric Fenech, but Lorinda Bolkin is my woman. Like, and She is absolutely dazzling in this film.
I can see it, man. She's very European looking to the point where you're like, man, she's sexy, man. I get that, man. I get that.
Yeah,
actually,
like
I always think she's sexy too.
This film, I love her as a protagonist. I think she carries herself like so well in these films, and it just the way this movie unfolds has so many red herrings, and like it really keeps you like bobbing like back and forth, and it's just like it's the way it like blends this like in reality story into this dream, like these dream-like images and to like these red herrings. It makes it like such like a fun mystery, and like along with the way it's shot, like it's like the images of the way like the scene with Florinda and the woman and the other woman are like shot, or just I can't remember her name now, but she's in a ton of other Italian movies too. Like I recognize her for sure. They're just like there's some of like the best things I think Fulci's ever shot, and like those are the things about the movie. Like when like someone mentions this film, like those are immediately what I walk back to. I love like a certain kill sequence in this movie. I think it's like one of the top like giallo kills ever. I'm obviously clearly a fan of giallos. This is like my fifth one or something, or fourth one, but. Yeah, this movie's great. I really recommend it. Florinda Balkan just plays this like almost like completely like what's the right word for it, like she's like she's like this like confused like fish out of water, like stepping like retracing her steps through to discover the truth.
Lesbian.
I don't know. Well, that's in real life, but I'm not describing her well. But like she just plays this part like so well, and I love the way this plays out. It's something like you just can't predict, and it's definitely one of like for me like one of Fulci's best. I'm gonna stick with my crew of 8 out of 10s here.
JP.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So my next film here is the first giallo-esque movie on my list, and that is Your Vice is a Locked Room and Only I Have the Key from Martino
really?
there.
Really?
Yeah, love this movie. Funny enough, this was actually back when I used to get a lot of screeners. This was the very first Arrow screener that I got, the Black Cat set, which was pretty cool. Or second. The first was Society. Forgot about that. But yeah, so this movie, it got it all for like a giallo and shit that I like. First of all, it has Edwidge in it, which is amazing. She's beautiful in this movie as well. You have such a crazy plot that has it's basically a Black Cat story, but with a giallo twist. Basically, you have this guy who lives in this mansion. He's like kind of an alcoholic. It's his mother was an actress. You find out that he had a sexual relationship with his mother, which is weird, but he's also crushing on his niece, played by Edwidge, which is also weird. And then Edwidge starts having an affair with his wife, and then it's crazy love triangle shit going on there, and then there's like a couple of twists. It's a very beautiful movie. It just has it's one of those giallos. It's like 2 hours long or more, and it's one of those films that I get so sucked into the story and the characters that it just works for me so much better than a lot of giallos, right? Like a lot of dialogue heavy films in the giallo subgenre. Sometimes it's tough for them to hold my attention, except for like the best ones, like the best ones are obviously easy, but sometimes
as long as the dubs are good.
Right. Which I don't know if I feel like I watched the subtitled version of this one.
Yeah.
I just watch everything dubbed except Deep Red for some reason.
But yeah, I mean, I just think this movie kicks ass, and it has a great Black Cat reveal at the end of the movie. That's gives you that like comeuppance type like creepy feel. But yeah, it's a great movie, man. I love this one. It's 9 out of 10.
Oh, we're going up to 9s. All right. Well, I guess we're getting into the game now, right, guys? Where you been all night? The fuck? All right, so number 6 for my... It's number 6, right? Yeah. I'm going to do this all night. Number 6 is a film I'm not going to spend any time on. I'm just going to be... But we're going to go back to the master fucking self of Lucio Fulci. And something that we covered last week. So, like I said, I'm not going to go into this.
Is this your first Fulci?
Yeah, this is my first Fulci, and that's Zombie. Zombie! I'm really not going to waste any time with Zombie because we literally just talked about it last week for an hour. So, what can I say? It's fucking Zombie, and it's awesome. So, that's what I'm going to do. Unfortunately, that was one of the films that we had just covered that we really don't need to go into too much more detail. So check out last week's show if you want to hear more about Zombie. Tyler, you're up.
All right. Number 5. Now, this is a movie I have glazed on several occasions, and tonight is going to be no different. My number 5 is Luigi Bozzoni and Mario Finelli's Footprints on the Moon.
I fucking knew this was going to be somewhere on your list, man. Your list was predictable to
That's
the
what
point
I was saying,
where I didn't know where your number, where they would have fallen. I feel I didn't honestly think that like Fulci would be making so many appearances on there, but yeah, I knew this would be somewhere.
Guess.
Footprints.
Footprints on the Moon?
Yeah. I fucking love Footprints.
Not even a
on the
horror
Moon.
movie.
I'm actually quite surprised. Like our lists are quite different right now. It's pretty good. Well, I'm not surprised with Tyler having all the
Yeah, what have we only had fucking one repeat so far?
Yeah, like I just said Zombie, but I just said Zombie moved on. I didn't talk about it, so.
But yeah, Footprints on the Moon. I apparently really like movies starring Florinda Bolkin where she plays a very distraught woman. That was the word I was looking for in the last movie. But yeah, she plays a confused, distraught woman, also trying to retrace her steps to discover the truth in this film. And I glazed this enough in 72 and then on the Italian Horror Movie Month last year. So I will just say this movie has fantastic cinematography. It has great editing. It's got some really fucking funky things in the movie that I think like had a very like high chance of not working, but I just fucking believe in it here, and it works for me completely. Love the score. I love the acting. I love the lighting. There's so many things about movies I love. It's just like this really cool ethereal giallo mystery. And it's a movie I'm probably going to watch for a long time, like annually. 8.5 out of 10 on Footprints on the Moon.
All right.
Nice. Is that what the rating was originally?
Yes.
That's what I figured.
Okay, making his third appearance on my list is Lucio Fulci with Don't Torture a Duckling. Probably one of my favorite giallos, if not it's up there. It's like second favorite maybe. Yeah, this movie is just fucking great. Like the story, like everything about it. I didn't rewatch it for this, so I don't really, it's not like something fresh in my memory. But this is another one that like the 2 times or whatever that I seen it, I think like you can make an argument that it's his best movie. Like if you go objectively and be best about it. I think that you can make an argument that it's his best film.
I'm just fucking with you, man. No, I mean it was my number one. It's my favorite film in 1972.
Yeah, and it was like in my top like 4 or 3 or something.
Yeah.
I actually think that I had Your Vice ahead of this. But I think as lists change sometimes, I think that I like this one more now. I love this stuff with the religion and the setting. Like I love the locale of the film. Is there like a great dummy death in this one too?
There's a fantastic.
Oh yeah, there's a fucking amazing dummy
Doesn't
death.
Doesn't it like spark?
Like really good dummy death.
Yeah. There's a good one in the psychic too. I forgot to mention. I guess and it starts with a dummy death, which is like a great way to start your movie.
Yeah, but dude, man. I mean, I just think that when you talk about like a perfectly crafted like Giallo type movie, I think this is up there, man. And I don't remember if I ever saw this one in the theater or drive-in or anything. I can't really remember. No, I do not think this one was included. No. But yeah, that is I give it a 9 out of 10.
Nice. Good job. All right, so coming in number 6 for myself is, well, we're gonna go. Oh, it's not gonna do. I didn't cue that up. Before we get flagged. All right, that's all I can play before we get flagged. Of course, is Lucio. Lucio, you couldn't hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Really?
Yeah.
It doesn't come up on there? Wow. Is, of course, Fulci's New York Ripper.
I knew this was going to be on your list. Yeah, for sure.
That's another one that's climbed the list for me.
Yeah, this is one of those movies where I debate with people, man, because like, you know, a lot of people consider it to be a giallo. And of course, you know, the construction of the film is technically a giallo, but given the time frame it was made in, and of course it was made in New York, you know, it just feels like a slasher film, but it of course feels like an actual giallo. So what are your guys' thoughts on it? Like, do you guys
I just watched it the other day, man.
Yeah.
And it was I just ran, I think when we were recording the Argento show, I was watching it. And then yeah, dude, it has some great gross scenes with toes.
Oh God.
It has a great nipple slice scene.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know, I fuck with it heavy. I think it's a great movie.
But like when you think about giallo versus slasher, obviously if the way
were
I
you
perceive,
asking me if I thought it was giallo or slasher?
yeah, so like I feel like if the New York Ripper came out in 1972, more people would be on board with it being straight up giallo. But the fact that it came out in 1982, like basically in the height of like, you know, the slasher era,
I
this
always
is set
felt
in
like
New
it
York.
was a giallo.
I agree.
Yeah, me too. Because I've heard people like, oh, it's just a fucking American slasher. I'm like, no, I think that this is Fulci returning to the giallo genre.
No.
And doing something that was set in New York. I think this is what people are getting construed a little bit, is that just because it's set in New York doesn't mean it's actually an American slasher.
Yeah, to me,
It has so many giallo
giallos
elements with like the quacky duck and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the thing about
Yeah.
giallos to me that's
Yeah.
always been a big distinguisher.
Right.
Is that I think the giallos are supposed. I know it's gialli before someone shoots me on the pod.
Yeah, fuck whatever. I don't care about
But
that
yeah,
shit.
like, but yeah. The thing about those to me is I've always felt like though they were supposed to be more like pulpy crime stories, and they were also a little exaggerated. Why you get these like tropey elements with but with animals, for example, and that's why like a film like Knife in the Heart I thought was really like impressive because they incorporate out of nowhere like these fantastical animal elements. Like it's like a real like tribute
Are
to
you
the
talking about
actual
Knife plus Heart?
Yeah, it's like the French title is like Knife and Heart, I think. But anyways,
Not
yeah,
knife,
like it's
knife
like
plus heart.
yeah, it's like it's like an understanding of like what a giallo really is, and I feel like this movie also embodies that just like pulpy crime fantastic.
I feel like I need to rewatch that movie. I feel like I didn't.
There's a lot of like really
Get it.
classic giallo tropes, but it's not like presented like kind of in that like breakneck Italian style. It's like more in like the French like tradition, like the French traditional style.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think New York Ripper is it's the product of the classic giallo genre,
with a little 80s sleaze in there.
Yeah.
80s sleaze and 80s slasher too. But I mean, at the end of the day, I still consider it to be, Fulci coming back to the giallo genre. So, I mean, this movie it's fucking phenomenal. It's bizarre. It's so bizarre.
It did not make my top 10 of 82, but I think in hindsight it might. That was a competitive year. I'd have to look at my list.
Yeah, it's one of those years where it was my number 1 of 82 and it wasn't even on your top 10 list. But I mean, just goes to prove, like, what am I number 5 right now? It's like, it's crazy. But The New York Ripper is one of those films where it's just insanely sleazy. It's a fucking sleazeball fest. It's got one of the weirdest killers of all time. The whole duck thing is bizarre. I love that shit. But what really sells it for me, man, is how Fulci captures like the grittiness of New York. This is 1982 New York, and it captures it so well. There's a lot of scenes that are shot on 42nd Street around the city that really just time capsules it perfectly. But the biggest selling point for me, man, is the soundtrack, man. The soundtrack is one of the best of all time. I think it is so fucking good. I'm literally listening to it before. I tried to play it. You guys couldn't hear it, but whatever. It is what it is. Apparently the mic's not picking it up, but yeah, it's so good. But, this one's got great gore. I love the construction of this film, too. It's so bizarre because every time we start following a character in this film, we know they're going to get dead.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's so awesome. But we have this weird, like, offset, like, sub narrative where we have this really fucking good looking woman who is actually in Zombie Holocaust too. And she is like, we get introduced to her at this like fuck cinema. It's like one of those old fuck cinemas where you could go watch live fucking, and like she's in there like rubbing her pussy and shit. It's like super sleazy, but it keeps following her character. Ultimately, we find out that she's married and she's just like doing her own fucking thing. And like she goes down to this like pool hall where like she gets toe fucked, and it's so nasty and disgusting and fucking brutal and awesome. It's amazing. But like, I love this movie, man. It's got great gore, great sound, like everything about this one. It's one of those movies I think I've watched way too many times for like the normal fucking person. It's just,
I have a fun story about this movie.
Yeah.
So one time, Dan the Caravan came over to my house to hang out and drink with me and my girlfriend and watch movies and shit. And I said, Dan, you go pick the next movie off the shelf. And on the thousands of movies I own, this is the movie Dan picked for us, three of us to watch.
You'd never seen it before?
He had seen it, yeah.
Oh, he did see. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, if you pick that randomly, that's a good time with a crowd. Yeah.
Yeah, and my girlfriend kind of was like, "What the fuck are we watching?"
Wait, Dan lives in? No, does he live out by you?
He was like a half hour of me. I borrowed like his movies for SYN Bin.
Yeah, Fulci has this like, I mean, this kind of plays off Zombie, where I didn't talk about a minute ago, but like like Fulci has this thing with eyes. He really does. I mean, it goes into the the Gates of Hell trilogy too, but like he has this thing with eye horror. And obviously there's a classic scene in Zombie where we have a character who gets her eye gouged out with a wood splinter and stuff. But in this film, man, like with that fucking razor blade in the eye, dude, what the fuck, bro? And like, I have an eye phobia. So it is a little bit ironic that I love Fulci so much, where half his movies have the most insane thing that I can't handle in all of his fucking movies. But dude, this has some real, like that nipple shit in the eye. Oh my God, dude, it's fucking brutal. But again, coming back down to like, Italian, I should say Italian, just giallos in general, like the reveals in the movies are always hysterical to me. Like this one right here is like the reason for why everything is happening is so ridiculous, but fuck it. I don't care. I think it's fucking amazing, but a lot of people will be like, oh, okay, that's like whatever. But what are your guys' thoughts on the reveal?
I don't have any issue with it. It's like it's pretty in line with the giallo movie.
Exactly.
But I give giallo films, like I was saying, a little bit of edge of like the exaggeration, because I don't think they're supposed to be like necessarily grounded in reality.
It's just so extreme. like when you get revealed in this, you're like, oh my God, really? Like, but I think that's what I love about giallos is like, you can have the most minuscule thing happen to somebody and then they just go all out to do some crazy ass shit, right? I love that's what I love with the genre. So, but New York Ripper, man, I mean, this one is a fucking blast from top to bottom. It is a time capsule in New York amazingness. One of the reasons why I can watch this movie every single day, listen to the soundtrack, which, you know, again, I would try to. It's what I love about, horror films and Fulci, man. I mean, it has everything that you need to do with the Fulci film. New York Ripper, 10 out of 10.
All right. Nice. Number 4. All right, number 4. Making better late than never, making his debut on the list. I got from 1964, Mario Bava's Blood and Black Lace. Yeah, this movie's fucking great. This was probably the hardest it hit.
Is this one of the only repeats so far?
This is my first
just
repeat.
The Beyond and this, I guess.
This is my first repeat. Yeah.
Well, The Beyond was a repeat.
Well, like I mean, like my first, like when I've repeating someone, I got to dick you on that. But
I wanted to say also, I did see Woman in a Lizard Skin and Your Vice's Locked Room and Only I Have the Key at the drive-in as well.
Wow, must be nice. But yeah, Blood and Black Lace. I actually thought this movie was going to climb to my number 3 after this viewing. I was pretty confident it was, but number 3 valiantly defended its position, so it's going to sit here at number 4. This movie is fucking great, and the things that like I was kind of like keeping my mouth shut before we were talking about, like the soft criticisms of being kind of like a Hitchcock movie, are actually like what I really like about this movie, because to me it feels like, and it feels like he'd already been trying with like with the movie he made before this, the Woman Who Knew Too Much, or whatever it's called. But I remember he made that before then. That's also kind of like a Hitchcockian movie, and I felt like this was him like kind of like studying that format, and he's like, but how can I make this mine? And he amped up all the colors. He made all these women like these beautiful, sleazy, like looking like models, and just like contrasted like that like decadent color and beauty with like this like violence. And I actually really like the score that we were criticizing a little earlier. I didn't like it at first. When I first watched this movie, I was like, man, I really don't like this one. But like now I really kind of like, this is the kind of movie like you want to lay back in your lazy chair and watch, pour a nice like glass of red wine and light up a cigar and just like let yourself be like saturated in this like kind of like smoky like old school atmosphere. And like it's just like a flavor I don't feel like any other movies like really like capture on my list. And like I think of any movie on my list, this is the most important and influential one. I think that the giallo genre, and just like, you know, like we were saying earlier, Argento's format like really like owes a lot to this movie. Even beyond that, there's like some really like kind of like decadent like avant-garde like elements to this film that like felt like nice throwbacks I really liked. Like I really love the opening credits, how like you just have these still images and these lights with like that score going on where they just kind of like silently show all the players of the movie alongside the credits. It's just like the little touches like that like really like pull me in, and I really like that. Another scene I really like is a part when they're photographing like one of the victims, and she's just like dead on this floor in this like most still like almost like magazine-esque like position, and like you have this like almost like commentary, this guy like photographing this like beautiful dead woman. It's really cool. I think the twist is like are really great in this. I think this was one of the more better written giallos, where it was more like trying to be like a Hitchcock thriller, but at the same time by like blending in these really like stylistic Italian choices, it was able to like really birth something new. And I really love it for that. I think the ending is like straight poetry. I'm a giant fan of it. This is a movie I've watched. I probably saw it for the first time not until like 6 or 7 years ago, but I've watched this movie really consistently since then. But yeah, this is a great one. This is for me. This is Bob's best movie. Hard 8.5 out of 10 on this one.
8.5. Bava's best film, 8.5. Okay, crazy.
All right. My number 4 is a repeat, actually. It is Ruggiero Diodato's House on the Edge of the Park. Absolutely love this one. It's basically a Last House on the Left with rich people. Instead of like helpless pothead teens coming back from concert. David Hess like literally just fucking is so good in this movie. And he's so good in Last House on the Left too. I mean, he's awesome at playing these sleazeball characters who are just bad news bears all over. I actually really like the supporting cast in this film too, though. Like, I feel like all the rich people did like such a great job. Like the black chick, the chick in the kitchen with him, the guy who plays the brother of the victim that they're getting revenge on. I love the end and how like in the pool and just the music. I love Radizi's character as well. I love that relationship between him and David Hess that's like very odd but interesting. I just think it's a phenomenal, like sort of like Last House type ripoff type movie. I give that one a 9 out of 10.
I know for a fact that like when they put that movie together, that all they wanted was David Hess. There was no other person for the role because they were literally trying to do like Last House, right? Again, and they got Hess. Hess had a crazy year, like in 1980, like even directing like To All.
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't he direct the movie too?
Yeah, he directed his own one and only movie. You know, I actually rewatched it last night too, and it's fun. Do you guys like that one? You ever seen it?
Yeah,
I watched it for 1980. I thought it was.
I think again, it's got a twist in it that, you know, within the slasher genre, was definitely unique at the time, super unique. So I think it's pretty cool. Anyways, coming in at number, what am I, 4? Yeah, number 4, we're going to go back to Lucio Fulci, man, with The Gates of Hell, a.k.a. The City of the Living Dead. Yeah, first up, man, I mean, this has one of my favorite scores ever out of any movie in the history of cinema. Fritzi's score is like super iconic, man. I love this fucking shit, man. Like, if you hear this, oh my God. I don't know how you couldn't fall in love with it, but City of the Living Dead is one of those cool films like that where it was the first part of obviously the Gates of Hell trilogy that Fulci was doing, you know, H.P. Lovecraft. You know, he takes some ideas from H.P. Lovecraft, obviously setting this in Dunwich with the Dunwich Horror. So like that, it goes more prevalent into the Beyond and stuff like that. But I mean, I love the idea of an event happening. In this case, it's a father that commits suicide. He opens up the gates of hell, and basically the evils of hell kind of leak out into the real world and start, you know, wreaking havoc on shit like that. You know, we always talked about, you know, Fulci and his nightmare logic and stuff like that, where, you know, over the years, I've watched these movies so many fucking times that like I've kind of distinguished the idea of nightmare logic a little bit, and I've started to put logic into into the film. And it kind of makes sense to me because like, you know, the father opening up the gates of hell and basically allowing this evil to come out and do the shit. Because you know, when we watch these movies, we're seeing a bunch of crazy shit happening and stuff like that. And, you know, for the average viewer, they're like, why the fuck is this happening? But it's because the evil is leaked out into the real world, and it's encapsulating and it's causing, you know, these people to do what they're doing. one of the greatest scenes in the film that really encapsulates that idea is the scene where Radici's character gets the fucking drill through the head, right? Because the dad was not probably going to do that before the evil kind of fucking, protrudes him and makes him do that type of shit. Mm-hmm. It's one of those films that's kind of misunderstood a little bit. A lot of people consider this film to be a zombie film, but it's actually really not. It's the evil coming out of its realm and going into our world and doing basically kind of dictating what's happening, right? It's trying to absorb our world into their world kind of thing, and it's doing all this crazy shit. So it's not a zombie film. I've always had this issue with people calling City and The Beyond zombie films because they're really not zombie films at all.
They're definitely not. They're like apocalypse films.
They're apocalypse in the terms of the evil coming out and doing what it's doing. And The Beyond's a little bit different in that aspect, but this one, the evil comes out and it starts doing all this shit. And we get scene after scene after scene after scene after scene of just nasty gore and crazy shit. Like you talked about, the person puking up their guts and stuff like that. And like all these characters are doing crazy ass shit because they're being forced to by the evil and stuff. And I think it's a really fucking effective idea. It's very nihilistic in the terms of like, dude, like nobody has any idea how to solve this shit. And, it's going to turn out pretty much bad. This particular movie is a little bit frustrating in terms of we never got the original ending, but I kind of take it for what it is. And, with John at the end and stuff like that, but I still think it's kind of horrific in where it is because it opens up your mind to be like, okay, what just happened? Right. I think it's kind of cool. What can I say, man? Fulci, dude, this movie, man, is probably one of the most atmospheric movies of all time. There's nothing but scenes in this film that is like insanely atmospheric. The only scene in this movie that really doesn't, I always laugh at every single time I watch is the maggot scene, because I understand maggots are associated with death, but like that scene is so over the fucking top and insane to me that they literally had like hundreds of pounds of fucking maggots just thrown in people's faces for the scene. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy to me that they did that scene. It feels like it comes out of left field, but I guess it kind of plays into the whole narrative of like hell kind of absorbing and taking over and stuff like that. And Meg is associated with death and stuff. So everything kind of makes sense. Where, like I said before, like when we reviewed these films years ago, we always chalked up everything to Nightmare Logic. But the more you watch it, I feel like it isn't. It's the resonation of, the priest committing suicide opened up the gate and the evils are leaking out. And this is what's causing everything. One thing we never really noted on this one, I don't know if we did or not, but like it's actually set on Halloween. Could we ever consider this to be a Halloween film? It's lit. They actually say it's they talk about it being set on All Hallows Eve. They don't mention Halloween because it says European. They're not like a big Halloween thing, but it actually is set during Halloween. It's kind of crazy.
I don't think I ever noticed.
Yeah, it actually says that it is, but you kind of have to think about it. But yeah, City of the Living Dead, man, fantastic. First part to the Gates of Hell trilogy. I mean, dealing with hell and demons and just the absorption of evil and stuff like that. I think it encapsulates everything I love about horror, man. I mean, visually, stylistically, sound wise, this is a fucking masterpiece. It really is. Every time I watch this movie, like I never ever look at it and be like, it never goes down for me. Never ever goes down. This is why it's so fucking high on the list. In fact, like doing the top 4 films for myself was so, it was like nauseating. And what I mean by that, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, I love all these films. Like, how do I rank them, in terms of ranking or whatever you want to call it. But again, City of the Living Dead is, the first part in Fulci doing H.P. Lovecraft and, Sid and Dunwich and stuff. And I love that shit, man. It's fucking fantastic. It plays off that. It really kind of showcases more in the Beyond, with the H.P. Lovecraft stuff. But it's very prevalent here, of course. Like I said, Dunwich. I mean, you can't get around that. Shit I didn't even notice back in the day. So, but again, it's like a perfect horror film for me, man. It's the epitome of horror film. It's atmospheric. It sounds good. It's shot so fucking well. There's so many good deaths in this film. We could go through the death scene by scene. The body count every scene is iconic, man. Every fucking scene. It's just an amazing horror film. It really is. In my personal opinion, it's one of the best ever to grace, the big screens. You want to call it that? Fulci's City of the Living Dead, man. It's amazing. 10 out of 10.
All right. Number 3. We're going to roll over to 1972, making a 4th appearance on this list. We have Lucio Fulci's Don't Torture a Duckling. This movie fucking rips. I think this is Fulci's best written film. I really like
dude, Fulci is killing this top 10 right now.
Fulci's a beast. Fulci's a beast. This movie, what this movie really does too is that I don't really feel like any movies of the time really do is really criticize the church, which was such a fucking ballsy thing for a movie at this time to do.
Well, we talked about that in our review because him doing what he did, talking out against the church at that time, was super bad, man. You could go to fucking jail for that shit, man.
It's just, this movie's it's shocking. I love this old life Italian villa. It's such a great setting for this. It also features the sultriest, sexiest woman to ever grace the giallo, Florinda Vulcan, hammering this one down as the evil witch who becomes the scapegoat for the events occurring. But one thing I really like about this movie too is there's this weird fucking uncomfortableness that they kind of create between Barbara Boucher's character and the children, and that's some of my most it's so uncomfortable and uneasy, and they even trying to frame her as a red herring at one point. It's just it's fucking great, and it's just there's a layer, there's almost a cake, there's a caking of disgust and grime on top of this movie, but it's not in the in your face way. It's almost subtly uncomfortable, and it's just so effective the way this movie unfolds. It's got a ton of red herrings. It's got the reveal of this movie too is they just show you a little bit of this person at the beginning, and you never predict where it's gonna go, but the way they just reveal it, it's so disturbing, and it's something you never forget, the imagery and the way he this actor expresses his actions, he really believes. It's so uncomfortable and so effective. Oh, I love it. It just sends shivers down my spine. It's got, like we said before, one of the greatest dummy deaths, where there's literally sparks flying. This movie is awesome. Lucio Fulci's the man. This is my favorite movie by him. It definitely wasn't always like that, but this is one that really climbed the ranks over time. I thought Blood and Black Lace was going to hop at this time, but I was nah, man, this is literally one of my favorite movies. Mm-hmm. I think this movie's really has I think when you watch these movies and really try to dissect them as time goes by, this movie has the most interesting things to say of any film in the giallo subgenre, and definitely one of the best Italian films. We'll go to 9 out of 10 on this one.
Sweet. Okay, my number 3 first appearance on any list. I would be surprised if it didn't make one other list at least. And that is 1994's Della Morte dell'Amore, aka Cemetery Man. I think that means death and love.
I think so.
But I actually watched this at the drive-in as well. But yeah, this movie, dude, it's just so like fun and interesting. The fact that like every 7 days, like the people buried in this graveyard come back to life, and excuse me, and what's his name? Rupert something.
Ever.
Everett.
Rupert Everett.
Francisco, he has to deal with them, and then he has that sidekick Yagi. Is that his name?
Yagi? Yep.
Yagi. And then you have the amazingly fucking sexy Anna Fauci as she. There's some cool visuals in this movie. Like, first of all, just like the sex factor of like them having sex on the tombstone thing or whatever with the angel wings in the background and shit. It's cool. The little like blue fiery spirit orb things are neat. Great gore, and just the movie gets into a really weird territory where I still don't understand if I fully get the movie. I know we.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Like,
okay.
I mean, I mean, it's like Cemetery Man is my next pick too. So we're just going to get redundant. So
okay, good.
So I'm sticking to my guns on Cemetery Man. Like, Cemetery Man is one of those films that I watched many times and never really fully grasped it until I started thinking about it, and I was like, oh shit, okay. So I'm sticking to my guns on this one, but like, the movie is interestingly choreographed, because the first half of the film is essentially kind of what's happening within this like kind of like comatic moments, right? And so the second half, we start to get the story of why the first half of the film is happening. There's a great scene in the end of the film, towards the end of the film in the third act, where Rupert Everett's character goes to the hospital and he confronts this dude about stealing the shine for all his crimes and stuff like that. But so my theory is that, you know, this is all subconscious. This is all in his mind. And, you know, the character that's in the hospital is actually him, and everything in the film that's happening is his subconscious, right? So the first half of the film, with all, you know, him working in the cemetery and all the zombies coming to life and stuff like that, is his subconscious dealing with guilt based on the fact that, you know, he committed these horrific crimes, which we get showcased in the second half of the film when he killed a bunch of people and tried to commit suicide, hence him being in the hospital and stuff like that. So
he just starts murdering people.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, this movie's always just confused me too much.
So what I'm saying, if you guys are listening, and it's kind of cool because that's what led him into a coma, was, you know, the fact that he killed all these people, he tried to commit suicide, he ends up in a coma. So the whole movie is basically, we're seeing what he's seen in his subconscious. And, you know,
so what's like the end of the like road mean?
So the end of the road is actually quite easy to, in my opinion. So yeah, so the first half of the film with all the dead rise and stuff, it's just his subconscious dealing with, like, you know, the dead can't accept, you know, the dead can't accept going, you know, to basically die and stuff like that. So it's working against him in his subconscious because he committed some nasty crimes and shit like that. It's, you know, but the end scene where he takes Unagi, which Unagi is actually, in my opinion, is the good half of his brain, where in the film that we're watching, Rupert Everett's character represents the bad part of the brain. Yeah, Unagi is the good part.
I've actually always felt like it was an allegory for his penis.
No,
I think there's some of that in there too, right?
I don't understand that, but
with the impotence shit and stuff.
Yeah, like whenever he needs him, he's never reliable.
Well, the impotence stuff with the sexuality stuff is a product of like him not, you know, him cheating on his wife, and it's again his subconscious, you know, guilt. It's subconscious guilt and stuff like that, you know. But like towards the end of the film, where, you know, him and Unagi, like, they decide to kind of get out of where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And where they go to, where they're traveling down the road and they go through the tunnel. What is tunnels? What's a metaphor for tunnels? It's death, right? Light at the end of the tunnel. right? It's signifying that part of his journey, because you got to remember this is set in his coma. He's in a coma. This is subconscious. So the tunnel represents death, and there's a decision to make at the end. So he gets to the end, and of course it comes to a crossroads where, you know, you get through the tunnel and there's nothing there. You have to make a decision here. And what happens in that scene, Unagi throws the gun into the water, and it kind of like releases that guilt, and it kind of accepts that he can actually sleep and stuff. So when they go back, you know, through the tunnel, it basically kind of descends into this realm where he kind of accepts his fate, which is death. So when it fades out and you see them in the snow globe, you know, that's the two parts of the brain that are accepting death. And, you know, he essentially dies in his coma, because when we see him, we actually get to see him in his coma, which is that dude, which is actually not him, but, you know, it is him. It's a really interesting, complex film where I feel like there's so much more to, but like, I love this whole aspect of like committing crimes, and, you know, you fall into this coma and stuff like that. And the whole thing is just told from this like coma base. And I think that's awesome. I think it's fucking awesome, man. That's what I'm sticking to. So
Yeah, I give it a 9 out of 10.
You don't have anything on that?
I actually think that was really good. Like, it makes sense to me.
I've always just really struggled with this movie. I'm not gonna lie.
I know we had like a really long, like 45-minute, hour-long conversation when we reviewed it that was spoiler filled.
And this was my theory on it too, and I'm sticking to it because I rewatched it again, which I've done a couple times. I just got the 4K from Severin. Of course, you guys were there when I bought it. But and it, by the way, oh my god, it looks phenomenal. Like, if you can get your hands on the standard, oh my god, it looks so good. It's crazy. I keep watching this movie going, holy shit, this is like one of the best 4K transfers I've ever seen.
I have it, but I have not watched that version of it yet, because I just watched it at the drive-in, like literally like a month before we went to Cinema Waste, or at Wasteland. The
one thing in the movie I've never been able to fully understand is the connection with, so in my theory where, you know, Inagi is the good side of the brain, but he is also simple though, right? So like his relationship with the underage girl is so weird to me, because
we call that Tyler syndrome.
Okay, so okay.
What is that Tyler syndrome?
It's one thing I've not been able to understand.
Why am I getting dragged into this?
But that whole scenario is so crazy. And by the way, this movie has an amazing dummy death when the bus hits that fucking person on the bike. Oh my god, it's so good.
Very good dummy death.
But like when Unagi, when he digs up the body because he's infatuated with her and stuff like that, and he just takes the head and shit, I'm like, oh my god, this is so wrong, because she's like 14. They actually show you the date of her birth, and like she's like young. I'm like, oh my god, it's so weird. But anyways, I don't know. I think this movie is insanely beautiful. On so many levels. Of course, we have the beautiful whatever.
There's score as well.
Oh, the score is fucking phenomenal. But the storytelling it's so interesting, because it's told in parts, and you might not even realize that. And like, I think this is actually one of the best. Like, I mean, this is insane to think that Cemetery Man might even be one of the best Italian films ever made, and it was literally one of the last films ever made in that era of film.
His last Sauvé's last horror film as well, right?
Yeah, it was.
It's so sad, dude. I mean, like, you look at his career, you got Stage Fright, and then you go into the church, and then you go into the sect, and then you go into Cemetery Man. It was just such a good run. Like, he was on a run.
Yeah, but as we know, I mean, we know that like in the late 80s, we've talked about this many times with Italian films, where the funding was not there. There was no promotion. There was nothing. You weren't getting anything done with your films. The fact that Cemetery Man came out in 1994 is beyond insane, right? It's so far past the fact. Like, even after 1990, Italian films weren't getting funding, doing nothing. The fact that this movie came out 4 years after that, you know, basically the end of the golden age, well, beyond the golden age, is mind-blowing to me. The fact that we have Cemetery Man is so special, and I think everyone needs to check it out and just try to understand it. I mean, that's my interpretation. I think it makes complete sense. I'm stuck to it. That was my interpretation years and years ago of this one. I feel like I'm sticking to it. I feel like it works. But I mean, metaphorically, there's things there that completely kind of negate the fact that like I'm not tripping on my assessment of the film, especially the tunnel shit too. So like, but amazing, 10 out of 10. So
yeah, I give it a 9.
I guess that's back to you, Tyler.
All right.
Did 2 bones with 1 dick there.
Yeah, I say that.
Number 2. I know it's been boned at least once. I can't remember, but it's been a second time. But my number 2 making his first appearance on the list again. Better late than never. We got Rogerio Deodato's Cannibal Holocaust.
Damn, number 3 or number 2.
Yeah, Cannibal Holocaust fucking rips. I think the biggest thing, like, we went to a pretty in-depth discussion. We just had this on like the 80s show, so I'm not gonna like completely like run over this again. He's only supposed to say Cannibal Holocaust, but one thing that I think a lot of people miss in this movie is like they were trying to like that like the news people were trying to make it look like the 2 tribes were fighting to like completely like resell like what they were like.
Yeah, I think that even when I first watched it, I didn't grasp that there were multiple tribes.
Yeah, and they were trying to make them look like they were fighting each other. I think that's a part that some people kind of miss about the movie.
Dude, you got to spruce up the story if the story's not that good, right?
And it completely changes like the context, like when you kind of think about it, and that's like a little bit of bump that like once it kind of like clicked, like oh man, like this is a whole nother layer of something to this movie. But yeah, Cannibal Holocaust, great, extremely influential film. Obviously, like the animal killings are not something anyone's ever going to condone, nor does any reasonable person think so. But like all I can really say about that is like you have to understand there was different standards at different places in the world at different times of living, and hopefully this is a somber reminder of a time of filmmaking where this kind of irresponsible thing was okay, and maybe we won't ever return to that time. And if you really have such a big issue with this movie that like you're going to criticize it based off of that, I hope you keep the same energy for films like Apocalypse Now, Rules of the Game, Playing Flamingos, or you're a hypocrite. This movie's great, 9 out of 10.
I just feel like the
what
people
are they killing Pink Flamingos?
The chicken. They have
I've never
sex on
seen
the
it. I just
they literally have sex. It's honestly worse. Like if you really think about than any of the killings in this movie, they take a chicken and then like for fun they have sex. They have sex with the chicken in the middle and they torture and crust the chicken to death until it dies. And then people pretend it's okay because they ate the chicken, but like the natives ate the animals in this movie. So I don't see what the difference is.
Yeah, that's
wild.
Yeah, we talked about that actually on a podcast a long time ago where, you know, we got the info that because they of course filmed, you know, in the, you know, with the tribes and stuff, and the animal killings were, you know, they were shot, you know, for the, you know, for the movie aesthetic, right? The, you know, the whatever, but like they actually end up eating all this shit too. And people are like, oh, you guys are fucking bullshit. And like, they just did that shit for shock value, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh my God, dude. Like you can believe what you want to believe. Like, I mean, these are the same people that have called us rapists and child molesters because
it's just like if you're
because we endorse the Serbian film. You know,
if you're
like,
gonna have that energy towards this film, I respect that, but you're a hypocrite if you don't have that same energy towards these other respected art films.
No, 100%. I 100% agree with that shit, man. I mean, you know, just because, I mean, we just have a different mind. I mean, we're the ones that can, you know, not defend, but like, you know, I mean, endorse a Serbian film for what it is because we understand what it's doing though too. Like, you know, these people can't accept it. That's fine. If you can't accept it, it is what it is. I'm not trying to change your fucking mind. So we do what we do here. And if you don't believe us, then it is what it is.
What did you rate Cannibal Holocaust?
9 out of 10.
Sweet. All right, my number 2 is also Cannibal Holocaust.
Bullshit. You fucking liar.
It is. What do you mean, dude? Yeah, I love this movie. It's
Is this a favorite list or a best of list? Because I'm confused now.
no, dude.
This was
Cannibal
genuinely my
Holocaust
favorites,
made
yeah.
my 1980 list.
This is
and
my
it's
2 on
pretty high.
1980. I don't think this should be
1980s
a surprise.
represented very well here tonight.
Yeah,
so.
this is my number 2 behind The Shining. I don't think this should be a big surprise. I think it should be more of an upset. It's
See,
not
the
number
thing is,
1.
I tried to look up the 1980 list and it wasn't fucking there. I couldn't find it.
I think this is more of an upset that it's not number 1. Like if you're number 2 behind The Shining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with both you guys. It was on both your lists. I think it's just such an interesting and ahead of its time concept that really just works. I mean, just the fact that they are making this movie and creating, false story, basically completely exploitive. And like just even the scene where they're burning down all the huts and stuff is like is horrifying, it's just messed up. And I think that like the animal killings and stuff, I don't think they're completely pointless. I do think there's a value to them.
Well, there's definitely a shock value.
Well, besides that, just like a value of like,
Yeah, I agree with you.
like,
I know what you're saying.
showing what we're doing, and like, it's sort of like a prelude to how the people are in the movies, where the it's almost kind of weird because it's like you're killing the animals for like Deodato's killing the animals for a senseless purpose to put in a movie, but the characters in the movie are doing senseless violence to put in a movie. So it's kind of works in that
where
way.
the justification is that they were killing these animals with the tribes that actually were eating these things too. So there was a justification behind that.
But it's the like that's like removing that from.
I think when you put the score into the way those like scenes are presented, it's like a juxtaposition too of like the cruelty like of man. It's all like the exploitation of man. Like when you like juxtapose these people like senselessly filming this thing because like you were
because in reality, if you
like
put
it's
yourself,
hard to watch, but I think like that's part of the point of the movie. Like it's making a hard to watch like statement.
See, in reality, if you put yourself into the film and these guys making the film, so they're filming them killing these animals. Were they going to use that footage?
It was possible. Like if they could get one of their
because it shows
like
them doing some bad shit, which could be completely taken out of context, though, too, right? You know so that's kind of the weird thing about that.
But they could also just like put in shots of like.
How do you put that into a context where you can sell it to an audience where it doesn't make you look like the fucking villain or the evil ass?
You just don't put yourself in it. You only put shots of the movie in it where like it shows like your tour guide or your natives eating it. Like you make it look like they did it.
But I mean. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess what you're saying, but like,
you can only,
it comes down to editing there for sure.
It only takes 5 seconds of footage. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. But it's nonetheless, like, I'm not a fan of animal deaths in movies. It does like make me uncomfortable at times. But I'm also not one of those guys who are like, this is so fucked up, I cannot support this behavior. Because I also feel like things are different in different times. Things are more acceptable. And I think that some people's hang up is like, well, if people thought that was acceptable, then they're fucked up. But it's like, it's so much deeper than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's so much deeper in just society and norms and just like not knowing any better and things like that. That I think that it's silly to just say that like, oh, well, the people were bad because they did this. Even, you know, like if I was there back then, I would never do that, you know? And it's like, it's easy to say that, but it's hard to know. Like I would think that I wouldn't either.
Yeah, exactly. And like some people that have done some heinous things in history, like were just regular day people that like thought they were on the good side.
And I also agree with the point that Tyler made earlier, where it's a lesson. It's the history of cinema, of the story of cinema, things that were acceptable, ways that things were done. It's it's just part of the story, and it shows also like how far people have come, filmmaking has come, techniques have come, things that are acceptable have come. I find it interesting, more than sort of like, you know, condemn it. You know, I find it interesting, and it's not to me just like, oh, bad stuff. You know, it's like it's part of the story, it's part of the history. So I find it interesting, and I think that it's fascinating to see how things have changed and how that is no longer acceptable and stuff like that. You know, so it's fascinating, and yeah, but the film itself is just great. You know, it has such a cool concept that once you fully like grasp, it really is kind of mind blowing that they came up with like this back then, you know, especially considered like the first found footage type movie. Even though it's not like an exact like blueprint for a found footage film, it's
actually better than a lot of the found footage films that we got, because it has more of a narrative and it actually makes a lot of sense with the found footage.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
love found footage films, so.
But this one really just makes it work so fucking well because of what they were doing, right? That footage makes it's so much more.
Well, Moodz, I like this movie more than you, so shut up and let me talk. But no, this is actually, I'm stepping into the
fair game
territory. It is a 10 for me.
Fair game. All right, so number 2 for myself, going back to my motherfucking homeboy, Mr. Lucio Fulci.
Is that your third or fourth Fulci?
Second.
This is my fourth Fulci.
Fourth?
Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah.
Is it my fourth or my third?
This is your third. Better be your fourth.
Yeah, this is my fourth. This is my fourth.
Okay.
This is my fourth Fulci. So Fulci definitely dominated this top 10 overall because he had all the ones I didn't have.
Yeah, that seems to be an opinion that I have. Like, I like different Fulci films than everyone else.
Man, we dominated, like Fulci dominated this. But okay, so of course it's 1981's The Beyond. The Beyond, you know, years ago we reviewed the film. I never really understood the whole H.P. Lovecraft. Again, like I talked about with City of the Living Dead, I never really understood it fully. But, you know, over the years, watching it so many more times, I've really got an appreciation for what Fulci was doing with the H.P. Lovecraft stuff. And it's super cool because, I mean, this movie starts out with our character. He's a painter, and, you know, we've got the Book of Ebion, which is, you know, obviously from many H.P. Lovecraft stories. It's kind of like, it's almost like a MacGuffin.
Necronomicon.
It's like that, right? It's like it just kind of plays into it a little bit. So anyways, we have this character where he essentially gets crucified.
Like,
you know, at the beginning of this film. Essentially, at the beginning of this film. We get, you know, we see this Book of Ebion, which has been, you know, obviously featured in H.P. Lovecraft films and stuff like that. So, and what happens is with this character, the Szechuan character, whatever his name is, it kind of encapsulates this gateway to hell. This is happening in like the 20s. We jump forward to the 1980s, of course, present day. And then we get someone that's wants to reopen this hotel, starts doing renos on it. And we got this character called Joe who goes down in the basement, and, you know, he's doing some work, and he basically opens up the gates to hell. He goes down there, busts through some wall, and it opens up the gates to hell. That's your film. Now, the cool thing about The Beyond that I've thought about throughout the years is that we used to talk about, again, going back to Nightmare in Logic. And everything in this movie for myself now can be explained away. That's not just Nightmare Logic. There's reasons for it. The Beyond is one of those films where it's a very nihilistic doom and gloom type film, where I think from the beginning of the movie, when we see the gates open up, we know this is impending doom. We don't know how it's going to end, but when we do know how it ends, it's our realizations are probably, manifested, right? It is one of those movies where I used to think that, like, why the fuck are these things happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? But it's very simple, because the beyond, hence hell, once that gate gets opened up, what it's doing, it's basically absorbing, the reality which is the hotel, and it's absorbing everything into hell. Hence, leading up to the final scene of the film, where we see our characters where they go into hell and they basically just kind of get eaten up. They absorb. So that's the whole movie. So we have these evils that are protruding out into the real world and causing all this shit. One thing I've never been able to fully understand with the beyond and the logic of what's going on is simply why there's so much stuff to do with blindness. Can anybody explain that shit for me? Like, I
think that was just Fulci's thing. He dies. He made it for good imagery too.
All the kills, like right from the opening kills. So when Joe opens up the gates to hell from the painter that was crucified for various reasons,
I think you could
the first thing that happens with Joe,
so powerful that they saw that it makes them go blind.
Maybe. So when Joe opens up the gates to hell, the first thing that happens to him is that the painter's body that comes alive, he basically plucks out his eyes. And then we get this throughout the whole film. There's lots of scenes throughout the film where, we get the spider scene where the spiders actually gouge up the eyes.
Maybe it's because it's like the doorway to the soul.
It could be. Yeah, that's good. That's a good explanation. And then we get the scene which I was always super confused by, when they take the painter's body and Joe to the hospital, and then we get all that crazy shit that's happening. But I started thinking about it throughout the years, and I was like, well, it's because the evil is there too, and what it's doing, it's absorbing everything. So the evil is there, hence why the little girl goes blind too. So all this stuff started to make a lot of sense to me. But again, if you think about it in terms of the gate is opened and it's absorbing that reality into hell, it makes a lot of fucking sense, doesn't it? Right? Because our main characters get absorbed by the end of the film. Fulci was onto something here, man. This H.P. Lovecraft shit was fucking awesome. He just used it kind of as like a moniker.
I think he was on to the fluidity of films. Like, the narrative's not important. It's a framework that he can do whatever he wants in, like a painting.
But I think that I think there's still the framework is there, and it actually makes a lot of sense, because if you put in perspective of, like I said,
I don't think it's not there. I just think it's not something he's that concerned about.
But I think he is, though. That's what I'm arguing, though. I think that he knew what he was doing with the execution of the gates of hell, absorbing reality into hell, because that's part of what the hell is. It's not, people think that The Beyond is a fucking zombie movie. It's not even, it's more of like a demon film, where it's when Joe comes back to life in the tub in that scene, that's the reality manifesting itself into hell. In the end of the movie, when we have our two main characters, when they're in the hospital and they run down the stairs and they're all of a sudden back in the hotel, and they go back, they basically get absorbed by hell. It's manifesting itself. It's creating this realm. It's creating this aura of hell, and it's basically absorbing everything around it into hell. It's actually fucking pretty complex. I love it, man. Like, the more and more I think about it, I think The Beyond is actually brilliant. But the fact that people call this film like a lazy zombie film, it's not even a zombie film at all. Everything that's happening is not zombie at all. These things aren't coming back to life because it's being zombified, or it's because it's an evil that is being let out into the world, and it's causing all this type of stuff. It's an evil.
It's like more
presence.
like an Evil Dead type thing.
It's an evil presence. The evil presence is causing all the shit, and what it's doing when it comes out into the real world, it's manifesting itself, and it's pulling you into hell. Hence, what happens to our lead characters. It's pretty complex, man. I think it's pretty fucking awesome. The more and more I watch The Beyond, the more and more it gives me chills, for fuck's sakes. The score by Frizzy, it's second to none. It's so fucking goddamn good. It's haunting. We can talk all day about the effects and the kills and stuff, but like, I love this fascination that Fulci has with eyes. Everybody knows how much I fucking hate it. I fucking can't stand eye horror. And it's, again, ironic how much I love Fulci, but it's very cringe to me. And I think it's probably one of the biggest reasons why I love Fulci, because it does everything to me that I don't want done to me, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? It makes me cringe, and it works so fucking well. I think The Beyond is one of the most effective movies ever made in terms of horror for myself. It's scary. It's like, I think it's just ultimately misunderstood, man. I fucking hate when people call City and The Beyond zombie films, because they're not. It's hell. And
What, you're saying there's no such thing as zombies in hell?
not in these not in these movies. Zombies in hell, totally different type of conversation.
I don't know. You know what fucking dude said? He said, when there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
Yep. But
so they're clearly there. They're clearly in there.
But that doesn't mean that it's actually zombie. It means that's hell again. I think it's better accentuated in The Beyond, and that's what, like, you can apply this logic to City, but I think it works a lot better in The Beyond, and it completely works better, man. Like, Catherine McCall's character, man, is like, I feel so sorry for her, man. All she wants to do is just succeed in life, where she's just doomed from the start. It's such a doom and gloom story, where, again, it's Fulci being nihilistic, man. There was never going to be a good end in this film. I love that. I fucking love that idea. It's because it's a hell story, and it's taking over. It's absorbing the world. So, The Beyond, obviously 10 out of 10. It's phenomenal to me, man. Do you guys see anything that I'm talking about? No, nothing. I feel like I'm just talking and talking and talking. I feel like I just manifested this crazy. Well, I've thought about The Beyond for a long time, ever since we originally did it, because someone brought up the H.P. Lovecraft thing one time, and I was like, you know what, man, I need to look into that. I was naive to the fact. I'll admit it. Didn't know. And then I looked into the book of Ebion, and I was like, oh my God, seriously, dude? Like, H.P. Lovecraft, like, Dreams in the Witch House, all those type of films where it was featured in. I'm like, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Never even fucking clued into this. Never even clued into it for years, that it was the same thing. I just took it for what it was.
I just don't know anything about H.P. Lovecraft besides like just the pop culture-y stuff.
But that's what I love about film, and even people's comments, and just understanding things, and
fuck people's comments.
Fucking learning all the time, dude. Like, but I figured this out years, like after it was years and years ago. I was like, man, the book of, I'm like, I gotta look in that shit. Yep, totally. Well, that was the same one that was in Dreams of the Witch House. That was the same one that was featured in this H.P. Lovecraft. I'm like, okay, he didn't invent that. It was actually done by a different writer, but the writing of the Book of Ebion was featured in the H.P. Lovecraft films, which made it kind of popular. So pretty cool stuff. Yeah, Fulci, it's a little bit better than people think it actually is. Maybe that accentuates it for you, but it's always going to be a 10 out of 10 for me, man. It's fucking ridiculously good. Tyler.
All right. Number one. Okay. This is like the big outlier on my list, I guess. And making their debut, better late than never. It's Michael Solveig's 1994 film Cemetery, man. I was kind of trolling a little. This movie is excellent.
I'm not sure how that's an outlier, because I had that in my number 3.
No, so. For me, I had all movies at like 70s and like 1980, and like and then I have this one movie that's from like 1994.
Okay, now I'm curious to hear your thoughts on the film because you didn't talk about much when I gave my rant.
Yeah, I was kind of like trying to like play off like, nah, I don't know about this movie. Yeah, like so this is like a lot of people I know kind of saw this for the first time in the last year that hadn't really been exposed to like Italian films before, and they were a lot lower on it than I expected to be. And I think
makes sense. It makes sense to me, man. It makes sense.
It's really a shame because maybe like I hit this fear where like I'm very like acquainted with like the Italian style and like the pulpy like things you find in Italian movies, but this is like probably the most like art house Italian movie in disguise I've ever seen. I don't think there's any one real like interpretation to this movie.
You know what? Thank you. I didn't want to say that because I wasn't sure if it was going to come up again, but I think you're right. I think my interpretation is my interpretation. You don't have to like it. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to whatever. But I'm curious to hear yours because I've stuck with this one over multiple times of watching this movie. I can't get out of my mind of this.
So I feel as if he's in some, I don't know if it's hell. I think it's more of a personal like purgatory. And he's like in this purgatory with people that like were like related to him in life in some way. Like they like their paths crossed.
Like Wizard of Oz.
Almost, yeah.
Well, the thing is with that though, like when we get the reveal in the third act where he confronts the dude for stealing his fucking fame, he's confronting himself in that scene though. Like that's him in the hospital bed.
Yeah,
that's not like, some dude that was taking the realm for doing all this.
And like
crimes, he's not.
I see where you can see the coma thing, like coming into that, and I just think like. I just feel like there's more things like I feel about the movie that mostly like relate to other characters too. Like I almost feel like this whole like idea of like the snow globe, it's like he's not the only like lost soul like stuck in there. Like I like theorize like maybe like this is like almost like an ever like growing like time loop where they're just stuck here until eternity until they maybe like find this like perfect ending. But like I feel like the way like the character of like the she character like changes like characters throughout the movie, I feel like they're just like lost souls that like when they die they just respawn as like someone else, and they're just like lost souls like trying to connect. And maybe there's other lives where like Rupert dies and he's not the cemetery man, but whatever's happening in this life, like he is like the gravekeeper of like the cemetery. I think it's something that though like every time you watch it, like there's different things that'll probably strike you about it, and it might change your interpretation literally every time you watch it. And it also goes into like how often you watch it. There's a lot, but like I was saying, I don't think there's any one thing to it. I think it's like the goal of the movie is that they want you to take this information, feel how you feel, and take away what you want from it. And I think it's like extremely effective in that. And to me, like those are the best movies because like when you watch like an A to B thriller, like like okay, like this crazy thing happens, but like that crazy moment will never be crazy for you again because you know what's going to happen. Like you can't ever capture like that feeling like the first time. But like a movie like this, you can watch again and like as you even just age and like experience different things in life, like different things in this movie will start to mean like different things to you. And I think it's just like that type of movie that like you can just like watch and take in and like enjoy for like certain elements of it and just like take different things away from and like change your opinion over time. I think it's like really like to me, this movie is like the culmination of like every like Italian movie that like came before it and like brought it here. I always say this is the last great Italian movie, and
quite literally.
Yeah, it's just like I think this movie was just like everything like I felt like Suave learned like before he got here, like he just like this is just like the culmination of like everything like Argento learned from Bava, and that like Fulci and like Argento took from each other, and like that like Martino took from these people, and then what these people took from Hitchcock, and it just all culminated into this like chaotic like existential like crisis film that just encapsulates like everything that came before it. And just like I think like as film goes on and like we get exposed to more films, I still think a lot of people haven't seen this movie. And I think a lot of people haven't seen it enough to like sit with this movie. But like I predict like 30 years from now, this is going to be considered one of the best horror films ever made. I think this movie is like really special, and it's something that I think more people that people haven't seen maybe fully yet, or haven't like watched enough or sat with. But this movie like really offers a lot of like personal experimental thoughts, and once you get acquainted with like that kind of maybe a little bit jarring Italian style, you can see through the veneer of that. You can see what this film like really offers, and it's really just a phenomenal experience.
Yeah.
9.5 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I actually did a comparison, man. It's not really much of a comparison, but like I have the old Anchor Bay DVD, but of course I knew that. But I have the Shameless Blu-ray, and I compared that to the Severin 4K, and it was literally night and day.
Yeah,
like the transfer is so incredible on this 4K. I was like, holy fuck. Like
one complaint I will say though I have about that is like the restoration is so good that they kind of brightened up the ossuary a little, and it loses a little bit of that like dark and like ambiance to it because the restoration is so good.
Again, it depends on how you watch it though. I've learned this recently. Depending on what you set your TV on and shit like that, like, you know, obviously we do our custom settings and stuff like that, but like, it's funny because if you watch movie, it definitely brings it down. It goes into that cinematic mode. If you watch it on natural, it actually brightens it. But if you watch on anything else, it's like super bright bullshit. That's not the way you want to watch films. But
wouldn't be the first time I've seen a movie do that though. Like even there's this crazy screen cap you can see like online if you look for it of Barry Lyndon where like VHS had this like dark lit ambient scene and then restoration cleared it up so much that it's like no longer dark and you can see the whole room and it's a bummer.
Right. Yeah, of course.
That's actually coming. That's one of the titles that was on that 4K list from Universal or whoever that came out today.
Oh, Barry Lyndon?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
dude,
that movie's gorgeous.
So that just
along with Nightmare on Elm Street collection.
Yeah, we knew that was coming. But yeah, the Barry Lyndon 4K. Wow, dude, that sounds like I'm gonna sleep for 4 hours.
I might have to upgrade that.
That movie is fucking boring, dude. Fuck, man. You want to talk about? It's a good movie, but it is like honestly, it's boring as hell.
You want to hear something crazy? This is probably in like my top 10 favorite movies ever made.
Dude, you are just the reason why that Barry Lyndon is in your top 10 is because you can't suck your own dick. I swear to God.
How does that make sense?
I have no idea. It makes no sense.
It kind of makes sense to me. I don't know.
It's a JP laugh.
It feels like it fits.
I don't know.
Okay, so my number one. Any guesses?
I honestly don't have any idea. Oh, I know what New Moodz number one is.
I've actually forgot what you've picked already, but now I'm confused.
Let me think of that for a second.
He's already said that one. So I don't know, actually.
You already said your Vice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know then.
It's pretty obvious, but you'll be like, oh yeah, once I say it. My number one is a film that is the fourth Lucio Fulci film on my list here. It is a film we reviewed last week.
Oh, I didn't think it was that high for you.
What?
Yeah.
I honestly...
I gave it a 10 last
week.
week.
Yeah, you're right. You did.
I guess it makes sense based on ratings, but like, what the fuck? I can't even... Like, it's so crazy to me. Like, it's not crazy to me, but... Man, Fulci dominated this top 10.
4 from all our lists?
Dominated. Like, Fulci had, what, 7 different movies on this list?
I have 3 different Fulci movies than any, or 2 different Fulci.
I had 4 different Fulci films, and you had 3 different than I had.
I had 2 unique ones. I had Psychic and Lizard that were unique to me.
Yeah. And I had Don't Torture a Duckling with Tyler. Did Moodz have that?
No.
Right.
Which is crazy to me. Well, okay. So, in my defense on Duckling, I literally had that in my top 10. And I looked at my top 10. I'm like, so everyone's just going to be like, you just made a Fulci top 10. because it would have been 5 Fulci films in my top 10. I'm like, I can't. But the thing is,
dude, it was tough.
The thing is,
I almost had a 5th Fulci film, dude.
I honestly wanted to put in there, but I was like, you know what? I think like Burial Ground is something I go to more because as much as I love Duckling, it's not a go-to film.
I would say I probably go to Burial Ground way more than Duckling.
Yeah, I go to Duckling like once a year minimum.
Although fucking Duckling has one of the best dummy deaths. It's so funny.
I go to Duckling like once a year minimum.
Yeah, well, it's good. I mean,
Fulci definitely fucking dominated though. That's
like
crazy.
Legit. Like
I think if we had
in Duckling, I watch at least one a year.
Incorporated Argento into these lists, it would have been all Fulci and Argento. I swear to God.
I would have had 4 Argentos.
I would have had 2.
5. I would have 5.
So I definitely would have had Burial Ground out, and maybe even Blood and Black Lace, and incorporated Suspiria and Inferno. They would have made my list for sure, 100%. 100%. I could not.
I can tell you what my list with Argento would be after you do your number 1.
Yeah, I can give you that too.
All right, so my number 1 is Demons, of course, which I am so not fucking, subtle about my shit.
So
I do this a lot. I wear the shirt that I'm wearing for my number 1. It always turns out. It always turns out
it's number 1. Cemetery Man shirt.
I took it as JP might have Demons as number 1 because we showed up wearing different Demon shirts. And I'm like,
I thought you both were gonna have it as number 1. To be honest.
To be fair, I only own fucking 3 Italian horror shirts, and none of them are a zombie. I did have an awesome zombie shirt, but somehow my dryer ate it or something, and it's just fell apart.
You know what's kind of crazy? I actually own a shirt for every single. Actually, no, I don't have a Cemetery Man one.
I bought one at Wasteland,
and that's funny because I actually do have a Cemetery Man one.
Oh, crazy! Out of the 10 films, the one I don't have is Cemetery Man. I own a shirt for everyone.
Did either of you guys put me on Cemetery Man as my one?
No,
I didn't really give it a lot of thought. If I did give it a lot of thought,
I would have thought about it if we were doing a regular top 10 show where we had to pick.
Yeah,
but I didn't put you on number 1 for that for sure.
Anyways, I think that go ahead.
I mean, it's fucking Demons, man. I mean, it's Demons. What can I say, man? Lamberto Bava's fucking it's his magnum opus, man. This movie is cinematic fucking amazingness. It not only has one of the coolest scores, it has one of the best soundtracks. It has non-stop gore. Everybody always raves about how they want to watch the film within the film. Yeah. Great characters. It has non-stop ridiculousness. You mentioned the helicopter. I mean, this movie from top to bottom never fails. It has one of the coolest settings. What can we say, man? Mikel Suave shows up in this.
1 and 2 are such a great double feature, dude.
Yeah, I love the Mikel Suave character because it's so because he's definitely a demon. He's contributing to what we're seeing in the film. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I love that about it, man. I think it's so fucking cool because there's kind of a red herring in the film with the red-haired girl who's always you think that she's part of it too, but she actually isn't. It's kind of cool. Dude, this movie, you look at my Letterboxd, man. It's pretty much my most watched film in the last 6 years, and for a reason, because I love Demons.
Greta was at a convention I was at once. I wish I would have met her.
I love the whole aspect of the whole mask and the scratching thing and how art imitates art. That premise of the film, I think, is really fucking awesome, man. It's literally about art imitating art. And I mean, it's just a non-stop action-filled horror film with the most amazing effects. So many fucking amazing scenes. This is one of those things where you can just talk about scene by scene. I would love to sit there and do a commentary on this because there's nothing but shit to say. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't mind doing a commentary. We haven't done one in a long time.
Yeah, I think we should do a commentary on a film that would be fun.
I like those better.
Film. Yeah.
One you could riff on.
But I find myself when I watch these movies, like I commentary to myself. Like I'm that guy. I don't give a fuck. Like I talk to myself all the time. Like it's so funny because, I was talking to another guy that I work with, and we work as letter carriers. We walk around and deliver mail and stuff. And he's like, I don't give a fuck. I talk out loud all the time. I'm like, dude, I do too, man. I'm like, I don't care. And then you get the odd person that looks over you and like, I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. If you just heard what I said, I don't care. But this is what we do. So, anyways, Demons number 1. Dude, that was fun. That was fucking fun.
Yeah. It feels just like kind of under like I don't know. It's just like there's so many other movies that we like obviously didn't talk about because at
least we had different films on our list.
I'm actually curious. So how many did everybody? So one film that made all 3 lists is Cannibal Holocaust. Another one is The Beyond, I believe.
Yeah, The Beyond. Yep.
Demons never made your list?
Demons did not make my list.
Jesus, you're such a homo.
So, so how many did we have of the same? So 3 movies made all 3 lists, I believe. No.
The Beyond.
Well, Zombie. Oh no, Tyler didn't have Zombie either.
I didn't have Zombie.
Cannibal Holocaust, Cemetery Man, and The Beyond made all 3 lists. Did you have City of Living Dead, Tyler?
No.
Okay, so
because you didn't have Blood and Black Lace, where me and Tyler did.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Me and Moodz had Zombie, Cannibal Holocaust, Cemetery Man, House on the Edge of the Park, Demons, City of Living Dead, and The Beyond. So 7 movies.
Damn, dude. That's fuck. And we had how many?
That's pretty wild.
I thought Moodz was going to have the most unique list. That was my prediction, but I guess it was me. I think, right?
Yeah.
But being a Fulci fan, I mean, I think it was kind of written in stone. I think it was kind of written in stone.
I had 7 Giallo, so I'm a one-trick pony.
Which is crazy because I only had technically 2. I had 2. I had Blood and Black Lace and New York Ripper.
I had 7, and I would have had 5. I would have had 4 Giallos from Argento. So
I had Giallos. I had 2 as well. How many did me and Tyler have the same? We had Cannibal Holocaust, Cemetery Man, Don't Torture Duckling, Your Vice. Do you have that?
Yep, I had Your Vice.
And The Beyond. So we had 5 in common.
Fucking unreal, man.
How many did you have with Tyler?
The Beyond.
Cemetery Man.
You didn't have Your Vice, right?
Cannibal Holocaust. So just 3.
There's 3, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he didn't have the Fulci films that I had, so 3.
Yeah,
crazy.
I wonder what
I
Dave
had 3 different Fulci films. That's wild.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Dave's list would have been very, very similar to mine.
So very similar to mine too, then.
Yeah, very, very similar. I know for a fact, like City, Cemetery, Beyond, Zombie, New York Ripper, like Cannibal Holocaust would have been his number 1 probably. Demons, like I think it would have been he wouldn't have had Burial Ground because he's not that
I think
low.
he would have had
I'm a little bit more lowbrow than he is.
Yeah, he may have had Cannibal Apocalypse too. I know he likes that.
He actually probably would have had Cannibal Apocalypse for sure. Blood and Black Lace, probably not.
The movie that I took off of my list that I mentioned earlier in the show.
You're gonna break into the 11 to 25 here.
No. Because I don't know where it would fit, if it even would make that. I don't know. Right. It would be 11 to 20, by the way.
Now you do 25.
Well, if we do a part 2, it won't be a top 15. It'll be a top 10, I assume. Yeah, it was a Blood and Black Lace. So that was the movie that was on my list that I took off my list.
So which was on my list. So we would have been even closer if you had to put that on there. That's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy how our taste got so close. Considering if we had done this list 10 years ago, I bet you it would have been completely.
Well, I probably would have only had 5 movies.
I've always been like that. I've always been a Giallo guy, so I don't think like.
For me, I think that when I talk like Italian horror, I lean towards like the less Giallo stuff. Even though I love a lot of Giallos, like an extended version of this would have more Giallos.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm the same way because I love Italian films, but like obviously my list encapsulate what I like. I like Fulci and I like Demons and I only had Blood and Black Lace. New York Ripper, okay, fuck, it's a giallo, but to me, it's like it's just a nasty hardcore American slasher. But it's
It's just
I had
it's just
7.
impressive that Fulci had so many picks on our list. Like it's
you know
just
what?
nuts.
We apparently love our Fulci. I mean, it's kind of expected. I'm actually quite surprised that you guys didn't think I was going to have more. But Duckling was one of the films that I could not believe I wasn't on my top 10.
Yeah, I
Because
just thought like having 4 on my list was a lot, and I felt like
I did too. Like if there was another
I would've
one,
had 5.
I probably wouldn't have put it on because I was like, dude, 4 is a lot of Fulci.
he wasn't in any of my honorable mentions. I'll say that. Like he didn't have like a chance for a 5th film.
so you're not a big fan like of City and Ripper and
It's not that I'm not a big fan of it, but I could definitely think of like 4 or 5 movies like for sure that I would rather have in my top.
See, those are like literally when I talk about go-to films, these are the majority of my top 10 list are actual go-to films for me.
So
Like these are the films I watch all the time when I'm just like, I need a film to watch. It's crazy.
if I included the movies I assume that you reviewed that you didn't, I think like the next like 5 of 6 picks also would have been giallos. So, like that's how hard I stay into the giallo.
Right.
Yeah, so if I included Argento, my number 1 would have been Suspiria. My number 2 would have been Zombies. My number 3 would have been Tenebrae. My number 4 would have been Cemetery Man. My number 5 would have been Opera. My number 6 would have been Inferno. My number 7 would have been House on the Edge of the Park. Then Don't Torture a Duckling, Your Vice, and Demons.
I just would have had Suspiria and Inferno in there, so it would have knocked out Burial Grounds and Blood.
Where would they have fit?
Yeah, like you know what place they would have been in?
Suspiria would have probably been shit, dude. When I'm looking at the list now, I never thought of this. Probably should have figured this out. Suspiria probably would be coming in at number 2, maybe number 3. And so it'd be Demons Beyond, Suspiria, Cemetery Man. Oh my god, I would put Inferno probably at number 7.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, whatever. It's so fucking tough, dude. These lists.
I would have had 10 Footprints, 9 Bird with a Crystal Coolidge, 8 Phenomena, 7 Blood and Black Lace, 6 would have been what's number 6 would have been Don't Torture a Duckling. Or no, 6 would have been Blood. Yeah, no, 6 would have been Don't Torture a Duckling. 5 would have been Tenebrae, right? Yeah, then 4 would have been 5 would have 5 would have been Cannibal Holocaust, 4 would have been Tenebrae, 3 would have been Cemetery Man, 2 would have been Deep Red, 1 would have been Suspiria.
Nice.
Deep Red, 3 times second place. 3 time first place loser in like the past 2 months.
Yeah. So that's Italian Horror Month, volume freaking 10, dude.
Let's hear that now.
Crazy. What's that?
Can you guys hear that?
No.
No.
Really crazy.
Yeah,
I
Wow.
don't hear it. I don't hear anything.
That's crazy.
But it's year 10. 10's over.
All right, man. I guess we're out of here. That is gonna conclude, man. Fucking Italian Horror Month.
Should we talk about what's coming up?
Fuck yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Woo!
We're doing some pretty different stuff this some different stuff.
I would say this entire season, man, really. This whole season has been crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a pretty cool packed winter for December. So starting off next week, something we've talked about doing for a while was, I believe it was even on the list of that big list we made last year. And that is winter horror. So a couple of 3 films that take place in a snow-like setting in the winter. Moodz, what are those movies?
Those films are. Well, let me take a look here. Winter Horror. The first one is going to be, well, conveniently named The Last Winter by Larry Fessenden. Frostbitten from 2006. That is the Swedish film. And of course, Frozen, directed by Adam Green.
Adam Green.
Woo.
So that is week 1 of, I was going to say December, whatever. So anyways, after that, we got Stephen King Volume 2, which is literally going to be another 2 films set in the winter. And it's going to be Dreamcatcher and Misery.
Yes, Misery is a very popular film that we've just never really talked about.
Yeah. Very cool.
So that's a pretty interesting one. And Dreamcatcher is just a movie that I haven't seen in forever. And I'm just interested to maybe check that out again. I wasn't very high on it, but I'm curious to see what I would be like now if maybe it got better over the years or something. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
So then we have a Christmas show, which we have not fully fleshed out, but we have Silent Bite, and He Sees You While You're Sleeping. We don't have a third film yet, but it'll be announced. And then after that, we have the top 10 Christmas horror films.
Yes.
Fucking awesome. Another top 10 list. That's going to be fucking awesome. So yeah, that entails top 10.
Yeah, this is like the year of the top 10s, man.
Totally. Because remember the year that we had like the year of the franchise? We had so many franchise shows.
Yeah, I think all October we did franchises.
Yeah.
It was like Chucky and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It was big ones too. Saw. But yeah, so that speaking of which, we haven't done a big franchise in a while. No. We'll have to bust out like Evil Bong or something coming up.
But that doesn't finish up for the year. So after the top 10 Christmas horror films, we're actually going to do something we've never done before, which, I've thought about it before, and I'm sure, JP.
Yeah, we've thought about it, but we've never really had an opportunity because we always take extra time off.
Yeah, yeah. So we're going to do a New Year's show, which is going to entail Bloody New Year, The Signal, and Ghost Keeper. So,
yeah, and then of course after that will be the top 10 of 2024.
Week after. Yeah,
our 11th top 10 show.
That show I'm really looking forward to.
Annual.
I'm so much higher on like 2024 than 2023. That's going to be a good show.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, that's the lineup.
That is the lineup, yeah, for sure.
And the beginning of next year.
Yeah.
So
a lot of coldness coming.
Yeah, we
soon.
Really fucking went hard on the. I mean, it makes sense too because it's like we're doing a top 10 Christmas movies, so like why not get like super deep in the winter?
Right.
Which
I'm looking
top 10 list is going to be fun.
I'm looking forward to the 24 top 10 list because this year has been pretty good. It's been good.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, like which pretentious, barely Christmas non-horror movies Tyler's going to try to sneak in.
Just one.
Exactly.
Just one.
Just one. It won't be Eyes Wide Shut.
That's good shit. It's
a fringe one though. I'm not even sure it's going to make it, but if it does, it'll be just one.
I can already tell you one thing: Red Rooms is going to be somewhere there, and just
make a Christmas movie.
Make your predictions.
That's not a Christmas
movie. No. I meant top. 10,
I was talking about the Christmas ones.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Honestly, it's like I feel like it's like this list. It's not that hard for me to make.
Oh, it
really isn't
for me at all, man. I mean,
I'm just curious on where a couple land on JP's list because, like I said, I was watching Better Watch Out last night. And I'm like, this has got to be top 3 for a man, at least. I don't know. We'll see.
So I mean, it's fun for me too for this because I'm probably gonna try to do some rewatches of stuff that I wouldn't initially think would make my list. Well, I think I'm gonna try to go really hard and just watch a bunch of Christmas stuff.
I watched 5 last night. Well, they weren't all horror because I started with Bad Santa, which I always do, and then Christmas Vacation, and then
I usually don't start. Get what was the other one?
Then I went into Christmas, Bloody Christmas.
Great one.
And then I did the David Hess film. So
honestly, my list is kind of wide open. There's like a 1-2 lock, but that's it.
Well, there's definitely a few you should see that you haven't seen, like Dead End. I like that movie a lot.
Right. I feel like the majority of my list is pretty self-explanatory. I think that we talked about. But,
well, we've covered a lot of Christmas horror movies.
Oh yeah.
Years.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, Tyler, do you consider Calvary a Christmas movie?
Yeah. What are you like? I like for this list. I'm definitely counting it. I'll say that. but like, if someone was gonna say, "Nah, it's not a Christmas movie," I want to argue.
I mean, going back to the conversation, I mean, it definitely takes place during the time. It doesn't feel like a Christmas film. My argument with that film is that it's a fucking straight up comedy. That movie is hysterically funny.
I agree with you.
It's straight up comedy.
I'm starting to find though that I think like a lot of movies are funnier than most people.
No, but I legitimately think that movie actually is a comedy.
Sickos.
No, I think that movie is actually a comedy.
You guys are just sick, twisted fucks.
And so you're the only one laughing at like a bunch of scenes in the movie Happiness in a room full of people. Like you don't realize like how like different. Like you're
dude, if you're laughing at Happiness and like yeah, I mean that's just sick shit though.
Have you seen Silent Night, Tyler?
Yeah, that movie's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny.
What?
No, which Silent Night? Are we talking about the remake or that fucking horrifically fucking depressing end of the world shit?
Yeah, the one with Keira Knightley and the kid from Jojo Rabbit.
Dude, that end of the world shit is the worst movie I've seen in years. It was so goddamn depressing. I would never watch that again. I actually cried watching it. I was like, that's so
I'm definitely watching that again.
Yeah, that's
it's so depressing. No, in a bad way.
Johnny Depp's daughter's in it too, right?
Is she?
Yeah, Lily Depp.
I suggest watching To All a Good Night, the David Hess directed film. It's actually really fun. And plus, I feel like it has a twist, which I talked about in
I don't think
Black Lace.
Funny. I'm trolling, but I do think it's an awesome movie.
It has a golden age twist ahead of its time.
You gonna watch Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, 3, 4, and 5?
I don't know about all that. I've never seen 3, 4, and 5.
They get better as they go.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Like 3 is literally atrocious.
I will suggest if you've never watched Rare Exports.
I've seen that. That's a contender for sure.
Okay, so watch the shorts. Have you ever seen the shorts for Rare
Exports? Are you guys counting
Exports?
shorts? Because there's a movie that definitely like.
No, I'm just saying if you watch the shorts leading into
it makes
the film,
the movie make more sense.
it actually makes it better. It's crazy. It's so cool.
Are you guys counting shorts on your list? Ooh.
No, I'm not. No, because my top 10 list doesn't need shorts. It doesn't need shorts.
I've never counted. Not that I don't count them. I don't think a short would ever make it over a movie. Like it would have to be a barren year for me.
I don't know. I felt pretty good about the strange thing about the Johnsons making my 2011 list.
All Through the Night, man. That's an indie film. I think it's really good. Check that one out too.
All through the Night is definitely a like underrated little gem.
Yeah,
I think there's definitely a really significant Christmas short. That's why I was bringing that up.
There was one I watched a couple years ago about
I know there's one
of like
really
elves that was pretty cool. It was like a bunch of elves.
Yeah,
the things in the barn or something like that. It was pretty fun.
Oh yeah, what the fuck was that one? That's Finnish, a Finnish film?
Yeah, I think
it's like a Finnish film, but it has American actors.
Dude, that movie was fun as hell, man. What the fuck? I forgot about that one.
It's got the guy from Silicon Valley.
So I was putting together my Christmas film. I think I have about 70 or 80 Christmas films. I'm gonna do
I'll tell you.
I'm gonna do it in prep for this top 10.
I'll tell you one that you do not want to watch. Slaughter Clause.
Oh my god, dude! Of course I own that. It's the worst movie ever made. It's the worst Christmas movie, dude. It might even be one of the worst movies ever made.
Yeah,
legitimately.
It's so
Yeah.
bad. I might actually pop open my TerrorVision Santa Claus.
Oh, you got that Blu-ray? So I have the old shitty DVD that looks like assballs, but
It was actually the first one I bought from them, besides the WNBA.
Can't wait to argue Home Alone's a horror movie.
What?
okay, seriously? Now you're just fucking with us, right?
Yeah.
Home Alone 2 is pretty dark, you know. It's like, yeah. It's
Donald Trump.
I mean, the Home Alone movie does have two scary.
I'm glad that I have the old versions where they don't omit Donald Trump. God, the censorship.
Yeah,
They
is
really
such a
censor him out of the
stupid shit.
movies? Are you kidding me? That's
The new
so,
release since he was out of the movie.
That's so cringe.
It's like one little scene where he's just like,
Even if you
the
don't
time
like
holiday.
somebody, that is completely
Dude, that's
unacceptable.
So
Censorship,
cringe.
it's such
All he
bullshit.
does is say is like down there, down or
Censorship.
something.
Censorship is like when you get circumcised and censored at the same time.
Exactly.
Oh
Censorship is bullshit, man. Like, whatever,
That's
man.
so cringe. I can't believe that's a real thing.
Yeah, dude, it's bullshit.
Yeah. Anyway, Jesus Christ. I guess that is it.
That is it for 274, I guess. Yeah, right. Of course, we already said we're gonna be back with next week, and we'll see you guys then. Fuck yeah. Fuck, we be rolling, man. Sure as shit, it's gonna be episode 3,300.
Feel free to post your top
yeah.
10 Italian movies in the comments.
Keep dropping suggestions for 300 as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I want better stuff than top 100 foreign movies.
Oh,
And I don't want top 100 kills either, because like,
And I
I
just
was
say that
looking-
because it's too hard to do. That's just
It's
I was
way too
licking
hard to do.
I was licking my lips at top 104 movies. I was like, ooh.
well, foreign movies I could fuck with because I would just compile a list of Canadian films. Because isn't that foreign to you guys?
The person said though, no Canadian films, no North American movies was like.
Oh, yeah.
thing. But
No.
I think you'd count Mexico though.
Yeah, that makes sense. But all right, guys, we're out of here. Check you guys next week. Episode 275. Deuces!
Peace.
That's all, folks.